It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
the Mixed Martial Arts Hour back in your life on this Monday, July 24th, 2017. Hello again, everyone. I'm Mario Hawani back inside our New York City studio. Hope you had a lovely weekend. I sure did. It was a local one for me. Of course, you know, the UFC was on Long Island for the first time. And I always love when I can drive to an event and then come back home, sleep in my own bed. No planes, no hotels, things of that nature. And I must say, right off the top, you'll recall last week I was lamenting to New York Rick that this was a rather thin UFC on Fox card. And to be honest, the ratings would reflect that, the lowest in the history of the UFC on Fox venture. However, I will say after the fact that I'm not sure if I have had more fun covering a card this year. I really enjoyed it. From the get-go, it felt like a local card, if you will. They did such a great job of filling up the event with Long Island fighters and then New York/New Jersey fighters. 6 Long Island fighters in total. 10 of the 13 fights featured either a New York fighter or a New Jersey fighter, and that really made it feel like a local card on the biggest stage possible. Before the event, people were tailgating in the parking lot. The new Nassau Coliseum is beautiful. It's kind of like a mini Barclays Center, and it was really cool to see all these people show up with t-shirts for Jimmie Rivera and Shane Burgos and Chris Weidman and Ryan LaFleur. The local New York fans, the local Long Island fans really come out and support their own. And so it had that sort of feel to it. Here are the Long Island fighters coming out on the biggest stage, finally getting a chance to fight at home, finally getting a chance to fight on Long Island. I love that vibe. And then you had these great stories like Shane Burgos from the Bronx coming in. And what a pleasure it was meeting him. This guy's an encyclopedia of mixed martial arts. He even recognized our own Danny Segura from the MMA beat. He was telling me that he can go toe-to-toe with me as far as events and who fought on those cards. And so one of these days we have to have him in studio to have a little trivia session. That was great. Junior Albini, I mean, what can we say about that story? If you hadn't heard or have not heard, the Brazilian fighter who made his debut on Saturday, he defeated Tim Johnson, tells us afterwards that he was not paid for his last 9 professional fights in Brazil. When he came to Long Island and got a per diem from the UFC, usually around, I think, $600. That's the most amount of money he's ever had in his wallet. The most prior to that was $100 if you convert Brazilian dollars into American dollars, or reais, I believe they are called. And he said that he has a 2-year-old daughter. He has been unable to buy her any kind of toy since she has been born. And so she plays with empty water bottles, shampoo bottles, water bottles, all kinds of empty bottles. And listening to this just absolutely broke my heart. I mean, after listening to Burgos talk about how he can't afford dental insurance, and then the very next fighter that came back to talk to us was Junior Albini, I felt very depressed. But then there's part of you that's happy that these guys are making money. Albini made 10-10. Then he got the $50,000 bonus. Kudos to the UFC for giving him that. And hopefully now that he can buy his, I mean, the support that he received afterwards and the reaction that his story got was very nice to see. Eric Anders with a great story, the Alabama football player turned mixed martial artist. He had the Jimmie Rivera story coming back 20 in a row. And then, of course, nothing bigger than Chris Weidman snapping the 3-fight losing streak, getting back on track. So much emotion involved, submitting Kelvin Gastelum in the 3rd round. The place goes insane for him. Went to school literally across the street from Nassau Coliseum at Hofstra University. You know, he said he went all around the world and brought it back to Long Island, shouted out Baldwin, which is where he's from on Long Island. A beautiful scene. And really credit to Kelvin Gastelum as well. He should be fighting at 170. Almost finished Weidman early, dropped him at the end of the 1st round, but Weidman was able to regroup and submit Gastelum in the 3rd. Darren Elkins, you could go on and on with the stories. Our pal, the Gift King, Chase Sherman, getting his 2nd straight win. Really enjoyed it on Saturday. So hope you enjoyed it as well. We'll be talking about that card. There's a lot to talk about. Of course, we are now just 5 days away from UFC 214, the much anticipated fight between one John Jones and Daniel Cormier. Finally, John Jones is back. It's going down, one of the best cards of the year on paper, 3 title fights. We'll talk about that. whole lot more. There's so much to get to. So let me run down the lineup today, and then we shall get to our first guest, because really there was no other way to start this show than with our first guest. First, 5 o'clock, we're actually going to listen in to the 214 conference call, which will be airing live at 5. So Jones, Cormier, Woodley, Maia, Cyborg, Evinger will be on the call. That will be the first part of the MMA After Hour, exclusively on Twitter, themmahour.twitter.com. Send us questions all show long using the hashtag #TheMMAHour. There it is on your screen. And that will be exclusive on Twitter. We'll answer those back end of the 5 o'clock hour. Front end, we'll listen to the 214 conference call. So I'm looking forward to that. 440 to be exact, we'll do Rick's picks. 4:30, we're going to hear from a yet-to-be-announced former UFC veteran who just left the company and is now transitioning over to a different combat sport. He's got some news for us. Who is it? You'll find out at around 4:30. He'll come on to break the news. I'm looking forward to that. 3:45, we're going to be joined in studio by Jimmie Rivera. How fun is that? 20 in a row, defeats Thomas Almeida on Saturday. Jimmie Rivera stopping by. Looking forward to having him in studio. At 3:05, another in-studio guest. We're going to The Streak Continues. Pat Miletich, the living legend, the Croatian sensation. He'll be in studio. Lots to talk to Pat about. Looking forward to that at 3:05. 2:45, we'll talk to Tyron Woodley about the Demian Maia fight. On Saturday, he defends his welterweight title almost exactly 1 year to the day that he won the belt last year. Remember, July 30th, he beat Robbie Lawler of last year in Atlanta. 2:25, we'll talk to Dustin Poirier about not getting the Eddie Alvarez fight, all that and then some. At 2:05, we shall talk to Michael Chiesa about his appeal in Oklahoma getting shut down, where he goes from here. 1:45, we'll talk to Germaine de Randamie in her first interview since getting stripped of the featherweight title. I've been trying to get her on for months, it seems now. And finally, we have got her, I hope. 1:45. And 1:25, we'll talk to Sean O'Malley, who took the MMA world by storm last week, winning that fight on the Contenders Series on Tuesday, hanging out with Snoop, smoking weed, all kinds of crazy stuff. But he's a good kid with a great story and I think a very bright future. So I'm looking forward to talking to Sugar Sean O'Malley. But as I said at the top, there's only one way we could have started this show, and it's with Chris Weidman on Saturday at Nassau Coliseum. Again, literally across the street from where he went to school, minutes from where he grew up. Weidman went in there on a 3-fight losing streak and submitted Kelvin Gastelum in the 3rd round. Lest we forget, he was the betting underdog going into this fight. Rarely have I seen a scene like that. That was the best that MMA had to offer in terms of the emotion, the crowd, the jubilation. So honored to be there and witness it in person. And now we are being joined by the victorious Chris Weidman on the phone to kick things off. Chris, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Are you still, have you gone to bed yet?
I don't have many hours in me right now. The first night was like at 7:30 in the morning. I went to sleep and I had to be up at like 11.
Oh my!
So that's what I had for that day. And then last night was another long night. So maybe tonight I'm going to get my sleep.
7:30 a.m. So you probably left the arena at around like 12:31. What did you do between then and 7:30 on Long Island?
Man, I went to after party at Parlay Rockland Center, and we actually we had 2 places. That we had one place where I had like close friends and family, friends. I said close friends and family. Yeah, so close friends and family and some fans. We had we got to eat a bunch of food, and then right next door was like the craziness with all just straight up fans and people from the area. And it was a crazy time. So we were there pretty much all night, and then we ended up going to a pizzeria that was closed, and they found out that I was there, and they kept it open for me.
Wow.
And, we actually got to make our own pizzas and everything. Everybody I was with just got to like hang out in the kitchen. So it was pretty cool. We hung out there for a good chunk of the night, probably like 5 in the morning.
Is it
and then headed back. Yeah.
Is it possible, Chris, that you were happier on Saturday than you were when you beat Anderson Silva for the first time?
Man, it's they're 2 different events, but it's very complete. They're 2 different moments, but man, I was pretty damn happy. I'm still happy. Just with everything I was going through, and then I had to keep my mouth shut and hear all the doubters, and just have to go out there and prove everybody wrong. with my actions, and to get it done in a place like Nassau Coliseum with so much support. I wasn't sure how much support I was going to have there. I figured obviously it was going to be the fan favorite. But it was what ended up happening that night was an unbelievable moment.
Have you watched it again yet?
Yeah, I've watched it a couple of times now.
What is it like watching it and then seeing the reaction afterwards?
It was insane. It's insane. It felt weird. I watched it last night, and it's crazy that just happened on Saturday, and that was me doing it, and how it all worked out. It was crazy, man. Like, I grew up going to Nassau Coliseum. I told all these stories, but it's just a very surreal situation. And there were so many familiar faces in the crowd afterwards, like just walking back out after the fight was over. It was another amazing time. Just seeing so many familiar faces. I had so much back there from people that I haven't seen in years, so it was really cool.
Yeah, they actually, I was watching it in the back, and they kept the camera on you after they switched to the post-fight show. So we got to watch you just go into the locker room. And the way you were greeting everyone and hugging and high-fiving everyone, and it did seem like you kind of knew some of these people. You mentioned in the post-fight press conference that you saw a kid that you used to fight in like the 6th grade. Were there other kids as well that you were just like, oh my God, I can't believe it. And it felt like you were celebrating winning the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
It was amazing to watch.
Yeah.
That was my favorite part.
All these people I know, like they've had my back, and I haven't been able to show them love. I can see them in person, and to finally see them right there and give them a part of that moment was like awesome for me to share with them. So it was I was amped. I was amped to have all those people there. And there was a lot of people from my hometown that I was seeing on my way out, and then people from just different walks of life that I've met along the years on around just being out here. So it was really cool.
I really admired how you dealt with the losing streak and how you remained confident and didn't allow any of the doubters to sort of get you off your game and start doubting yourself. But in hindsight, could you tell us, like Saturday, did you wake up, did you have a moment you were like, man, I can't lose 4 in a row? Like, did you feel a little more nervous considering the setting and what was at stake? You said all the right things going in, but in hindsight, how were you really feeling?
To be honest, I was pretty confident. I put it into God's hands, and I just wanted to go out there and work hard, stay relaxed, and make it like another sparring session. Every once in a while, those type of thoughts would pop in my head. Like, I'm freaking, like, it's crazy that if I lose this fight that's 4 in a row. Like, it just boggles my mind because I'm not, in my mind, I'm not that guy who's losing that many fights. So every once in a while, pop in my head, but that would pop right back out. Those were thoughts that maybe lasted for like a second. They'd go back out, and then I had confident thoughts. So it really wasn't like I know everybody probably thought obviously I put a lot of pressure on myself, but the losing streak was more motivating than adding pressure. It was an opportunity to come back from adversity and again, like, to prove people wrong. It was an exciting, motivating thing.
You said after the fight that was the first time that you'd have ever been dropped. But, I mean, and people were like, wait a second, what about the Romero fight? What did you mean when you said that? Did you mean like in the heat of a fight to not end a fight?
Yeah, I guess so. Like my legs went out on me for like a second. It was actually, I mean, the more I think about it, it was like, he hit me really hard, but I was like kind of sliding backwards, and he caught me off balance and bounced on my butt. But I was coherent the whole time. My legs went out for me for a second. The Romero fight, I mean, I guess I got dropped in that too. Just like that was like an extreme move that I got hit with in that fight. This one was like just it was a hard punch. That never happened before, but it was more of like a combination of his power and my movement that like sent me backwards. But I felt fine in between rounds. I felt fine as he was going down. I knew he obviously thought he was on his way to getting a finish, but I felt fine. My cardio felt great in between rounds. My head, my leg, everything was completely fine coming back into the second. As you could tell, he wasn't able to do much more in the second round. So it wasn't like, I don't think he was where he thought he was as far as like finishing me.
We're actually showing this picture here, and I know you've seen it because you tweeted it. Our Esther Lynn took it when he punched you, and your face looks like it's all like, I don't even know what to call it, like mango. You've seen this, right? Unless that was someone else tweeting on your behalf. The one where your face looks like it was like smashed in. Chris, are you there? We may have lost him. Maybe he doesn't want to.
Hello?
Oh, Chris, you're there.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry. I actually think my fat face hit the mute button. My bad.
Oh.
I said, yeah, that picture. No, I put that up. I saw that picture. I'm like, wow. My face got put into like 7 different directions at one time. There was like a rippling effect going on. And I'm the ugliest human being ever in that picture. So I was like, this is an interesting thing. I got to put this up.
And
you know, I got no shame. You know, it's part of the game. You gotta get punched sometimes. Did
his power surprise you?
No, I mean, I listen. This kid, look what he's done to some really good fighters. You know, Tim Kennedy's freaking really good. Vito Belfort's really good. He stood up there and he KO'd these guys and knocked these guys out from his feet. He covers distance really well. He's quick. He's confident. He's not afraid to get hit. He stays in the pocket. So no, I was prepared. I was prepared for all that.
Would you advise him to go down to 170 now again? Like, do you think that he's just too small for 185?
You know, I think there's benefits for him to be at 185, and there's benefits for him to be at welterweight. It's really, it's going to be up to him. You know, I'm not going to advise him to do anything. He's competitive at any weight class he wants to go.
Okay. And so afterwards, you wasted no time in getting into it with Michael Bisping, and then it like evolved into this whole like Twitter back and forth. Are you trying, like, what's the game plan here? Do you think you can actually get him? Are you trying to bait him into, like, because it's getting pretty personal at this point. He's talking about your dad. You're talking about his eyes. It really turned into something greater than it was just by, you know, you called him out on TV. That's fine. But then it kept going all through Sunday.
Yeah. I mean, whoever the people want to see fight for the title, I think should fight for the title. I think the best guys in the world should fight. He hasn't fought a number one contender guy since he's been a champion. You know, every single time I defended the belt, it was against the best guy in the world. Somehow he got away from doing that. It's kind of messed up the division. Right now, the guy, Robert Whittaker, he won the interim title, but I think he's going to be out for a while. That being said, I'm the only guy coming off a W. So I think it would make sense if he...
Oh, I think you pressed mute again. Your face. Your swollen face may have pressed mute, or maybe the call got dropped because we lost you, Chris. Christopher? It says you're there. Maybe we need to call him back. Just a couple more minutes left here with Chris. You could tell he's very tired, but I appreciate him jumping on. Yeah, we'll call him back. If you follow him on Instagram, you know that he's been up many an hour over the last less than 48 hours. He had some great root beer floats, it seemed, last night, playing cards with Wonderboy Thompson. Wonderboy was in his corner. It was great to see his family was there, and I know people like to rag on his dad and how vocal he is about his son. I don't mind that. I probably would be the same, to be honest, if that was my son doing that. I'm a little insane when it comes to that stuff. Is he there? Chris, you're there?
Yeah. What'd you get? What'd you hear?
You said you're the only guy coming off a W.
Yeah, I'm the only guy coming off a W. I think in the out of the top contenders, right? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But whatever the people want to see. And I kept talking for a while, so I have no idea. I actually don't even remember what the hell where we were.
Okay.
I was talking about Bisping. You know, there's like kind of gloves off with him. I mean, he ripped up a Cuban flag right in Romero's face in between rounds during the guy's fight for a championship. So the guy doesn't care about anything. And then right away, I mean, I do the cross-eyed thing. He comes right at my father. I mean, he comes at my family. You know, I think he could say anything he wants about me. You know, he could talk about how ugly I am or anything about my face or my body or whatever, or my career. Come at me all you want, but this guy's, then he comes after my father. So, yeah, whatever. He's an idiot.
Do you think you'll get it? Do you think you have a shot?
I don't know. I'm not too worried about it, to be honest with you. If it makes sense, if Bisping isn't too scared to actually fight a guy like me and give up his belt, then it'll happen. But if not, we'll fight other guys. We'll see.
Is there someone below him that you think, okay, I beat this guy and then I'll really get the title shot? Have you thought of that?
I haven't really put too much thought in it, man. I was thinking Kelvin Gastelum forever, and obviously you always want to fight for the belt. That's what I want. I want to fight for the belt. I want to make that money, and the belt is where you get the money. I learned that, so yeah. I want to get back to the belt.
You've been fairly active over the past year, but obviously MSG is coming up. Would you like to fight on that card on November 4th?
Again, I haven't put too much thought in it. I guess it depends on what we get offered. I don't know if they even want me to fight on that. I don't know. But I'm ready to go, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's the card I'm on.
Okay. And so now what do you do? You're just going to take, are you just taking like a long break or something? Because this has been, I mean, from Romero to April, Mousasi to this, I mean, that's a lot of fighting for you. And you've held up.
I might go to Anaheim just to find Mr. Bisping. I want to bring up my family. I'm going to slap him in his mouth. But other than that, I got nothing going on.
How do you feel? Like, honestly, when your dad gets in there, are you somewhat embarrassed? Do you love it? Because what is it like?
No, he definitely embarrasses. He definitely embarrasses me. But I'll tell you, you can't change your family. You can't. My dad's 50. I don't know how old he is. He's over 60 now. You gotta love people for who they are. And he's my dad, and obviously he loves me. He's supporting me. He's happy for me. So it's hard to control his emotion while I'm in the middle of a lot of stuff going on. So it is what it is. At the end of the day, it doesn't give Michael Bisping the right to open up his mouth.
Sure. He's literally like hanging on like by your neck. We were showing a photo of him now. It's amazing. It's a great scene. And I don't know if you heard him say this, but he said,
no, I know.
He's your boy. He said this to Long Island. He said this time it's your. It was great. It was a nice little bow on the whole, the whole interaction.
Yeah.
I asked you on Saturday night what it would be like when you told your kids. What was it like when you told them on Sunday morning?
So actually that night I did. I went to where my kids were at. They were in the hotel. And I just tried. My daughter was up. She already knew I won when I came back to the room. And my little guy Colton was up. He has no idea what's going on. I had a lot of, it was fun to be able to share that moment with them and let them know, I won. And my daughter was so excited and gave me so much love and hugs and kisses and stuff. And then my son CJ obviously was really into this stuff.
Yeah.
He was passed out, and so I'm trying to wake him up. We don't let them watch the fight, so I'm trying to wake him up. I'm like, CJ, wake up! And he's like,
Did I lose you, Chris, again? Chris always rags on me for my poor cell reception, but I think he finally got me back on this one. Damn it. I wanted to know what CJ did. CJ's like his biggest fan. Okay, let's call him back quick. I love when people get mad at me. It's like, you do a show and you can't get better cell receptions. Do you think I set up these cell receptions? Like, do you think I established them with everyone who's going to be on the show? Things happen. It's actually a really crappy day outside in New York. It's pouring rain, so I'm going to blame it on that. But I just had like 3 more questions for Chris, and then I'm finally going to leave him alone for a very long time. Kind enough to be on. Is he back? Chris, are you there?
I'm back. Yeah,
okay,
sorry about that. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, you always make fun of my cell reception. Who's laughing now?
Yeah, this whole week my cell phone reception sucks. I don't know what's going on. The hotel I was in was just terrible for cell phone reception. Now driving, just keeps dropping. But
you were saying
and
CJ, yeah.
CJ ended up. Where did I leave off with him? You
said he was sleeping. He was passed out, and then I lost you.
Yeah, he wasn't waking up. So then the next morning he comes running in the room, and now he knows I won, and he had my American flag and the gloves I actually fought with on. He's like, "I'm Chris Weidman, man," and we just we were hanging out, and he's happy. He was asking questions to fight and stuff, and it was cool.
Wow, that is great. Amazing. Hey, Chris, can I ask you this before I let you go? You were probably with blinders on and were very focused on the task at hand, obviously. But a story came up in which you were kind of brought into this story about Ramzan Kadyrov. Have you seen this? Have people asked you about this?
No.
Well, at one point, a few years back, you did travel to Chechnya on some sort of like promo tour, right?
I did. I did like a seminar.
That's right. And
out there.
And HBO did this story on the leader in Chechnya, Ramzan Kadyrov, in which a lot has come out in terms of his ideologies and how despicable they are, and just what kind of a person he is, and how he's using MMA to further those ideologies, et cetera, et cetera. And you were kind of brought in as someone who has ties to him. From what I understand, based on my conversations with you, you kind of went out there, you were offered this opportunity, but you have no actual ties to him. So I was wondering if you happened to see this story or any of the stories that came out of it, and if you wanted to in any way address being linked to him or people saying that you have ties to this individual.
Yeah, I have no ties to him. I went out there. It was a one-time experience. I knew nothing about Chechnya. I just knew I was going to Russia to do a seminar. Not my manager, but another manager had asked me if I wanted to do it, and obviously it was like a paid thing. And I'm like, all right, sounds good, let's do it. And then it was an interesting experience, completely different type of culture than out here. For me, it was a great experience going out there, just seeing a different way of living than what we're used to here. But yeah, no, I have no ties with them. I haven't spoke to them since 2015, you said?
I think it was that. I mean, you would know better than me, but I think it was a couple of years ago.
Yeah, it was a while ago, but I haven't spoke to them or haven't been asked to go back out or anything like that. So no, I know. Yeah, so I know I have nothing to do with them right now.
And when you fight, you're not representing his team, or he's not paying you, or it was just kind of a one-off, right?
No. Yes. Yep.
Yeah. And did you meet him when you were there?
Yes, I did.
And what was that like?
He treated us like kings.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it was definitely an interesting experience. I mean, they treated us great. They were very respectful. Obviously, it was a completely different type of culture. So it was a cool experience to see a different way of living.
Okay. All right. Just wanted to try to clear that up, because I remember when talking to you about it that it was just kind of this one-off thing, and you've had no connection to him since, but wanted to see if you had any thoughts. Of course, you were preparing for the fight, so I don't imagine you watched the HBO special. But if you do have some time, I would suggest checking it out, just because you did travel over there, and it's, I think, become a lot more dangerous over there as well for all kinds of people. Chris, I appreciate it. Thank you for coming on. Hope you get some sleep, and hope you're able to enjoy this. Enjoy victory. I know it's been a while, and you don't like when I bring that up, but it's great to see you back, and it was one of my favorite moments covering the sport, just seeing the happiness on your face and your family and the people on Long Island. A really cool moment, and you certainly deserved it. That place got lit on fire that night, didn't it? Was that nuts? I mean, crazy. I don't like to compare it to other things, but like the crowd going in, when you walked out, there was kind of like a nervous energy in the crowd. I don't know if you sensed that. But then afterwards, it was like the Islanders had just won. And they've done a great job with that arena, by the way. It looks beautiful. They really renovated it well. And I thought it was interesting that, as I noted afterwards, in the renovated Nassau Coliseum, you used to go there as a kid. You sort of resurrected your career as well. You see that symbolism? You see what goes on there? You feel that? I see that. I feel it. It's crazy. Someone went out like during the after party thing. Oh no, actually the next day I was out with like Stipe Miocic, Volante, and Wonder Boy, and a bunch of different other people, and some kid like happened to see me in one of these bars, and he jumped out of his Uber just to tell me that he's been going to Nassau Coliseum events his whole life. He's like a 40-year-old guy, and he's like I've never heard that Coliseum sound like that before out of all my years and all the huge events I've been to. He was like, it was an amazing experience. What I loved most about it was kind of like a local card on the biggest stage, because everyone seemed to have a connection to one of you on the card. Like you saw a ton of people supporting LaFleur, Kelleher, Bermuda, you know what I mean? But you guys were fighting in the UFC, so it's rare that a card would feature so many local guys. And I thought they really got it right with this one, featuring all of you and, of course, putting you in the main event. So it was great. I'll never forget it. I'm sure you won't as well. Yeah, it was awesome. Well, thank you, Chris. Thank you. I appreciate it. Get some rest, and we'll talk to you soon again. Congratulations.
All right, thank you.
All right, there he is, Chris Weidman stopping by. What a great moment once again. By far, in my opinion, one of the best of the year. Him winning, the reaction, the explosion, the celebration, the happiness, something I have a feeling he won't soon forget, and no one in that crowd will soon forget. 11,000 plus fans in attendance on Saturday at the Coliseum. Okay, it was a busy week, as always, in MMA. On Tuesday of this past week, UFC ran its second Tuesday Night Contender Series. Technically, it's not a UFC event. It's called Dana White's Tuesday Night Contender Series. It's on Fight Pass, and it's kind of the feeder promotion now into the UFC, if you will. It's running for several weeks. Second one that they've done, signed 2 contracts week 1, but this week everyone was talking about Sean O'Malley for several reasons. A, his finish, his victory in the first round, but B, his personality has come to light. Him hanging out with Snoop Dogg, afterwards Snoop Dogg loving him, the Instagram post, the weed smoking, all that and more. The undefeated Sean O'Malley seems to be a real prospect, and when you find these guys, it validates these shows and in my opinion, makes them worthwhile. So wanted to talk to Sean about the experience and where he goes from here. He has now signed with the UFC. Dana White seems to be a very big fan of his, and I do believe he is joining us via the magic of Skype, or is it phone? It is phone. All right. Let's go to the phone lines. Sean, are you there?
I'm here.
I thought we were going to see you. What happened to the Skype?
I'm down to Skype.
What's going on? Our crew slipping back there or what? That's fine. I wanted to... Hello?
I can Skype or phone. It don't matter.
It's all good. It's all good. Let's talk. Congratulations on the win last Tuesday. What has life been like since, you know, the MMA world has gotten to know a whole lot more about you? Snoop Dogg's your biggest fan, all that and more. What's it been like?
It's been awesome. I've gotten easily over 1,000 messages from people all over the world. My Instagram went from 3,000 to 10.5 thousand. So it's been awesome.
What's been the best part of it all?
After the fight, Snoop's bodyguard came up to me and he said, "Snoop wants to see you." So that right there was the best part of it all. That I knew going into this fight. Obviously, Snoop was commentating. I said on previous interviews, I said I'm gonna go out there and I'm gonna make Snoop want to meet me, and that's exactly what happened on the Snoop Catch. You said, "I want to meet that kid," and that was huge. That was like my favorite part of all this.
How did you get this opportunity? How did you get on the show? Or I don't know if you want to call it a show, but this mini promotion, if you will.
Right. So my last LFA fight, May 5th, I got that spinning heel kick knockout that went viral, and I knew going into that if I could get a sweet finish, I could probably get on this show. And a couple days after, my manager Danny Rubenstein called me and said, "You want to fight Alfred July 18th?" I was like, "Hell yeah!" So, that LFA fight knockout, I remember I was on. You guys, I don't know if someone else watched a highlight of it. I was pretty disappointed though, because all they showed was the last spin kick of the knockout. They didn't show the setup, so you didn't get to see me, because that was beautiful. I set him up for that. I kicked high with my right leg, and I spun around. I kicked him into my power. It was a beautiful setup, and you didn't get to watch it all, so I was a little disappointed when I watched that. Well,
you could blame New York Rick for that. He usually leaves you disappointed. But yes, he was supposed to show the whole thing. He only showed the finish. But
that's okay.
You have a knack for these sorts of things, and on Tuesday it was equally as impressive. In fact, even SportsCenter showcased you, which I think is a huge deal for that. For that show. What was it like, just because you're kind of fighting in front of like 100 people, right? And Dana White's sitting right there. Just the actual environment. Did it feel a little off to you, or were you not even paying attention to it?
No, not at all. I didn't feel like it affected me at all. I love just fight. I knew Dana White was going to be there. Obviously, Snoop Dogg, your favorite, Sean Shelby. He's like, I just got to go out there and perform. I just got to go out there and do what I do. And every fight, I'm going to show up. If I lose a fight, it's not going to be because I didn't show up. You know what I mean? It's because it doesn't matter where I'm fighting, what arena, or none of that. I'm going to show up and fight, and that's what I did.
And so, like, as you said, afterwards, the Snoop thing happened, you're on TMZ, but just looking at your Instagram, you are an avid marijuana smoker, right?
Yes.
You've got this.
Oh, yeah.
You've got this this robe with the
Oh yeah, my robe.
Where did you get this robe with the marijuana leaves all over it? Where did you get this robe?
I got it at Spencer's.
Wow.
Yeah, I love that robe. I go home every night, shower up, throw on the robe, get ripped, and just hang out.
And why do you love smoking marijuana so much?
It just, I mean, it helps a lot at night. Like, I don't get anxiety, but I'm like, after a hard day of working out, it's like I just want to be able to relax. Instead, if I don't smoke, I'm just thinking about tomorrow. I'm thinking about what I should do, what my next workout's going to be, all this, and it's exhausting. It's like I just want to get home. I've already trained twice today. I want to go home and just relax and like enjoy being home at night instead of thinking about what I'm going to do tomorrow and all that stuff. And it really helps me just be in the moment. So I really, it's a big part of my life.
Wow. How long have you been doing it for?
I started smoking when I was, I think, about 19 years old. I grew up, and my dad was a detective, and I grew up like thinking marijuana was a drug that just made people made you a bad person. I didn't know any education about it. I just thought marijuana made you a bad person. So I grew up like with that, looking at it like that. And then once I did finally try it, it was that night, and I slept. It slept great, and I just changed my mind from the first time I tried it. So I think people just need to be more educated about it.
Do you have a license? You live in the state of Arizona, right?
Yeah, I have a medical card.
Okay. But now, I mean, now that you're going to fight for the UFC and there's all kinds of rules, are you aware of how long you have to stop smoking so that it's not in your system and so that you don't get in trouble with USADA when it's in competition, you're tested for it, all that stuff? You're familiar with all of that?
I'm familiar with all that. So my last test was just with the Nevada State Athletic Commission. So I haven't heard anything back from them, and I'm assuming that's a good thing. So,
how many weeks or days before the fight do you have to stop?
I wasn't exactly sure because I had known they changed their testing policy. They made it so you could test more. But I stopped about 9-10 days out.
And how does that affect you? Because you seem to really enjoy it, and we're looking at a picture of you now holding. Is that your dog? I don't know what kind of dog it is.
The white one?
Yeah, the white one.
Kush. His name's Kush.
Kush, yes. Is he wearing a gold chain necklace?
Dude. Yeah.
Is that your dog?
He's a pimp. Yeah, it's my dog. I got two little dogs. I got Kush and Pete. They're both little dogs.
So do you? The question I was going to ask was, okay, so you stop 9 days out, but you obviously think it helps you. Does it mess you up? Like, are those 9-10 days before the fight, are they a nightmare because you can't use it?
No, they're not. It's not. No, I just, I drink my sleepy time tea and I'm all good, but I would rather, but I know I can't, so it's not a big deal. It's nothing to, I'm not going to be able to, so I just get over it. You know what I mean?
Did you smoke with Snoop?
Oh, yeah. That was right when I walked into his trailer. He handed me a joint. I was pumped.
What was that like? I mean, is that a dream come true for a weed smoker?
Oh God, it was like, it felt like a movie because I walked into his trailer. You got his bodyguards. You got there's a couple other people in there, and there was like 3 joints going around. So I was like puffing and passing, and another one's coming. I was trying to keep up, and Mike, they had a TV in there, and it was a replay of my fight, or might have just been like some highlights from my fight. So we were all watching that, smoking. It was fun. It was so fun. It was only like 20, 25, 30 minutes. Obviously, it could have been longer, but it was a good time, memory forever.
What happened? I mean, they just said, okay, you ain't got to go home, but you got to get the hell out of here. Like, why'd they kick you out so quickly?
Oh, Snoop was leaving. He left. He said he was going to New York the next day or that night or something. I don't know. Snoop said, "Hey, what are you doing like tomorrow?" He's like, or he said, "Where are you going next?" He said, "New York." And we said, why are you going to New York? He's like, I don't know. He cracks me up. He's just going with the flow, and he seems like a cool dude.
Have you talked to him since?
I have not.
I feel like this could be a real thing for you. Like, I feel like now that he's shown some interest in you, I mean, maybe he walks you out or he's going to start promoting you on his social media. Like, do you feel?
Yeah, that's the goal. I mean, that'd be amazing. I still feel like I got to go out there and prove to everyone that I like. That felt like a UFC fight. Like that kid I fought, I felt like was UFC caliber. He was 8-3 with 8 knockouts. Like I feel like that was a UFC fight, but it wasn't. So I still feel like I got to go out there and knock this next dude out in the UFC to say I got my first knockout in the UFC. So once I do that, I feel like then I could have Snoop walk me out.
Fair. What did Dana White say to you afterwards, off camera?
I didn't talk to him too much off camera, but I seen the interview where he said I have that thing, and I've always kind of felt like I've had that thing. Whatever that thing is, I felt like I've had it, and I just had to go out there and prove like I got that opportunity to go and fight in front of Dana. He was supposed to be at that last LFA fight, and he would have saw me do what I did and said the same things, but I had to go out there and do it again, which is fine because I feel like I have plenty of finishes and every fight I'm going to be in is going to be exciting, and I feel like Dana's he's gonna realize that thing is I do have it for sure. So
now you're officially in the UFC. You have signed a deal with them.
Yeah, it's actually my contract's in my email. I'm gonna go sign it today when I go to the gym. I got to print off a bunch of stuff, read it, look it over and stuff. So, but the deal was it was just signing out or starting off 10 and 10, just a normal contract, which I feel like I should be getting paid a little more. I feel like Dana knows I have that thing. I'm on a 4-fight KO streak. But you know what? Like I said, I got to go out there and knock this next dude out, and then we'll renegotiate, talk about it.
Yes, that's what I'm talking. Because you got 5-5 for the show, right?
Yep, 5-5 for the show. So I'm feeling rich. I'm wearing my gold chain I got at Spencer's for $20. So I'm feeling like a pimp.
And what did you make for your last LFA fight?
I think I made 1-1.
Okay, so this was a bump up even before getting the UFC deal, yeah. And now you're going to 10 and 10. See, my one little issue with the show is this. Everyone who wins is like running over to Dana and saying, please, please sign me. And it kind of feels like this big ego trip. Like I get that he is the guy who's getting you in, but let's be honest, it's really Sean Shelby and Mick Maynard who are finding these fighters. Yep. And right. They're the ones who are ultimately going to book your career and start you off and get you on this path. It's a little unsettling every time someone wins. They're like, oh, please sign me, sign me. You get what I'm saying? Like as a viewer.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
It's like he's sitting there.
I think I didn't even think about like going into that fight. I knew if I just went out there and performed, I'd probably get signed. But yeah, like you said, it's up to Sean Shelby for my weight class.
Yeah.
I don't think Sean was the biggest fan of me watching the preview.
Why?
Did you watch that? Because before the fight, during the fight, they have like a little video of him talking about the fighters, and he was like, Sean thinks he's good, but I mean he is good, but in the striking department, my wrestling and jiu-jitsu needs work. Which it does. Like everything needs work. My striking still needs work. Like everything needs work. But I think people are gonna be sleeping on my jiu-jitsu. It's not like I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I mean, I'm go out there and choke someone too. Like if I go out and win my first fight, UFC fight, I'd choke someone. I wouldn't be surprised. Like, so I don't know. Sean Shelby, maybe he just hasn't got to see me enough, or I don't know. But I'd like to stay on good side with him. Sure,
that is a guy to be on his good side, no doubt. Do you have your first official UFC fight yet?
I do not. I'm hoping sometime later this year. I'm going to go to Montana, where I'm from, in August for a few weeks, and go and celebrate up there with all my sponsors and like everyone who's just been supporting me. Montana's been a huge help for me to get to where I'm at. So I'm super pumped to go back there and hang out with everyone.
It's funny because O'Malley, I would think that you're like from Boston, or at least your family is from that area. But you're born in Montana?
Yeah, born and raised in Montana.
And why do they call you Sugar Sean?
My first coach, Johnny Aho, called me Sugar because I was so sweet to watch, and it just kind of stuck.
Okay. I like the hair, by the way. You're not Jewish, right?
Yes. No, I'm not Jewish.
But you have a Jufro. It's a fantastic Jufro that you've got. It is, and the ladies must love it.
The girls love it.
There you go.
The girls get the girls. Yeah, the women. That's the only reason I got my girlfriend, just because of my hair.
Wow. Are you going to keep letting it grow?
Yeah, I think so, to a point. I think I want to keep letting it go. It's pretty long right now. It's been a little bit longer. We're gonna let it go. Yeah, a lot of people are loving the hair, so I gotta let it get wild.
See, the best thing about you, what I appreciate about you, is that you understand that you have to sort of market yourself, be different, stand out, have a personality. You're not afraid to talk about what you like, the smoking, wear the robe. There's too many guys who are just sort of cookie cutter, and it's hard to get them. Now I feel like just looking at your social media, you have a ton of people who are following you because they get a kick out of you. They like you. They think you're funny. They think that you're different, right? Are you sensing that as well?
No, yeah, I agree 100%. I just I feel like people aren't themselves. It's hard when, you know, there's a camera in front of you or you're doing an interview to kind of just say what you feel like you're supposed to say. But yeah, when I started kind of posting about marijuana, I got a lot of people telling me like, hey man, no one's going to want to promote you or sponsor you and all this stuff. And like, if someone didn't want to sponsor me because I post for that, it's like, I'm not going to change who I am just for a couple extra bucks or something. So yeah, I think people just aren't themselves as much.
Are you a Diaz brother fan?
Yeah, I love watching the Diaz brothers fight.
I feel like you're the second coming of them, but just maybe a little more jovial. You don't seem like a very
yeah.
You're not a mean mugging type of guy, right?
Not at all. Every time I go out and fight, I'm just I'm smiling. Every time I walk through the doors to walk out, I'm smiling. It's just I enjoy the whole part of it, the fight week, the weigh-ins, the walk out, the fight itself. I just enjoy all of it so much.
And you train at the lab. Did someone like a Benson Henderson? I mean, you have a ton of great, you know, fighters there, coaches, John Crouch. Did anyone give you any tips before going out to Vegas about, you know, the experience and rising to the occasion? Anyone take you under their wing?
No, not really. One of my buddies and coaches, Tim Welch, you know, he's been in a lot of big fights. He's fought in the Ultimate Fighter, Bellator. He's cornered a lot of dudes in the UFC, and he was with me all fight week. And I don't really get nervous at all going out to the fights or anything. I felt like my head was in a good spot and everything. So, but yeah, Tim Welch, he's seen a lot and been around a lot of big fights. So it was good to have him there.
I know you're new, but since you seem to have a good grasp on what the fight game is all about, is there someone in mind that you'd like to debut against?
No, I haven't even thought about that. Ever since my fight, I just wanted to, you know, I'm pretty sore from my last fight. My hands hurt a little bit. All I've been really thinking about is just getting back to the gym and getting better where I can improve and like what I need to improve on the most. So we haven't really thought about any opponents yet. I honestly don't even know too many guys in the 35-pound division that's not in the top like 7. So we're gonna have to check out the roster, see who we think, and throw some names out there.
And
yeah, hopefully later this year sometime.
And last thing, do you think eventually you will have to move up to 145? I mean, you're a very tall and slim 135er, but you're only, what, 23 years old? You're born in 1994, which blows my mind.
I'm 22.
22, okay. Do you think that you will eventually have to move up to 145?
Yeah, there's dudes fighting there, you know, 38 years old. So I still got a long career. I'm sure I'll probably end up bumping up to 145. But right now, I weigh 145 right now, so I don't cut a lot of weight.
Wow.
I'm not super strong, but I'm accurate, and I believe in my power. I believe I can knock out anybody in my weight class, and I truly believe that going into every fight. So I feel like that's gonna be enough for 135 until I can't make 135 anymore. So.
Well, congratulations. I think your performance and story alone has validated that show, regardless of what happens for the remainder of it. So it's been great to get to know you. Great to see you in action there and rise to the occasion. The stuff with Snoop was a lot of fun, very entertaining as well. And we will never rob you of your moment like we did with that LFA knockout. We won't leave you hanging there. Okay.
Thank you.
That is a promise from here on out. Again, congrats, Sean. Enjoy it, and we'll talk to you soon. Appreciate the time.
Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate it. Next time we got to Skype.
Yes, let's do that. 100%. There he is, Sugar Sean O'Malley, who was ready for the record to Skype, but New York Rick didn't want to Skype him in. Unbelievable. We could have seen the curls. We could have seen the glasses. We could have seen the gold chain, maybe even his dog, the robe. Who knows what we were robbed of? We will save that for next time. For now, let us move along and welcome in our next guest. As I said at the top, I have been trying to get in touch with her, and she can attest to this for weeks and weeks and weeks, months. I've been wanting to talk to Germaine de Randamie. She is kind enough to join us on the phone. She is joining us right now. Germaine, are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
I appreciate you joining us. How long have I been bothering you for? I feel like I've been a major pest. And so I promise you after this interview, I will leave you alone for a very long time.
It's been a very long time, I have to say. I admit it. Yeah, you were persistent, I have to say.
Well, thank you. It's great to talk to you. It's great to have you on. There's so much to talk to you about. How, Germaine, you haven't said much. You haven't done many interviews, if any, since all this has happened. How would you describe the last few months? How has it been for you since becoming champion and then the aftermath and then getting stripped of the belt, moving on with your career? How has it been?
Well, I think a lot of people know. It's been a roller coaster of a lot of emotions, and a lot of bad things happened. I'm a very positive person, and a lot of negative things happened. And I hope that I'm at the point that I want to move on, and I want to continue my journey and go wherever it takes me, and leave all the negative things behind. And whatever happens, happens. And, I'm just happy to be where I am right now, mentally, physically, and I'm ready to go back and make my name count.
So could you tell us what happened? I mean, at some point they probably came to you and said, would you like to fight Cris Cyborg? Would you like to defend your title against her? And you ultimately, I guess, said no. Is that what happened? And was there a negotiation involved? Could you tell us how this all came to be to the point where you're not defending your belt on Saturday?
Yeah, of course. How did it go? Well, first we had the whole roller coaster with the Holly Holm thing with her appealing the decision.
Yeah.
And then the UFC contacted me to see if I was interested in fighting July 29th against Cyborg. But before, let me go back a little bit before that, because before I signed the bout agreements with Holly, I discussed with the UFC. This was all before I signed the bout agreements for that fight. I told the UFC I'm willing to take the fight, but just know I want to drop back to 135 pounds. I mean, the current champion, she's a great champion, Amanda Nunes. I have a loss against her, and I hope just one day to revenge my loss against her. And the UFC was very willing, and they said they had absolutely no problem with me dropping back down after the fight with Holly. So I fought Holly, and then the UFC contacted me and talked to me about fighting Cris Cyborg at 145 July 29th. And my team and I, we have discussed this, and there was a point that she got caught with the diuretic. Then she got permission for it, and we discussed this all together, and the plan was to go back to 135 before everything happened ever. And we discussed that she being caught with the diuretics, and diuretics are also being used sometimes as blockers for other stuff in your system. We decided not to take the fight, not only because of the steroid thing or me thinking that me being against people that abuse substances. It was also, I was not going to be able to be ready at July 29th. I have a full-time job. Fighting for me right now is hobby. I don't live a fighter life. I work 50, sometimes 60 hours a week. And besides all that, I still have to train. So my whole preparation for Holly was, some days I was able to train, and some days I wasn't even able to train. And I said to the UFC, my hand is still bothering me. I'm waiting for the results of the doctors and to see if we can push things back. But I also have no time for rest or take a vacation from my work. So it's not possible for me to be ready. And, as every decision as a human being, if you're a human being and you make a decision, a decision has consequences. And the consequences for me were that the UFC stripped me from the belt. And I found out just like everybody else.
And so you mentioned that to me, that you found out. You didn't know that they were ultimately going to do that, or you did not know that they were going to do it on that day?
I didn't know they were going to strip me of the belt that day. I didn't know what was going to happen.
Wow.
At that point.
And
there was a point that I realized that things like that will be a possibility, but like I said, I stand for my points. I stand for what I believe in, and I stand for what I'm against. And, I understand that people do not agree with my decision. I understand that people disagree with it very big, but besides people disagreeing, I've been through a lot of shit. People accuse me and said the most horrible things to me. So that's also the reason why I stayed out of the media. And, talking to the media is cool and all stuff, but sometimes it's like media fuels a lot of haters and people did very bad things, So, there comes a point, you have to choose for yourself and take a step back, and that's what I did. Reload, and here I am.
If the UFC, and we appreciate that, if the UFC would have offered you someone not named Cyborg, I don't know, Megan Anderson or Tanya Evinger, do you think you would have taken that fight and remained champion?
It's hard for me to think about what if, because there is no what if. I've said to the UFC, I want to drop back to 135. That's been my goal for a very long time. I believe the 135 division is the Queen's division of women's MMA. I mean, there's a lot of amazing fights for me left there. And like I said, at that time, when I was still the champion, there was no girl besides Cyborg signed at 145. So for me to think about the what ifs, I don't know. And I haven't thought about the what ifs.
Is it hard to? I mean, because when you're champion, you probably make more money, right? I mean, there's probably more a higher purse. So now you're going back down to 135. You're fighting Marion Renault in Rotterdam in September. I'm assuming you're making less. How do you react to that? How do you digest that?
To be honest, I have absolutely no problem with it. I mean, like I just said, fighting is hobby to me. It's not my work. It's not the money I pay my bills with. I don't fight for money. I truly fight because I truly love fighting. If I start fighting for money, I will set aside my principles, and I won't do that. And at the moment I start fighting for money, I start to have less fun in it. Because it's business, and fighting is not business for me. This is fun. And the moment I don't love it anymore is the moment I will hang up my gloves. Did you consider not coming back? I mean, you said it got, very unpleasant, and did you consider just saying, you know what, forget all this, I'm not coming back? No, never. Okay. I'm not a quitter. No matter what people say, I'm not a quitter. I always come back. I'm like I said, I love fighting. And yeah, I'm not going to lie. Of course, when people say those horrible things to you, it hurts. Yeah, it hurts. And it doesn't only hurt for me, but if I think about the fact that people write to me that I could better commit suicide and I'm not worth living, if people have the guts and think it's okay to write people stuff like that, they can do it with anybody else. And maybe they write it to that one person that just doesn't feel right at that time. God may know what happens to that person or what that person might decide because they're not worth living. I mean, that goes deep. It's not only for me. This involves many other people. How many kids have been bullied, have committed suicide? I mean, I think that's horrible. And I think, I think that's horrible because my only mission in life is to share what I love so much with other people that love the same thing as much as I do. You have spectators and you have the people that do it. But eventually, we all love MMA. And that's the only thing I've ever wanted. All that has happened, that is nothing or something I've ever wanted. I'm a very positive person. I really enjoy life. I love helping people. I love being happy. And, that time, that was a dark time. But like I said, I'm no quitter. Nobody can stop me. If I decide to stop whenever I want to stop, I will stop on my own terms. How bad did it get? Was that the rock bottom moment when people are telling you that you should kill yourself? For what? Crazy. Yeah, well, people even made gravestones with my name on it and with my day of death. So they send it to me. And I'm not talking about one picture. I'm talking about a lot of pictures. I'm talking about a lot of people that told me that I should commit suicide and that I'm worthless. And so, no, it's not. I've never been rock bottom, but it did hurt me. And just not only for me, like I just said, it hurt me because people think that it's okay to write somebody something like that. Mm-hmm. And I have great support. People around me that love me, support me, and I have a great team behind me. I can say I'm blessed, but what if I didn't have that? What if I was thinking, yeah, I'm worthless? Or what if some girl or boy somewhere in the world thinks they're worthless just because somebody thinks it's okay to write people stuff like that? You can have an opinion. You don't have to like me. You can disagree with the decisions I've made. You can, but you don't have to hurt people with things. That's my opinion.
And so people were mad because you weren't fighting Cyborg? Is that what you gathered?
Yeah, they were pretty mad, yeah. And they were also pretty mad about the bell thing.
Right, of course. Do you regret anything? If you could go back, would you change any decision or anything that you've said or anything you've done?
No, I don't regret anything. Like I said, I stand for my principles, and I believe that forbidden substances are not allowed in sport, and especially not fighting. I mean, this is a full contact sport. People, have ended up in a wheelchair. I was just reading the other day a story of a guy, a boxer, who did his first pro fight and now is drinking out of a straw. I mean, we put our lives on the line. We're here to entertain people. I don't regret anything. There are things that I don't support, and that's my opinion. And yeah, of course, I regret, that moment in the fight that it happened, that I hit, that I was in a moment and I threw the combination. Of course, I regret it because I don't know even how to say it anymore. I play fair, and it's my deepest apology if I hurt anybody with that, even Holly. I mean, if that's not me, I would never risk me not winning a world title fight and being disqualified for something this stupid. That's not me. But I don't regret any decision I've ever made.
How is your hand feeling?
Right now, I have no pain. I've talked to the doctors, and they treated me right now, and I have to have surgery. But I explained to the doctor, we talked, and they're managing me now with physical therapy against the pain. But so right now I have no pain, but I do have to have surgery. But I wanted to come back first. I wanted to make a statement for myself. I want to fight for my fans, for me, and for my team. And I want to do that first. Surgery can wait.
Okay, so
as long as I can handle the pain, it's okay.
You're not going to have the surgery before the Marion Renault fight?
No.
What was it like that day that they took the belt away from you? I mean, you've been in this game a long time. You've competed in combat sports outside of MMA. What I recall was when you were brought in originally in Strikeforce, people were thinking that you were going to be the one to beat Cyborg. And then the day that they took it away from you, what was that like?
It's funny because that day I was working and some friends of mine, they texted me, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, what the heck is going on? Why is everybody texting me, "Are you okay?" So I asked one of my friends, I'm like, what's up? So they sent me the article. So I read it. And to be honest, it didn't hurt at all. I felt, at a point, I felt kind of relieved because of all the negative stuff that happened. All the negative viral that was keep coming and coming and coming. It continued every day. So I don't care about the belt. What I do care about is staying me. And it's okay that they took away the belt. But the only thing what I cared about was the things that people said. And I don't care that people tell me that I'm scared of Cyborg. I fought a guy who was 40 pounds heavier in a boxing match. I'm not a boxer. I fought the best stand-up girls in the world, the very, very best. I was the reigning world champion in 3 different weight divisions at the same time. I fought every girl. People can say I'm scared. I don't mind. As long as I can look myself in the mirror and know I'm not scared. People can say I'm a cheater. I know I'm not a cheater. Of course it hurts, but I can't change a person's mind. if they believe that, it's their opinion. But all the other stuff, yeah, it did hurt me. That hurt me more than losing the belt. Because like I said, I just want to share my love. So, yeah, that was what hurting me.
Is that why you made your Instagram private?
Yeah. And there was a point that I had enough of all the negative stuff. And, that's why I made it private.
And so I've actually mentioned this on the show, you fighting a man, people saying that you're, the female Anderson Silva, people saying that you're the one who's going to beat Cyborg. If you say this, you put your resume out there to people and they say, so what was the problem? Like, why, just go out and beat her. Just go. Why didn't you ever consider saying, like, you know what, let me just go beat her. Let me prove that you don't need PEDs. Let me prove that you can do this the right way. You never considered it?
No.
How come?
I want to have kids one day. And what's the message that I want to send out to kids? That it's okay to use pets in sport? Is that the message? Is it? I don't want to send a message. I fought somebody to prove everybody I could beat a person, but I'm against it. I'm a police officer here in Holland. Pets are forbidden. No, I don't have to prove myself. Mm-hmm. People can doubt my resume. People can doubt my opinion. It's okay. We all are entitled to have an opinion, but that's not a message I want to send. And I mean, pets do not belong in sports, not in MMA, not in boxing, not in soccer, not in American football, not in baseball, not in anything. It just doesn't belong there. And that's the message I stand behind.
What do you think would have happened if they offered you the rematch against Holly Holm immediately after?
I've said it before. If Holly wants to rematch, I'll give her a rematch. But we can still rematch. We can do it at 135.
Okay, but what if they would have said, for the belt, we're going to do it? Do you think you would have remained champion?
Yes, no doubt.
Wow, so it really came down to not wanting to fight Cyborg because of her past.
No, it's not. It didn't only came down to that. What it came down to was I wanted to drop back to 135, and yes, I'm also against the use of pets in MMA. Mm-hmm. Every fighter would have still been suspended because they didn't ask permission for using a diuretic. Every fighter would still get punished. But then all of a sudden it was okay. Because that's what USADA claims, right? You need to ask permission if you use medication.
Yep.
Okay.
How did the UFC, I know you said you were kind of caught off guard, but in terms of like the process leading up to it and giving you space, were you happy with the way they treated you, handled you? Did you feel like they were receptive to what you were trying to say?
Partially, yes. Absolutely. Partially, yes, absolutely. But I understand the UFC partially too. They're a company, they need to make money. And if they want to continue the journey, they have to continue. I mean, I understand that, I understand certain things. I'm not a hateful person, Ariel. I'm not a hateful person. I understand it's a business, and I understand the UFC, and I hope the UFC understands me. And I think they do, because they asked me to fight in Rotterdam, and I'm here, am I?
Yeah.
So we're going to do it. We're going to have a hell of a party. So,
are you going to watch the fight on Saturday, the Cyborg fight? With the belt you once held, now it's vacant. Do you think you'll watch it?
Why not? Why not? I want to see Daniel Cormier versus John Jones.
But
why would I? I don't hate Cyborg.
Okay.
I have no ill will towards her. I have no ill will towards Tonya Evinger. Absolutely not. May the best woman win Saturday. And yes, why wouldn't I watch her?
I don't know.
To see her fight.
I don't know if it was like too fresh. You didn't want to think about it. I mean, It was your belt or something.
No.
The feelings were a little too much. I don't know.
No. Like I said, right now I'm in a great state of mind. I feel good. Like I said, I have a great team behind me. I'm truly in great spirits. I'm smiling every day, and I'm in great spirits. And the only thing I can say, I'm more motivated than ever. I will be stronger than ever. I will be more dangerous than ever. And I will still enjoy every fight I fight. I will go in with a smile, no matter the outcome, and I will come out with a smile. No matter if I get knocked out or get submitted or I get my hand raised. And because I still get to do what I love to do.
And last thing, you mentioned that you are now a police officer in the Netherlands. When did you become one?
A year ago, 2 weeks after the Rotterdam fight.
Okay.
A little bit more over a year ago.
And are you like on the street? Like, are people coming up to you and saying, "Hey, are you Germaine de Randamie, UFC champion?" Are you like, you work in an office, or are you on the streets?
No, I'm working on the streets. Yeah, it
Wow.
happens sometimes.
Wow.
Yeah. We sometimes even make selfies, so that's cool.
And why did you want to become a police officer?
I truly believe I truly believe that I think everybody deserves to feel safe and free. And I want to give back to my people. I want to give back to my country. I want to give back to the people. I want people to feel safe. I want the streets to be safer. And if I can participate or give just a little bit, I'm a very blessed person. And I can say I'm very blessed.
And you're going now, right? I mean, you have a shift that's starting in a couple hours, overnight shift?
Yes.
So what's
right.
like what's on tap for tonight? Like, what will you be doing? Do you know?
Well, we will be driving around in a car, and then when we get a call, we have to go to the call. So we'll be sitting and waiting.
Are things relatively safe these days, or is there a lot of crime? What are you in Are you in Amsterdam or another?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, how are things these days? Is there a lot of activity, or are things pretty quiet?
Well, it's summer. It's summer vacation here, so everybody is happy. It's good weather, and you know, if you look overall, Holland is very safe. I can say that Holland is very safe. You know, I live in a very safe country, and a lot of people, we respect each other here, and well, I believe everybody in their country respects each other. But I mean, yeah, we're safe here, and everybody's happy now. The sun is out. It's not, well, it was raining a little bit today, but I mean, overall, it's good temperature. Yeah, people are happy.
And as you prepare for your fight, at some point, will you leave the police force and then take a break and then come back? How does that work?
Well, I had a few vacation days left. So this time I was able to take them off. So I will. This will be my last week of work, and then I'll be going back to work on September 4th. So I can prepare my whole camp and be free and just eat, sleep, and train. It's going to be the first time in a very, very long time. So we'll see how it goes.
And very last thing, do you think that what happened over the last couple of months will preclude the UFC? Like, if you go on a streak here and continue to win, beat Renault, someone else, do you think that they will be open to giving you a 135-pound title shot, or are you afraid that they won't because of what happened?
I truly have no idea. I have no idea. But, you know, the thing is, I don't care.
Okay.
You know, I don't care. I truly believe I do have to fight a couple. I do have to fight a couple times. But it's up to me. It's the way I perform, you know. And yeah, you have to earn things. And I will earn my way back up.
Okay. Well, Germaine, again, I really appreciate you coming on. I promise now I will leave you alone for quite some time. It meant a lot that you would finally do this and open up. We wanted to hear from you. I think a lot of people wanted to hear your story, and whether we agree or not, I just appreciate you coming on and answering the questions and now trying to move on. And I'm sorry to hear that it has been such a nightmare over the last few months. Thank you for handling it with class, and I hope that it quiets down now and that you can focus on your job and life and getting back on track at 135.
Thank you so much. I truly appreciate it, and thank you for having me on your show.
All right, there she is, Germaine de Randamie, returning to action in early September 2nd to be exact, in Rotterdam at 135 against Marion Renault, no longer the 145-pound champion. That belt will be on the line on Saturday at 2:14 as Chris Cyborg fights Tanya Evinger in Anaheim. Let us move along. Some news last week. A couple weeks ago, you will remember that Michael Chiesa fought Kevin Lee in Oklahoma City. Controversial finish afterwards. Chiesa appealed the loss because he never actually tapped out and he did not appear to be out. Mario Yamasaki, the referee, called a stop to the fight, I thought prematurely, and so he appealed it. We found out last week that the Oklahoma Athletic Commission denied his appeal, so wanted to talk to him about that and where he goes from here. He is joining us via the magic of Skype right now, so let us go to him. There he is, Michael Chiesa. Michael, how are you? Can you hear me, Mike? I can see you. Michael, can you hear me? Hello, hello? What is happening here? Michael? Okay. Can you see me, maybe? I can't imagine that he can't see me. His beard looks fantastic. There he is. Well, that is bizarre. I think that's a first for us. Or I could see him, hear him, but he can't hear me. We will get to him in a matter of seconds here. We'll figure that out. Sorry about that. After Michael, we'll be joined by Dustin Poirier. Looking forward to talking to him. Tyron Woodley still to come. Jimmie Rivera, Pat Miletich, both of those individuals will be in studio. We've got a recently departed UFC fighter who will come on to break some news about a new career move for him. So stay tuned for that. That's at around 4:30 p.m. Eastern time. And then we're going to listen to the UFC 214 conference call for a few minutes, then answer some of your questions. Continue to hit us up using the hashtag #TheMMAHour. And of course, you can still watch us on themmmahour.twitter.com live on Twitter. You can, it was funny the way I said that, Twitter, and you can also watch the MMA After Hour, which will be exclusive on Twitter later on in the 5 to 6 o'clock hour. So as I mentioned, the Michael Chiesa, Kevin Lee fight, if we can't do the Skype thing, let's just get him on the phone because I don't want to back up everything too much today. That one was the day after the Bellator event. That was on June 25th in Oklahoma City. You'll recall we had Kevin Lee on the very next day. Kevin Lee officially beat Michael Chiesa, got him in the rear naked choke, and had it sunken in. It appeared to be pretty darn tight, but Chiesa never tapped. It didn't appear as though his body went limp. And I said to everyone on the show when that happened, the day after that happened, look, you can say it looked like he was about to tap. It appeared as though he was about to go out, but that didn't happen. So you can't assume that he was going to do it because we've seen crazier things happen in MMA. In fact, that same card, we saw Justine Kish appear to be submitted almost by Felice Herrig and then get out of it. So you can't assume. You have to kind of wait. Phil Baroni texted me today, and I thought his insight was very interesting. He said essentially, Mario Yamasaki robbed Michael Chiesa of his FU moment. And what he means by FU moment was there's something to not tapping. There is something to not giving in. There is something to telling your opponent, I'm not going to give you that satisfaction. And Yamasaki robbed Chiesa of that satisfaction. And it was a great performance by Kevin Lee. But the facts are, Yamasaki pulled the trigger a little too soon. And this has been a constant issue with him, I think, because, and this is just me sort of hypothesizing here, once you start to get criticized, once you start to make mistakes as a referee in the cage, I think you start to overthink things. I think you start to doubt yourself. And we have seen this time and again where a referee continues to get criticized and tends to overthink things, and then all of a sudden he starts to, pull the trigger a little too soon. He starts to be unsure of himself. I actually think that the state of MMA refereeing is better than ever at this point. I think that we have had some referees like Mark Goddard. Again, we've talked about him, I think it was last week. We're starting to see Mark get put into events here in the United States more, not just the European events, and he's doing a phenomenal job. He is so confident. He is so assertive. I mean, it's a pleasure to watch him work. Keith Peterson, Jason Herzog, a couple other relatively new faces come to mind. Of course, we know about John McCarthy. We know about Herb Dean. But it's time to give these guys, like, if you continue to mess up, you should not be put in main event slots. And we could blame the commission all they want. The UFC tends to tell these people, like Mario Yamasaki, you know, he doesn't live in Oklahoma City. He doesn't live anywhere near Oklahoma City. The UFC tends to tell them who are the best referees. They can start telling them not to use Mr. X and Mr. Y. They can do that. There has to be some kind of repercussion for messing up continuously. You can't be put in those positions. I mean, reffing a main event of a UFC card is supposed to be a prestigious thing. That is the highest in this sport, right? That's the biggest platform possible. It doesn't get bigger than that in this sport. The UFC, these commissions have to do a better job of putting the right people in place. And it's no longer just 2 people who can do the job. There are a whole host of people who can do the job now. There's at least a solid 7 or so. I mentioned some of them. Yamasaki just isn't that guy anymore. And so what I would like to see is, okay, you could still use him, but lower on the card where there's less pressure. Have him go out, referee non-UFC events, get his confidence back up. But when you think about the time that these men and women put into their training camp, the money that is invested, and also given the fact that the UFC's pay system is show-win, the guy's getting robbed of money. That's just too much. There's too much at stake here. I didn't think that they would hear his appeal. I didn't think that they would actually, change things up. I mean, it's very, very rare. We saw the situation with Tanya Evinger and Invicta not too long ago. It's incredibly rare that these commissions will reverse their decision. I think part of it is ego, to be honest. I really do. I give a lot of credit to the Missouri Commission who reversed the Evinger controversy, and then they ended up rebooking that fight against Yana Kunitskaya. But it's like I had a feeling you'll probably see the same thing with the Gunnar Nelson situation and the eye pokes. I mean, there is a case to be made that the fight was stopped prematurely, that the right man didn't win because it wasn't allowed to actually play itself out, all that stuff and more. But it's very rare. You kind of have to do it just for the sake of doing it to sort of try to prove your point. But it's incredibly rare. What I want to see is a system in place where the very best are getting to referee main events. And if you have a checkered past, if you have a history of messing up, if you have a history of not making the right calls, then you just don't get those opportunities. I actually think that MMA refereeing has come further, has evolved better than MMA judging. I don't know where Michael Chiesa is. I don't know what's going on. Why is it so hard to get him on the phone here? He was just there. I just saw him. Hopefully we'll get him any second now. I don't know. Can I get an update or something? Where's the guy? Okay, we could do phone. We could do phone. I don't care. I just want to... He has no phone. Michael Chiesa does not have a phone. What is happening? We could do Skype audio. I just want to talk to him. That's all. There he is. Mike, where are you? What's happening?
I'm right here. I can hear you. I can hear you finally.
Yes. Where's your phone? Did you lose your phone?
Oh, I was floating the river yesterday, and actually, I didn't lose it. My girlfriend did. So
what?
Yeah,
fun.
I was going to jump off this log. I was like, "Hey, hold my phone for me." And I went and jumped off this log, and then I was getting back in my raft. She came to jump back in, and she just flung my phone in the air, and hopefully I have a backup.
Oh, my Lord. I texted you last night to remind you about the show, and I didn't hear back, and that was somewhat unlike you, and now I know why.
Yeah, see, there's an excuse. There's an explanation.
All right. Well, I'm happy to hear. I'm happy that you're here, and I'm happy that we're able to talk to you. Thank you for the time. So I was just talking a bit about the appeal and not really being surprised that they didn't reverse the decision because it's very unlikely and historically they don't do these sorts of things. Were you surprised that they didn't hear you out, that they didn't reverse it?
No, I wasn't surprised. I want to thank the Oklahoma State Athletic Commission for, taking the time to look into it. I would have liked, I know it wasn't going to go through. It was a long shot. I would have liked to at least get a hearing so I could be in the same room as Mario Yamasaki and, maybe plead my case a little bit more directly to him. But like I was telling people, even if I won the appeal, it doesn't really do a whole lot for me. It doesn't change my financial status of the fight. It doesn't get the win back. It's still, it doesn't do a whole lot for me. It's more or less just I wanted to plead my case a little bit, but they took the time to look into it, so I'm thankful they did at least that.
And what do you really think they looked into it? What makes you think that they actually sat down and looked at everything?
Well, I mean, usually you kind of hear back kind of fast on these things. It took almost a month just for them to get it back to us and let us know, that they denied my appeal. But, they sent back a formal letter and you could tell that they took the time to look into it. And, like I said, I'm thankful they did that. Just a little disappointed with the result.
Initially, if memory serves me correct, you were kind of leaning towards not appealing, and then eventually you did. Why did you ultimately appeal?
It was just the right thing to do. I'm just to be honest with you, Ariel, 100%.
Yeah.
The second Mario Yamasaki came walking back into my locker room, me, Sam, and my coach Rick, we all looked at each other at the same time, like, oh fuck. You know what I mean? Like, it's I'm not trying to sit here and bash the guy, but he's got a track record for not the best officiating. I know he's a 5th degree black belt, and that's all fine and dandy, but that doesn't mean you're a 5th degree black belt in officiating. I feel like he's fallen behind a little bit, and I think that's pretty sad that when a referee walks into your room, you and your teammates are looking at each other like, oh shit, we have this guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I like the work of like Herb Dean, Big John, Dan Mergliotta. I think the best referee in the business is Josh Rosenthal. Unfortunately, we can't have him, but it kind of sucks when an official walks into your locker room and you're like, crap. It's kind of a crappy feeling, but it's the past. I'm moving forward, and Onnit's having an invitational on September 30th, and this is my open challenge to Mr. Yamasaki I would like to test his 5th degree black belt in a friendly grappling match, and let's see if he's what he says he is. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying that in a hostile way. I'm saying, hey, if you're 5th degree black belt, your backup for the decisions you made, then I, as a martial artist myself, that's my open challenge to you to headline the Onnit Invitational September 30th.
September 30th on an invitational, you are challenging Mario Yamasaki to a grappling match? That's what just happened?
Yes.
Wow.
Yep. Yeah.
And is this the first he's heard of it? Or did you reach out to him privately and ask him?
You're the first person I haven't talked to. I don't talk to him. That wouldn't be a good thing. I'm not that I ever spoke to him on a personal level anyways, but this is the first time I've done any media or anything in regards to my fight. When we were going through the appeal, I didn't want to do any interviews. I didn't want to, I wanted to just stay in the dark until, everything got done and the dust settled, just to see where all the cards lied. And once they did, it worked out. You're the first person I've spoke to. This is the first interview I've done. I haven't even said anything about the fight to anybody. I've just kind of sat in the dark and just kind of waited to see how things panned out.
Thank you. And I appreciate that wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you've watched the fight, right?
No.
You have not? Wow.
Here's the thing with me. I don't really watch even the fights I win. I don't go back and watch them. I'm very, I'm critical of myself and when I win or I lose. I've seen the highlight video. You know what I mean? I saw the bits, like the Fox Sports bits or whatever from, recap of the fight. And, it's a heartbreaker, man. Nevertheless, Kevin didn't do anything wrong, first of all. You know what I mean? He didn't do anything wrong in the fight. The 12-6 elbows, whatever, those sucked. But, none of this is his fault. He showed up and fought and competed, got me into a bad position and capitalized. You know what I mean? Doesn't change the fact I think he's a douchebag, but I mean, he didn't do anything wrong through the fight, you know. But you know, I'm trying to move forward, move on with my career. I can't let this thing hold me back. Nevertheless, I still want a rematch. I still want to beat that guy, but I don't believe that he would beat me on any given Sunday. I think that was just a crappy situation, you know.
Why do you think Mario stopped it when he did?
You know, for him to say that he thinks I was losing consciousness, I watched him come in and was like, no, you know what I mean? Like I saw everything happen as it did. And, you know, for me, from what I saw, I was fighting the hands and I looked up at the Jumbotron and I saw the time. And at that point, Kevin had switched to palm. And instead of reaching back to fight the hands, I just wanted to relax, you know, shrug my shoulders in, alleviate some pressure. You know, it was short time. And it's a bad habit I've had before. When I fought James Vick on The Ultimate Fighter, he strapped me in a choke and I did the same thing. I quit fighting the hands and I put my hands up like this. Because that way, if I do end up going out, then my arms are going to fall. You know what I mean? It's not like I was like, you know, the choke wasn't that tight. It was tighter. The choke was the tightest when he had it locked and I peeled his hands back. Before he switched palm to palm, that was when it was tight. But when he the position that he ended it in wasn't that tight, you know? So it's, you know, I don't know why he did it. You know, I think that isn't there like a code of conduct, you know, from what I've seen, refs usually check your arm or like, you know, they look for something, you know, he didn't do anything. He just like jumped in, you know, He didn't ask for a thumbs up. You didn't, you know, there should be, you know, you should be checking the fighter. You know, I was not out, you know, how does a guy go unconscious and regain consciousness that fast? That's impossible. You know what I mean? I don't know why he stopped it. You know, I think he got a little jumpy. I honestly just don't think that he should be officiating at this high of a level in mixed martial arts. And I'm not saying that in a derogatory manner. I think that he should just move on to something else.
The thing that I continue to be told is, well, you were about to go out, which I think is BS, because you could say that about so many fights and crazy things happen. People come back. You can't go off of you were about to, you know, like you have to actually be out, et cetera, or tap. Were you close to going out? Like, did you feel like you were starting to lose consciousness or your breath, anything like that?
Look, if I'm man enough to accept the loss. If I've gotten beat, like when I fought Jorge Masvidal and I tapped with 1 second left, I remember seeing everything zeroing in. Yeah. Things started to kind of fade to black. You know what I mean? I never got that sensation. Like I said, the choke was the tightest before I had peeled the hands off. The choke was the tightest before I looked up and decided to just shrug in and relax and just ride this thing out. You know what I mean? Like if it was still a tight choke, I would have never quit fighting the hands. I would have went to sleep with my hands behind my head. You know what I mean? Like, just like you said, you can't stop a fight because I was about to go out. Because if that's the case, then you should have stopped the Justine Kish fight a long time ago. You know what I mean? Like, you know, what we need is consistency. That's what we need in the sports. When it comes to officiating, when it comes to judging, we need consistency. And that was very inconsistent. That's why I question if Mario is, you know, can you be consistent? Can you be a consistent official? Can you consistently officiate a main event properly? You know what I mean? Like there's just like a certain code of conduct that's not being followed, you know, and it's just, you know, unfortunately this comes at my expense, but maybe this leads a movement. You know what I mean? Maybe this starts some type of, you know, maybe there needs to be better protocols for these types of situations. You know, I don't know. Something's got to be done though. This thing just can't get, you know, just brushed under the rug. You know, something's got to be addressed.
And I'm certain that if this happened in any other fight, you'd be equally pissed. But considering how, you know, the buildup and kind of how heated it got, how difficult was it for you to digest this? How mad were you that Sunday night and then going back home? And how long, if at all, did it take for you to get over it?
To be honest with you, when I got back to the hotel, I immediately put my sweats on and I went for like a 15-mile run. Just took off out of the hotel. I was just like, I had so much. I was ready for a 5-round fight. I had like you said, the build up, my first main event, the whole thing. and it just had, I feel like I just had the rug ripped out from underneath me. So I literally just like took off. It was just running through Oklahoma City, like purging myself. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how else to explain it. It was just, you know, yeah, it sucks that it had to be him. You know, it doesn't matter who you lose to, you know what I mean? But I just don't consider this a loss. I just feel like I got robbed. You know what I mean? Like I said, if I was going to lose, you know, if I did legit, if he beat me fair and square, had I did go out and go unconscious or I did tap, then you beat me. Okay. Fair and square, even though you're a douchebag, whatever, you beat me. But it's like this time you didn't do the job. You didn't finish. I mean, you didn't beat me. You know, you just, I'm still having a tough time digesting this, but that's why I want to move on. I want the rematch more than anything. And I think that they need to strike while the iron's hot with the landscape of the division. Why not? You know what I mean? Look at, you know, Khabib and Tony are going to fight. Yeah. Gaethje and Alvarez are off doing their thing. Like, who else is he going to fight? Is he going to fight Poirier? If he's not going to fight Poirier, you know, he's not going to fight Johnson. So why you should just fight me? You know what I mean? I already said I'll wait till December to fight this guy in Detroit. And if he beats me without the intervention of some stupid ass official, pardon my French, then you beat me. You got me. You know what I mean? That's sports, but we got to run it back.
Did you see any of his post-fight comments? And if so, how do you feel about the way he handled the victory? Kevin, that is. I don't pay attention to any of that guy's media stuff. Okay. It's so cringeworthy. It's not like even leading up into the fight, everybody be like, "Oh, did you see this interview that Kevin did? What he said about you?" I'm like, dude, I do not pay attention to that guy. I have much better things going on in my life than to pay attention to what the hell that guy has to say in general, especially when it comes to me. I could care less. You know, but you know, I haven't seen any of them. I haven't heard any of them. Okay. So I'm sure they're great. You know, I'm sure there's some quality material. Have you or your manager, Danny Rubenstein, talked to the UFC yet about this idea of rematching him, maybe even in Detroit? I mean, I'm assuming it would be a natural for him to fight in Detroit because he's from there. And do you know if the UFC is into this idea? Well, you know, for me and Danny, we just got through you know, the appeal process. This all, you know, came to an end, you know, the end of last week. You know, we'll probably speak about it today, tomorrow, probably start sorting things out. I did go get an MRI done on my shoulder, so I'm just kind of waiting to see back from that. I'm sure everything's fine. But we figured once we get the results from that, then we'll move forward and talk to the UFC. But, I mean, I know that they're not huge on rematches in a lot of instances, but I think that this one is like just, you know, let's run it back. Just, I mean, why not? You guys are all about hyped fights. You're all about, you know, everything that happened leading up to mine and Kevin's fight is exactly what you've asked for from us athletes. Not asked for, you know what I mean? But this is what they like. They like fights promoted. They like build up. They want attention. Well, like, dude, this is the fight to make right now, you know? And if it's not, I'm going to move on and I don't care. I'm going to go beat some guys up and I'll get ranked higher above him. And that's all she wrote, you know what I mean? But if it was up to me, I'd get a rematch. How did you feel? I deserve it, dude. Go ahead. Sorry. Oh, I deserve it, dude. I won the longest, hardest season of The Ultimate Fighter. I've been in the company for 5 years. I don't ask for much, you know what I mean? But it's like this is the one time where I feel like I deserve this rematch. I feel like it's not owed to me, but I feel like it's just like the right thing to do. I know you said you haven't watched it yet, but how do you feel about your performance up until the choke? Were you happy with what you were doing, or, you know, are there things that you would like to do differently if you get the rematch? Yeah, everything was going good, man. It's just bad habits for me. You know what I mean? Every fight I've ever been in, I always give up my back in the first round. It's stupid. You know what I mean? I did it against Beneil. I did it against Lozon. I did it against Jim Miller. I do it to everybody. You know what I mean? And it doesn't make it right. It's a bad habit. We all every athlete's got some sort of bad habit. That's mine. You know what I mean? And the one thing I won't do, Ariel, is I'm not going to take what happened to me on June 25th and let it hold me down. I'm not going to grow. You grow from your losses, and I have to, at this point, I have to figure out how to accept it and just, you know, I'm going to get better by making sure I don't ever get in that position again to where that could happen. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to grow from a technical standpoint, but everything up until that was going great. I dropped him, you know, his kicks were slow. My footwork was better. You know, everything felt good just up until that point, you know, just, you know,
I need to work on making sure I don't ever get myself in that type of bad situation again, and I'll grow as a fighter. You know what I mean? And we won't see me giving up my back in the first round anymore for the rest of my career.
Why do you think you do that in the first round all the time, or so many times?
I don't know. I just think it's I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I just get too comfortable. Back controls my game. That's my game. So as good as I am offensively with it, I've always been like, I never feel threatened when someone takes my back. I'm always like, oh, whatever, he'll take my back. I'll just kind of like, anytime I get in that situation and fight, I'm always like, oh, just relax, ride it out. You'll get out. It's no big deal. And then it happens. I get out, or the round ends, and I move on and I win. Well, now it's like that habit's got to go. You know what I mean? I don't think, if anybody ever gets close to taking my back, it's going to be like a hand on a hot stove. I'm going to bounce right back up to my feet, and it's just not going to happen again. Just it's time to break old habits, and, I'm still growing as a fighter. I haven't watched my fight, but, I put hands on him. I was doing good. My footwork was great. Just got to continue to evolve from there,
Well, Mike, I know it's very disappointing, but I really appreciate the way you've handled this. I mean, you didn't make that big of a sting. I mean, you were disappointed in the cage, I could tell, but we've seen others handle it way worse and go online and make a whole big thing. You did not do that. So kudos to you on handling it with class. And I'm sorry it didn't work out, and I'm sorry the way it ended. And I agree with some of your comments regarding Mario Yamasaki. You continue to mess up like that, and he has. Maybe not get banished from the sport, but maybe it's time that you go back down the card and work your way back up, so to speak. The main event should be a very prestigious gig to get as a referee, as an official, and clearly there is a pattern here of bad judgment calls, and I think that they need to do something, and I have a feeling that they will be doing something about it. So kudos to you on how you handled it, and good luck trying to get that rematch. Hopefully, for your sake, that you do get it. And what a scene it would be in Detroit, of all places.
I'm willing to go into his backyard to do it. You know what I mean? And on a side note, I really appreciate you reaching out after the fight. That meant a lot. I'm sorry I didn't get back to you.
No problem.
I was running away from the world for a little bit, and I also want to say I'm sorry about what happened with the Money Mayweather.
Oh, it's all good.
McGregor, the whole media tour. I'm sorry to hear what happened to you. You're the best. You're the best journalist. Best reporter, best man in the business. I feel bad for you. I'm sorry.
No problem. All good. Thank you, Michael. We'll talk to you soon. Appreciate the time, and good luck getting your phone back as well.
Yeah, right. Thank you.
We'll talk to you soon. There he is, Michael Chiesa. Appreciate his time, and it will be interesting. He lays out a good scenario there. Gaethje and Alvarez are booked. Of course, they're doing Khabib and Ferguson maybe in November at MSG. Kevin Lee's still around, doesn't have a fight just yet, so we'll see what happens there. A man who is a very interested observer in the whole lightweight picture is our next guest, Dustin Poirier. We all thought that he would be fighting Eddie Alvarez sometime soon. That is not happening, at least not now, because Eddie is off filming The Ultimate Fighter opposite Justin Gaethje. So I wanted to talk to him about all that and where he goes from here. He joins us on the phone right now. Dustin, how are you?
Good, man. What's going on, Errol?
Not much. I appreciate the time. What was your reaction, Dustin, when you found out that Eddie would be coaching on The Ultimate Fighter opposite Justin Gaethje, and it would appear, at least for now, that you were not getting that immediate rematch?
I was kind of shocked, honestly, man, because I found out like everyone else did through social media and stuff. Nobody can call me or let me know what's going on. I mean, with my talks with my management and the UFC, it was we were going to rematch. That's what the game plan was, So it's really a slap in the face.
Yeah, I mean, and so you say you were shocked. I mean, were you pissed? Did you try to call up and figure out what was going on here? Because it seemed, at least from what I was told, that the plan was to rematch you guys.
Well, yeah. Well, from my side, Eddie's side, and the UFC, we all said that was the plan, and that's what was going to happen. We were just trying to figure out the right date to do it, and then this happened. So really, it's crazy, man. I'm not trying to chase it down and connect the dots to why this happened or all that crap, but it's just, like I said, man, it's a slap in the face, I just don't understand how I beat the former champ, number 3 ranked guy in the division. I beat him up for 9 out of 10 minutes, and then we just move on and act like the fight never happened. Nobody talks about it. I don't get paid my win money, all this shit happens, and it's just like tuck it under the rug and keep it moving. Here's TV show position for you, buddy. Dustin will just match you up with anybody else. I mean, where do I go from here, you know? He's number 3. I was whooping his ass. And number 1 and 2 are fighting. Number 4 is hurt. I heard Lee's not going to fight till December. Nate's not fighting nobody. You know, so it's a shitty situation for me to be in. But, hey, like I said, man, this ain't the fair business. It's the fight business. So keep my chin down and keep pushing on.
Do you know if you were considered to coach opposite Eddie, considering the history there and the story? Do you know if you were being considered at all?
I have no clue, man. I have no clue. Like I said, I found out about this shit on social media. When people were saying, I hear Eddie's coaching tough, I'm like, no way. That ain't happening, man. We're fighting. We're probably fighting. You know, I was thinking we're fighting in October.
I was told...
I haven't heard anything.
Do you know what kind of injury you suffered as a result of the what appeared to be illegal knees? I was told you suffered a concussion and needed some time off.
They were illegal.
They were.
The doctor, yeah, for sure. I mean, come on, let's not beat around the bush. But
all right.
The doctor thought that I had some slight concussion symptoms. The next couple of days after the fight, I felt a little nauseous on the road when I was driving back home. I took a 6-hour road trip from Dallas back to Louisiana after the fight, and you know I don't get car sick or anything like that, so they just assumed that might be a slight concussion and stuff. So, you know, obviously I haven't been sparring or getting slammed around on my head, but I'm clear now and good to go. I feel fine. That lasted maybe 2 days, you know.
Okay. And you officially appealed it, right, with the Texas Commission?
Yeah, my management did. And they turned it down, turned the appeal down.
Were you surprised that they did?
Who wants to admit that they're wrong, man? It's fucking politics and a bunch of bullshit, man. These guys were, you know, they don't give a fuck, man. I'm feeding my family with this. I need this win. I was fighting, you know, the last 10 weeks of my life out in South Florida in training camp, grinding my body down, putting it all on the line in front of everybody to see. These guys just make a decision like they don't even know what's going on. They don't realize how it affects somebody's life, you know. And now, even if I would rematch Eddie, it wouldn't have the same power it did. He just lost his belt the fight before. He was 1 fight removed from being a world champion. I'm in there finessing his ass, and now he's doing a TV show. So, man, they can all get it, Ariel.
and so I'm wondering, because I was talking to someone at the UFC this past weekend on Long Island, and they were like, yeah, that should have been a DQ. Why do you think he did not call it a DQ, the referee, Herb Dean?
I have no clue. I found it funny that he was going all over social media and as many radio shows as he could after the fight to try to like save face and stand his ground on why he didn't. I don't know. Ask him and ask Mark Ratner. They discussed it before the call was official. You know, I don't know.
Did you talk to him after the fight? Did you get a chance to talk to him backstage or something?
He saw me in the hotel and was talking to me, but I wasn't really listening to him.
Okay. Have you watched the fight again?
He was trying to. I didn't. I mean, why does a official have to come up to you and start explaining his call? I didn't ask him. He walked up to me and started explaining. That's red flag there. I watched it the day after the fight when we drove back from Dallas to Louisiana. I went to my in-laws' house and they had it recorded. I watched it once since. Really, if we're not going to act like it happened, there's no reason for me to watch it. You know, I know what I was doing in there. I know I was in control. I don't want to relive this. If we're going to move on, it's not on my record. I'm still ranked the same. Nobody's giving me credit for beating Eddie. So I'll just move on.
Do you think Eddie tried to find a way not to fight you?
You know what, man? What's crazy to me is we can't, have control of what happens to us, but we can't control how we react to what happens to us. And I thought I reacted like a champion in there. I gave him benefit of the doubt. I thought the knee was an accident. In the heat of the moment, I was still shook up. You know, I didn't know exactly what was going on, but I just assumed, you know, from watching Eddie in the past that it was an accidental knee. But, seeing how he's acting now on social media, talking to me like I wanted out of the fight, it's crazy to me that, you know, I've got 20 fights in the UFC. You can watch any of my fights. I've been hurt. I've been down and out. My face has been broken, and I still won fight. Why would I want out of a fight that I won 2 rounds? All I had to do, you know, I don't understand. I think he's just trying to save face. But that, all that being said, I think he I don't know if it was illegal now, you know. In the heat of the moment, I gave him the benefit of the doubt. But now the way he's acting on Twitter and showing his true colors, then I don't know. Maybe he was hurt and maybe he was looking for a break or something. But what a great message to the young fighters. You know, if you're hurt in a fight and you're down 2 rounds, throw some illegal shit and you'll get a no contest and a TV show.
Yeah. Oh, and then after the fact, like just based on your messages, I got the sense that you felt he didn't want to fight you again. Do you feel that?
He doesn't. I feel like he knows it. Hey, whatever he says to people, to interviews, whatever he sends out on Twitter, he knows the truth, and I know the truth. There's a moment in the fight where two fighters feel each other, and you feel the rhythm and you feel the pace, and you know you're in charge, or you know, oh shit, I'm fighting an uphill battle, and I felt that in the fight, and I know he felt it honestly too. He can say whatever he wants to say, but man to man, he knows I was the better fighter that night, and he knows he was going to lose that fight. And I don't think he probably doesn't want this fight again. Obviously, if they offered him another one, he'll jump to it. But it's a better business decision for him. You know, he's going to fight me again, get whipped in front of everybody, or he can go on TV, do a TV show, make some money from the TV show gig, get another big main event with some hype. You know, make more money probably. So it's better for him and his family. I understand the business decision, but let me just tell you this, man. I growing up, I used to watch Eddie's specials on HDNet. I used to watch his fights and dream. I was a big fan. I like the guy. I like his fighting style, and I still respect his skills. But as a person, you know, he's nothing to me anymore.
And so now, like, what do you plan? Are you just sitting around? Are there other? I heard there was some talk of maybe you fighting Anthony Pettis. Is there anything? Have they given you something to sort of ease this frustration so that you can move on?
No, nothing yet, man. But I'm hoping to find out this week. I'm actually on a 4-day vacation with my wife and daughter right now.
Oh, okay.
When I get back to Louisiana Thursday night, I'm going to finish out 2 hard weeks in Louisiana, and then I'm going to go to South Florida and start preparing. So I'm looking to fight October or November. I'd like to get on the Madison Square Garden card or the October 7th card in Vegas. Those are the dates that I'm looking at, and we'll see what happens. I'll start preparing, and hopefully something opens up. But like I told you, man, the whole division is at a standstill kind of with the fights and the injuries and stuff. So we'll see what happens.
Was Pettis brought to your attention?
Yes.
Okay. Do you like that?
He was a name. He was a name. It's fun. It sounds like a fun fight. I'm pretty sure the fans will enjoy it.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens.
Is he the front runner right now?
Yeah, for sure. I haven't been given a direct like, here's the guys you're gonna fight or anything like that. It was just like talk, like maybe October 7th, maybe, you know, here's a couple names. So I don't know exactly what for sure yet, but I'm down with anything, man. I just want to scrap.
By the way, is it super windy where you are right now?
I'm on the beach, Ariel.
Oh, okay. Well, I appreciate you doing this on vacation. Let me just take up a couple more minutes of your time, and then I'll let you go. Could I ask you, how much money were you robbed of? Because you didn't make your win money, right? You didn't get your win money, right?
So let me tell you another messed up part of this situation is I think Eddie is on a flat contract. So I guess even before he was the champ, he might have got 150 or 200 flat, you know, win or lose. He's on a flat pay. So he got all of his money. He beat me in the back of the head, was losing the fight, got all of his cash. I get sent home with a slight concussion, a fight that I was winning, I don't get the win, and I get half of my money. You know that fight would have been fight of the night, so that's, you can mark $50K right there. And then my win bonus would have been 65, so I lost 6 figures.
Oh, you still there, Dustin?
Yeah, you can hear me?
I kind of lost you at the end there. It's because it's very noisy because of the wind.
What'd you hear?
I heard that you thought you were going to make $50K for the win, right?
Yeah. So I believe Eddie got his full purse.
Yeah.
And he committed the foul. It's just it's a shitty situation, man. I don't want to harp on it, but
right.
Yeah. So we would have got. I mean, that fight was a couple of seconds or 40 seconds away from being over. I mean that round. We'd have had another crazy round. We'd have got fight of the night. You and me both know it. That was fight of the night.
Yeah.
So that's $50K there. Plus my win bonus would have been 65. So I lost 50.
Damn.
And a number 3 ranking and potential, all the potential stuff that comes with that. Maybe a TV spot alongside or across the gate. You know, what ifs could go a long way with this. That's not what I'm doing in my life, man. I'm just training, getting better, and moving on. This ain't the fair business, bro.
Right. Did you end up donating your fight gear to that food bank in Louisiana? Did that actually go through?
Yeah, we got it done, man. We raised. It ended up turning out to be 3,000 meals.
Wow.
We raised, so I'm really excited about that. And the next fight, I'm going to do the same. I'm not sure what organization I'm going to work with, but it's going to be a South Louisiana nonprofit, and we're going to do something similar.
Wow. That's great. Good for you.
Hills, man.
Because originally someone like put a bid on it, and then they didn't contact you or something, so you had to put it up. Is that what happened?
You know how internet people are.
Yeah.
It was a 7-day auction on eBay, so they would wait till the last hour, bid higher than a real bidder, and then cancel the order.
Okay.
I put it up twice, so it killed 2 weeks. And then somebody reached out to me and just bought it. So
oh, wow.
That helps. But this next one, I'm not going to auction it off. I'm just going to put a set price so I don't get ran around like that.
That's right. Okay, and last thing for you, Dustin, and then I'll let you go. I noticed after the Mayweather-McGregor fight was announced, you sent a really nice message to Conor, which I thought, said a lot about your character and given the history between you two, and you kind of just sort of congratulated him on everything he's done and kind of like put the past, in the past. Why did you feel compelled to do that? And when did your feelings towards him change?
I mean, I still want to beat him up, but just as a fighter, and I'm a father now, and I think a lot, and I'm just in a different place than I was when I was getting ready to fight him, and I just appreciate the opportunity created for himself by his hard work, and it's amazing what he did, man. He brought two sports together in one of the biggest fights in history. Set records. It's impressive, man. I was in the UFC when this guy made his debut. I was already a name.
Yeah.
And he's fighting Mayweather in a few weeks. I got to respect that.
Are you going to root for him?
Man, that's my question. At first I was like, I'm really pulling for Conor. Just for the sport, the whole sport. These guys, and we can scrap, we can box and fight. But I don't know. After seeing some of the highlights from the press tour and stuff, I'm kind of leaning towards Mayweather.
Oh, what happened?
I don't know, man. I have to change of heart, though.
Okay. All right. Appreciate you coming on, Dustin.
It's an incredible feat to get matched up with a guy like that.
Yeah, no, for sure. I had a feeling that the MMA community would kind of rally around him when it's all said and done, but certainly respect your decision to back Mayweather if that's what you're feeling.
We still got a few weeks.
Okay, fair enough. Thanks for the time, especially on vacation. Enjoy your time off, and hope that you get booked relatively soon. You can move on with all of this.
For sure, man. Got to put this behind us.
All right, thank you, Dustin. All the best.
Yeah, later, man.
All right, there he is, Dustin Poirier. Apologies for the wind. He was kind enough to join us on vacation. Very good interview, and hope that didn't ruin it for all of you. But yes, it was very windy where he's from. I didn't know he was on vacation or on the beach. So we'll see what happens with him. I had heard that Anthony Pettis was being discussed. We'll see if that comes to fruition. All right, let's talk about 214. It's in 5 days. It's in Anaheim. It's at the Honda Center. It's Tyron Woodley versus Demian Maia in the co-main event. Of course, the main event is John Jones versus Daniel Cormier for the light heavyweight title. And it has been somewhat of a tradition now to check in with Mr. Woodley before his title fights. Let us do that now. Let us go to the magic of Skype and welcome in T. Wood. There he is.
What's up? Can you guys hear me okay?
I can hear you just fine. How are you, Mr. Woodley?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. Where are you right now?
I'm in St. Louis.
You're in St. Louis. We have a lot to talk about. First things first, so many people coming up to me. Why is Tyron Woodley on Long Island working on Fox? He's fighting in 7 days. Is he too confident? Is he looking past Maia? Is he not taking this seriously? Can you address this? Why did you decide to do the Fox thing 7 days before your title fight?
Are you covering UFC 214?
I will be there, yes.
Did you cover Long Island this past weekend?
Well, I'm not the one fighting. I'm not. It's a little different.
It's your job, though.
It is.
It's your job. So
it is.
Sometimes people need a healthy distraction. I don't think me going out there, covering the sport, breaking it down, looking at it from a different lens is going to hurt me. I saw a lot of techniques in this past week's card that can be something that might secure me the victory against Demian Maia. I'm prepared. I'm trained, I'm ready, I'm sharp, my weight's great, my mindset, and I feel like me making money working on the Big Fox show isn't a bad thing. It could be, what else would I be doing?
Yeah, maybe sitting at home, and this was a big opportunity, right? It was just you and Kurt Menefee on Big Fox. This was your first time doing Big Fox, right?
My first time doing Big Fox, and then it was just one host, one analyst, so
yeah,
a lot of weight on me. I really didn't know that was abnormal. I thought it was always that way, but they expressed to me, the Fox people, how well I did, especially just being one analyst, really holding a lot of traffic, a lot of highlights, and a lot of analyzing. So I felt like I did a good job. I didn't miss a beat. Dean Thomas came out with me. Ron Carnero, Jakal came out with me. Eric Brown from Wildcard came out with me. So I had a full camp, and I was blessed to have a 24-hour UFC gym that was 2 miles from the hotel. So I did miss a beat, brother.
So is it safe to say, though, that if this was kind of like your regular FS1 card, maybe you don't do it, but because it was such a big opportunity, that's why you did it?
Definitely, it been a big opportunity as a part of the reason I did it. The second part is the fact that, I was going to do a press day. Most likely it was going to be in New York just because all of the roots in hip-hop and, my draws and connections there. I figured that my press day would be in New York. So if I was already going to go to New York, I didn't really feel the need to cancel my media day.
Okay.
I didn't feel the need to cancel my Fox duties.
What a difference a few months makes. I get the impression, I mean, it kind of started a little rocky, but in the last few months, you're at the Super Bowl with Dana White. You're getting the Fox gigs. You're the only analyst on Fox this past Saturday. You're on FS1 all the time. They're bringing you out to New York and putting you in front of the right kind of media. You're at Dana White's son's birthday party, the only guy there. What has happened? Now you're best friends. How did this all change? How did we go from the drama queens to the best friends?
I think Dana, the reason why Dana respects me is also the reason why we bump heads sometimes. Sometimes I'm too smart for my own good. And, I feel like I will fight the wars. I will fight the small battles. And I just want to be treated fairly. And I think at times, those things can butt heads. And I made some very strong concerns that I brought up to the UFC and to Dana and to the PR and people about the way I was promoted, about the way I was represented, about some things that I didn't feel like was fair that was taking place. And when I set those things out and strategically explained to them what was going wrong, why I felt the way I was, why did I go on ESPN and go ham that time, they sat down and they said, you know what, Tyron, you're right. We didn't see it that way. You're absolutely right. What can we do to change it? How can we fix this? How can we do a better job of, helping push our brand? And those are the things that I feel the PR and the people at UFC, WME have tried to do with me. So therefore, you haven't heard me barking a lot because I don't just, people think I'm a whiner, man. I'm just talking factual things. There's certain things that people would never know that's taking place with me. Things that you might know, area that people would never know. And I don't feel it's needed because the same place those things happen behind closed doors, I feel like those things are going to be solved there. And as long as I'm treated fairly and I'm treated like a champion, then, I'm going to focus on fighting and kicking butt.
So are you feeling the love now?
I'm feeling the effort. All I ask for is the fact that you value my concern, you value my opinion. And if I come to you as your champion of the best organization in the world and I have a problem, that you at least make my problem feel like it's important and try to, try to take steps forward to making a solution for it. So I do feel the effort. I do feel like, it's not going to happen overnight, but I do see good steps in the right direction.
How was the birthday party? And why were you the only fighter there?
Birthday party was crazy. Crazy.
How did you get the invite?
I went there. You didn't get the invite?
No, man, I did not. Maybe it got lost.
Well, I'm a huge Kendrick Lamar fan. So I flew myself to the party.
Wow.
And I also flew my son from St. Louis. It was his first time flying alone because it was such a huge event. I wanted to meet Kendrick. Me and my son were bowling, right? He wanted to bowl because it was at the Brooklyn Bowl in Vegas. So we were bowling, and I said, TJ, we probably should go back up there, man. He's like, oh, let's just bowl one more game. And as we were bowling one more game, that's when Dana and them, they went backstage and was meeting Kendrick and whatever. And then he had to leave.
Oh, no.
So when we got done, I never got to meet him. But I'm assuming that won't be the last chance.
Oh, man.
He was actually at the Barclays Center. And I had an opportunity to go then, and I reached out to his security guard to see if I can meet him then. Then I started realizing that, you know what? I needed to get some rest. I got to train. As much as I love Kendrick Lamar, I gotta be a professional and get my workout in. So I actually had to back out of the Kendrick Lamar concert this time around.
All right. Well, you will meet him. I'm certain of that, especially as you continue to compete. And defend your title and things of that nature. Now, I have said a couple times, and I think you may have heard these comments where I was like, you know what? This was the fight, and I'm happy that Demian Maia is getting the fight, but I kind of feel like he got played a little bit. He was told that he's fighting for the belt at like 38 years old.
You already know. I was waiting on it. Let's go. Let's go.
Come on, man. You've been looking at your Instagram. You've been preparing for this since April. He fought in May, and then they're like, yo, you got to fight on 1 month's notice. Now, I'm happy for you. You're getting those pay-per-view points. Much better to be on this card than 215 or 213, etc. But come on, 30. I mean, the guy, he has to go through the gauntlet, and then they finally call him a month out. Yeah, you got to prepare for Tyron Woodley, who's already been preparing clearly via Instagram. Smart. Good on you. You don't feel bad for him at all?
You done? He's had 7 fights to get ready for me. He knew where I was at. He knew I was at the top. I'm not coming by surprise. If we spur a fight card on you, guess what, Ariel? You're going to be prepared to cover a fight in 2 days.
All right.
That's what you do. It's your job.
Sure.
When you're a professional fighter and you want to say you're the best in the world, you don't say, oh, I want to take a vacation. Oh, I want to go do a seminar. Oh, I want to go to International Fight Week. No, you're the challenger. You get your ass in gear and you get ready to fight for a world title. When I was offered to fight Robbie Lawler last year, April 23rd, when something happened with the John Jones DC2 fight the first time, with 10 days notice, I said yes. When Michael Bisping got opportunity, he said yes. When Nate Diaz had opportunity, he said yes. This is what we do. Granted, you're not going to be 100% fight shape every day of the week. It's stupid and it's not smart for your body. But he has known about me. He has watched film on me. He has watched me compete. He has looked at me as a competitor the same way I've looked at him. So, yes, 4 weeks is a very short time for a fighter, but sometimes it's for me, it's been better because guess what? I'm in stupid shape. My conditioning is crazy. My mindset, I'm excited about the fight. And guess what? I didn't have to get into my own head. I didn't have to overthink it. I didn't have to overanalyze it. I didn't overtrain. I didn't miscalculate when I was going to compete for the fight. 4 weeks, yeah. Sometimes I'm better when I cram. Sometimes when I know I got that date and it's coming up sooner, I can push myself a little bit more. And guess what? He's not going to die in there. So don't feel bad for him.
No, I know.
He'll get beat up a little bit. He's probably going to get finished. But at the end of the day, he's going to live to fight again.
Okay, but can I tell you what your situation with the John Jones thing, what Bisping, what Nate Diaz all have in common? You guys were getting calls after injuries. So, of course, it's short notice. There was no injury here. This was the fight. Yet they, for some reason, decided, oh, 1 month out, let's put a third title fight on this card. A little different, right?
No different. me and Demian Maia got the same notice. They called me on Wednesday. They called him on Wednesday. I dropped the news on UFC Tonight the same day that I got the call. The next day, I went to go do my medicals. I had 0 more days than he had to prepare. Granted, it's all smoke and mirrors. Of course, I'm training for Nick Diaz. I'm training for Nate Diaz. I'm training for George. I'm training for Maia. I'm just training because that's my damn job.
Yeah.
You know, so I don't feel bad for him. And if he comes out here and try to make an excuse like he didn't get no notice, I'm going to spit all over that because I got the same exact notice. And guess what? I fought in March. So technically, condition-wise, he should be better. He just fought in May.
All right.
So don't feel sorry for him, man. If I had not been on the other end of the 6 so many times, so many things that were not in my favor, then I would maybe feel bad for him. But no, I had to maneuver through those same rugged terrain, same bad situations. They were not the best situation for me, but I had to make best of it. And therefore, I move forward. That's what he has to do. This is his chance.
I feel like this is a very bad matchup for him. He's done so well with fighters who he's been able to take down and eventually submit. I mean, often not even having to land a strike. But given your wrestling, if he has trouble taking you down, it's going to be hard for him to obviously stand and trade with you. He told me last week on the show that he actually really likes this matchup because he thinks that you've fallen in love with your striking and you've gotten away from your wrestling. Do you agree with the people who say this is the perfect matchup? This is like the best matchup for you possible? Or is there something to what he's been saying?
I think this is a really good matchup for me. You know, any other matchup I wouldn't have taken in 4 weeks' notice. You know, one thing about him is I have to be in very, very good condition. I have to be prepared for him to be so resilient and so persistent with the takedown. I have to be able to defend, not just defend the first shot, the second shot. Sometimes it's not even a shot. It's just him reaching out and jumping to half guard, or shooting a double leg jump to half guard. So I have to be one step ahead in the chess match. But for him to say he think I fall in love with the striking, I fell in love with winning. When it's time to wrestle, I will wrestle you. When it's time to strike you, I will strike you. And I've been blessed that God's given me a mindset that I can strike with the best strikers. Robbie Lawler, Carlos Condit, Terry Safadine, Paul Daly. And I can wrestle with the best wrestlers. And I can grapple with the best grapplers. So wherever the fight needs to be taken to secure the victory, even Stephen Thompson, who was a specialist, I outstruck him, and he was the most creative, craftiest, unorthodox striker in our division. And he didn't look like he did against Johnny, against Robert Whitaker, against Patrick Cote, and all these other guys that he went out there, Jake Ellenberger. They got impatient. He just annihilated. So with that said, I fell in love with winning. I fell in love with studying my opponent to take away what they do best, to put them in a position where they are having that mental anxiety and putting that mental pressure on them, and then leaving them to deal with my power, my explosiveness, my conditioning, everything that's going to go into this fight. I'm going to leave him to deal with it. So he's fooling himself. He's trying to tell himself and fool you guys that this is a good matchup for him. This is not a good matchup for him. And guess what? 4 weeks, 4 months, 4 years, he was going to come up short in the fight because I'm not a good matchup for him.
Have you been impressed with his streak, what he's been doing?
I'm impressed with Demian Maia in general. You got to know me. I never take any guy for granted. I'm a huge fan of the sport. Today Carlos Condit is probably my favorite fighter. So with that said, I have to get myself ready for these guys. I watch what he do. I can see the chess match that he's playing, and he's only on the second and third move. It's more in his arsenal, but no one's forced him to go there. The same thing with Wonderboy. When I train with a lot of the sport karate guys, the things that he was doing to MMA fighters was just the grassroots. It was a surface. He never had to dig down and go into second and third attempts on his striking. So I'm very impressed with what he's done, not only his streak, the ability to constantly being doubted, coming out on top, fighting guys like Masvidal, who I really didn't give him a big chance because I know Jorge. I know how he has super fast hands and good footwork. And just beating guys consistently and not maybe getting the title shot because he won't open up his mouth and talk crap, and consistently fighting. Like, it's a huge risk when you fight the top guys over and over and over again. One night you might come up short. He was blessed to make it all the way to this point and had all those fights and those victories in a row. He hasn't lost since what, Jake Shields or Rory, one of those fights? He hasn't lost since then. So with that said, of course I would be lying to you if I wouldn't say I was impressed with him.
I still believe the UFC is going to try to do Bisping versus GSP, but publicly they are saying that GSP is going to fight the winner of this fight, maybe even at MSG. Have you been told that that is the plan?
I've been told me and Demian Maia are fighting this weekend, and I don't even want to talk about GSP because GSP is playing everybody. I don't know if he really want to fight. I don't know if he's going to fight me. I don't know if he's going to fight Bisping. And to be flat out honest, I don't think he wants to fight me. I think he wants to fight someone like Stephen Thompson, which he feel like I've trained with. He's not going to hit me with a concussion. If you think about why he left the sport, he said he had some personal issues. He also talked about the rampant usage of PEDs in the sport and also concussions. What guy on that list is going to give him a concussion besides me? Not Demian Maia. Most likely not Bisping. Bisping is known for, enduring damage, being resilient and pushing forward. Most likely not, Wonderboy, because George came from the sport karate background. He trained some with Stephen Thompson. So I think had Wonderboy beat me, maybe he would have fought him. If Demian Maia comes up on top this weekend, I think he'll fight him. I just don't think he wants to come in after 3 years and take on a guy like me that's just completely determined not to give up this belt.
All right, fair enough. By the way, I was in Los Angeles for the first leg of the Mayweather-McGregor tour, and Mayweather was doing an interview, and someone asked him about MMA fighters that he respects and likes, and he mentioned you. You were the only one. Where did this come from? I didn't know. I think you've met him before, right? But why of all people did he mention you, in your opinion? And were you surprised by that?
I think I got this little piece of whatever on my hat. My OCD-ness is kicking in. Get off my hat, whatever that is. All right. Forget it. I'm taking it out.
All right.
All right. So, what's funny is people are going to be talking about that piece of the interview more than the actual stuff. So Floyd Mayweather, I did celebrity basketball with him a ways ago, and he watches the sport more than what you guys realize and more than what he would share. His bodyguards and security guys are all trained MMA. They all, are versed in martial arts. And they was just talking to him about me, and he told me, man, I've been watching your highlights. You got hands, man. You're a killer. You go out there to fight. And I think he can understand the art of hitting without getting hit. I don't take a lot of punches and a lot of punishment in the fights. The one fight that I took the punishment is one I got knocked out. But outside of that, I just don't take a ton of damage. And it's from fighting, not a safe fight, but fighting to my best abilities and not allowing my opponent to showcase what they do best. And I think that's a skill in itself. And someone to recognize that was a huge pat on the back for me. And I think that he sees me. He sees me out here self-promoting myself, doing most of the stuff by myself, and winning and coming out on top when a lot of people don't want to see me as a champion. A lot of people don't want to see me on top. A lot of people want to see me fall on my face. And with that all weighing on my shoulders, man, I still found a way to go out there and do what I do best and show the gifts God gave me.
But you are picking McGregor to win the fight, right? Obviously. Smart guy.
McGregor to do what?
No chance?
I'm picking McGregor for you did a boss move, brother. You about to get paid. And I ain't got no hate in my heart for you on that. You did your thing. This is what you want to do. This is what you set out to be the highest paid combat sport athlete of our generation, and you will do that. As far as the X's and O's, let's be realistic. You got one of the best professional boxers of all time taking on a very good MMA fighter. So I don't think that we have to dig too deep in that.
All right. Last thing for you, and I look forward to seeing you out there in Anaheim. You have turned things around as far as your relationship with the UFC, and things seem to be going well. What is your advice for your good friend Demetrius Johnson, who out of the blue seemed to hit a rough patch, but now he's joined your team, right? Now he's managed by Malky and Abe, and I think that was a very smart move on his part to get management. But how does he turn things around and kind of get back on track and start to feel the love as well?
I think he's turning things around. I don't think his things were ever in the wrong direction. I think what Demetrius Johnson did, he was always the company guy. He was always willing to just say, you know what, Demetrius, just keep winning. And I envy him for that, because at times, when I was fighting Roy McDonald, I was worried too much on the next fight. I was worried too much on sponsorships and all those other things. Though I completely killed it sponsorship-wise for that fight, I came up short and I lost. You know what I mean? So no matter what money I made in that, I had to take a back seat. I had to rebuild before I get my shot at the title. And I was blessed to be able to work myself to the point where I got a shot at the title. So with that said, DJ never fought the small battles. So he went from no battles to World War III. So I think that was something that caught the brass by surprise. I think some things that he had been bottling up for years and years that he had finally said something about. Just bringing out some facts about, fighter pay that's public. That if you're the pound-for-pound fighter, it doesn't matter what you talk, what you do, what you wear, your suit, your car. You should be one of the highest-paid athletes on the roster. And I think he was just asking to be treated fairly. And I think it took a while. And I think it was a back-and-forth war, and I don't think it's over. But I do think that those guys are coming to a middle ground where they can do something that's fair for both parties.
Well, I'm going to give you all the credit. I think you helped. All of a sudden, Tyron Woodley is the peacemaker, and I love it. What a difference a few months make. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, it's not that you got to realize I haven't changed. I'm the same person.
No, but
if something goes wrong next week, I'm going to speak on it. I've always spoke on it, but when I don't speak on it to speak. That's what people give the fake, not the fake. They give the incorrect stigmatism that I'm a whiner. No, I just want to allow things that are unjust to happen, or, things that are not right to take place. So if something happens that I don't believe is correct, I'm going to say something about. Right now, if I see effort being put forward to try to market me in a different way, to give me the opportunities I believe I should have, even contractual issues, if they're making those adjustments, should I keep going out there and saying, okay, I'm being mistreated and they don't market me correctly? Should I continue to do that? or should I say, okay, let me give them a chance to show me?
And I have to say, along those lines, everyone out there needs to check out the On It commercial. It's a longer spot that you tweeted, I think, on Thursday or Friday. I retweeted it.
Yeah, do it for the love.
Oh my gosh, that was phenomenal. That was one of the best MMA related commercials that I've seen in quite some time. It was real, it was honest, it was original, it came from the heart. It was genuine. It was authentic. I can't say enough good things about it. They really put together a great piece there. So kudos to you. I'm happy you're getting the love. I'm happy you're on this card, getting those pay-per-view points. You're fighting right under Jones and DC. GDP, as they say. Get
Jones,
that paper.
Get to the octagon.
Yeah, that's right.
I have to say. Thank you.
Yes, that's it. That is it. And I'll see you out there in Anaheim. Thank you for doing this. I know you're very busy getting back from Long Island and heading out there tomorrow, so I really appreciate it, Tyron. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you, guys.
All right, there he is, the reigning defending UFC welterweight champion, Tyron Woodley, stopping by. Great to hear from him. And, of course, he will be on that card on Saturday at the Honda Center in Anaheim. All right, this is exciting. Let's bring in our in-studio guest now. We've got two. We're starting with a legend right off the top, a man who knows a thing or two about welterweight fights. Wow, how about this? We are looking at royalty here. Pat Miletich in the house. Welcome, my friend. This is exciting.
I didn't notice the black belt before.
Yeah, how about that?
You have a black belt?
In media.
Okay.
I was given it to me by Metamoris. I think they were trying to butter me up. Are you offended by it?
No, you're a black belt in bullshito.
Yeah, right off the bat.
Has anybody ever said that?
Hands up.
I'm not gonna mess with you. Don't worry. You're on the team now, right?
What team is that?
Well, the team that's had a little rough water.
Yeah.
With certain folks in the MMA world, right? It's okay though. It's not a big deal. We don't even need to talk about that.
You've turned it around.
You can do it too.
You're
I've
a
got
Hall of
faith in you.
Famer.
I've got faith in you.
How are things these days between you and the UFC?
We're fine. We're fine. Yeah.
You feel the love?
You know what? I just do my thing, and I love the sport, and they're doing their thing, and so yeah.
I feel like I said this when the Hall of Fame happened. One of the things the UFC has not done well over the years is honoring its past. You know, I'm a big baseball fan, basketball fan. They always bring out the legends. And I thought this year, I don't know if you saw the ceremony, it was different than the one that you were a part of a couple of years ago. They made it a whole night. They had, it was kind of like, it felt like its own event. And I think they need to do more of that. The sport is so young, but there's such a deep and rich history. There needs to be a physical Hall of Fame. There needs to be more attention to the past and honoring people like you, living legends who have helped build this sport. And I'm hopeful that in this new era, they will do more of it. Are you confident that they will, or do you think it will remain the same?
I have no idea. And honestly, to be honest with you, Ariel, I'm not overly concerned with it.
Okay.
It would be cool for the fans, I think, but as a guy who competed in the sport and coached and does commentary and stuff, I'm not all that. I'm really not like.
You don't care.
No, it's not. I got in the Dan Gable National Wrestling Hall of Fame, Wrestling and Fighting Hall of Fame. And, they've got a lot of pro wrestling in there, collegiate wrestling, Olympic wrestlers, all that sort of stuff. MMA now. Getting into that Hall of Fame to me was really a big deal. Dan Gable was my lifetime from the time I could realize who he was. That was my idol. You know what I mean? So that meant a lot to me, to sit at a table and have dinner with Dan Gable and talk to him, and that was amazing. That was really amazing to me.
All right. Speaking of meaning a lot, you actually reached out to me when the whole thing happened a couple of weeks ago, and that meant a lot to me. So thank you very much for that.
It's unfortunate that it even happens. To be honest with you, I just don't see a reason for it. You're a professional at what you do. You're very good at what you do. So when I read that, I just went, that's not cool. It's not cool at all. So, yeah, I feel for you, man.
I don't want to move forward without asking you. I have to ask you about Matt Hughes. Mm-hmm. Do you have an update on how he's doing?
Well, what I can say, the family's pretty guarded in what's going on, obviously. But I can tell you that he is surprising the doctors.
Okay.
He's making great leaps, and he is no longer in a coma, and he's
great.
He's improving.
Okay.
It's going to be a long road.
Okay.
Any kind of head trauma at that level, there's going to be some rehab. So. Have
you been able to visit him?
Nobody's allowed to visit him that I know of besides family. That's it.
Okay.
Right now, they just don't want to overload him.
Yeah.
They want his energy to go to healing. Not to anything else. So.
Do they think he might make a full recovery?
I'm 100% sure he's going to make a full recovery.
Wow.
To be honest with you,
That is tremendous.
For the injuries that he sustained, I just saw a documentary a few weeks back of people that worked with the people that Matt sits on a board of directors for a charity for head trauma.
Okay.
And they had no idea that, and they were offering their services also.
Huh.
And the head of that group said, when we asked Matt to step on board and when he was donating money to us and everything, we had no idea 5 years ago that we'd end up potentially helping him and treating him. And, so they did a video, though, an amazing documentary on a girl that was a barrel racer, and her vehicle got hit by a train. It's crazy, but I watched this little documentary, and she went from not being able to talk, not being able to walk, everything else, to she's back to barrel racing and things like that. So it's pretty cool. Yeah.
And do you know what happened? Like what?
From reading about what the head of the locomotive, the engineer said, is that Matt had stopped on the gravel road. It's a hill going up to a real quick hill that goes up to the railroad tracks. He had stopped and then tried to get across in time, and the train was going almost 50 miles an hour, and you're out there in the middle of the country. There's no crossing guards, there's no lights, there's none of that, but it was almost like he saw it and then tried to beat it. And what I would say is that, you're on a gravel road out in the country on a hill, and you try and punch it and get over, you're going to spin your tires, things like that, and didn't get across in time and got clipped on the passenger side. But, anybody that lives in the Midwest, I grew up in the Midwest, and you see it was a coal train. And when you have to sit for a coal train, you're there for a long time.
Oh, really?
Coal train is, 5 miles long.
Oh, wow. Wow.
So they just go forever. And so he probably went, that's a coal train. I got to get out of here. I got to get across. So.
Well, we wish him the best, and we'll continue to pull for him 100%. What brings you to New York?
I'm here doing media events and interviews with different media folks for the Mayweather-McGregor fight. So
for Showtime?
Yes.
Are you going to be a part of that broadcast?
I am. Access TV was kind enough to let me. They loaned me out for that show, which was really cool of them.
Amazing.
The folks at Access are great. And, obviously I used to work for Showtime also, so I'm very familiar with my family over there. And so, it's going to be a great event. Big, everybody, I think it's tough to argue that it's certainly the biggest combat sporting event ever in the history of, you think about Thrilla in Manila and Foreman Frazier and guys like, Ali and Frazier and Foreman and all those guys. This is going to rival, if not beat that.
Yes.
It's huge.
And what will you be doing on the broadcast?
They haven't actually told me exactly.
Okay.
But most likely I'll be sitting at the desk off in the distance, breaking down the fight, how things are going to go.
You won't be in the booth, so to speak?
I don't know.
You and Morrow together again?
That would be fun.
Yeah.
I'd love to harass him.
But
I
think it would be cool to have an MMA guy, like Paulie's there, and I think he's fantastic.
Right.
But, you representing the MMA community and your background, you have a boxing background as well, so I think you have an appreciation for it.
I did a little boxing, did more exhibition fights with pro boxers than anything, but I spent years and years sparring with really high-level boxers, and they were a big part of me being able to get into, the MMA cage and not get beat up,
Are you surprised that the UFC let this happen?
No, because, they're going to get their cut, right?
Yeah.
And it certainly helps. You think they're rolling the dice, right? If McGregor pulls off that upset, you realize how big that is for MMA. That's gigantic.
Gigantic.
It really is. But I try to tell people, I'm a combat sports fan. I love boxing, I love judo, I love wrestling, I love this, I love it all the different forms of combat sports. So to me, it's not about being a boxing fan or an MMA fan or anything. I don't want to be a purist. All these forms of combat have something to offer to me, and it's humans out there testing each other spiritually, physically, and mentally against each other, and it's very cool.
Do you think he has a chance?
Well, I would say this. The typical talking points that you're going to hear from every Joe Schmo is he's bigger, he's younger, he's lefty, he's this, he's that. I think he's got a good chin. I think he's got a chance to survive against Mayweather. I think he can stick around. Mayweather hasn't knocked anybody out in 10 years legitimately, which says something. Mayweather, at the same time, though, is protecting himself, doesn't want to end up a punch-drunk guy, and wants to enjoy his money. That's his style of fighting. Great defense, and when you don't put yourself out on a limb, it's easy to have great defense. It's like if I don't try to take you down and you're a good wrestler, it's going to be tough for you to take me down because I'm all about defense. You know what I mean? So Mayweather's been great at scoring points, staying ahead on the cards, and just coasting to victories, you know, and that's something that he's done. Will McGregor pull him out of that and make him go out on a limb to try and knock him out? Possibly. So that's the thing. But McGregor's got a good enough chin. I think he can hang around, and that means he's there for 12 rounds with that monstrous left hand. And you know, it doesn't matter who you are. If you're that weight and you get hit with that hand, it's going to hurt you. You know, it's definitely got the potential for him to pull off the biggest upset in combat sports history, and certainly actually sports history.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Although the odds wouldn't reflect that. Now he's a 4-to-1 underdog, which is somewhat shocking.
A lot of people want to throw money at him.
That's right.
Yeah.
Do you enjoy watching Floyd box?
I do. I love watching him box. Yeah.
Why?
I'm a fan of his boxing, not of his personal life.
Sure.
Obviously, nobody really is probably. Look, he makes people miss. It's beautiful to watch. I mean, he can see everything coming before it comes, and can read the body. He can see what's coming. He can see him load, and he can even fighters that don't load, that can throw with no negative movement at all. He's already gone most of the time. You know, besides a Maidana type guy who's just a nut job, throwing stuff from everywhere. You know, it's going to be tough to see that coming. But no, I love watching. I mean, I loved watching Roy Jones fight. Roy Jones was a scarier version of Mayweather in my mind because he had the power to put people away, right?
Do you subscribe to the notion that even if Conor loses, but it goes the distance, he kind of wins?
Absolutely. 100%. I mean, that's chalk one up for MMA.
Yeah, because I kind of feel like all the pressure is on Floyd here because every day people are coming up to him saying, you're going to smoke this guy. He doesn't deserve to be in there. So you actually have to validate that and do something spectacular. If it's your typical Floyd fight where he skunks you, but it goes the distance, then what are we, right?
It's not the same at all.
It's one thing to do that against Canelo. It's another to do that against a debutant.
0-0.
Yeah.
0-0, buddy. Yeah.
So do you feel like that's going to make him fight outside of his comfort zone and try to do something spectacular when that's not his style?
That's what I'm betting on, to be honest with you.
Interesting.
I think he tries to drag him into deep water, get him tired, and then put him away, yeah.
I feel like people have obviously not had success boxing him, clearly. I mean, 49-0, greatest defensive boxer. If you, and I don't know if you saw Paulie Malignaggi's comments. He sparred with him, I think it was on Thursday.
With McGregor.
Yeah, with McGregor. I feel like if you attack Floyd as an MMA fighter and just completely redefine how you box this guy, and you almost do it in the most unconventional way possible, maybe there's a chance there. If you come at, the thing about Floyd, in my opinion, is he figures you out very quickly. So you really have to do your damage like in the first 4 rounds or so, right? But Conor's going to go out there so unconventional that it's going to sort of confuse him, and that's when he's going to be able to strike, you know, his best. You feel like you almost have to almost redefine. If Conor tries to learn how to box Floyd in the next month, it's not going to happen. He can't. So do something completely different.
Yeah.
Would you advise him of that?
Well, I mean, in the guys that I've sparred with who are world-class boxers and world champion boxers, sparring them like an MMA guy doesn't work.
Yeah.
You get the hell beat out of you.
Okay, so you can't even do that.
You can't even do that.
Okay.
No. I mean, for me, in my mindset, if I'm going into a fight like this with a guy that's that good, I've got to take him into anaerobic territory because boxers are not anaerobic animals. A boxer is an aerobic animal. It's like running, right? Wrestling is completely anaerobic. So the more he can put his hands on him, push down on his forearms, just off balance him, block a leg here, push with your head, off balance him, crack him, just turn it into a rough and tumble anaerobic type existence. That's when Mayweather will get tired. That's when he'll get fatigued. So you can't go out and box with a boxer. He's not going to do it. You just can't. So I think, you know, and I tell people, and people look at me like, really, dude? But I'm training a fighter that's going into that fight to cheat within the rules the entire fight.
Interesting.
Literally.
Okay. Push the limits.
It's got to be literally that close to a street fight.
Okay.
It has to be. And get 2 warnings for everything you could possibly do before a point. Look, if you get a point taken, you get a point taken. It's not going to win on the cards anyway.
That's true.
Right? And I'm just being honest.
So what are some things that he can do? Like, what are some tricks?
Well, like I say, the constant pressure of look, you know, the tap to the back of the head and the push on the hip at the same time to make the head pop back to throw stuff. You know, the bringing the head through and throwing a lead hook, which would be opposite side for him. Stuff like that. But like I say, blocking a leg on when he gets him against the ropes because of their same stance, lead legs forward, clashing, block the outside of the leg, push with your head off balance, and, you know, take the leg out from under him, make him stumble, make him lose his balance, and unload on him. A lot of different stuff like that to get people off balance, you know, and that's the thing. And he's got to go at the same time Mayweather goes. He cannot counter by getting out of the way and then throwing back.
Why is that?
Mayweather's gone.
Too quick.
You have to go at the exact same time he throws.
So Conor is typically known as a counterpuncher. He has to change that attack, right?
Well, and truly to be a counterpuncher, in my mind, you have to be an aggressor somewhat. I've got to pull technique out of you.
Yeah.
So I've got to at least feint or crack you with something to get you to throw back and get out of the way and then come back and hit you, right? So he's going to have to be a leadoff fighter to a certain extent to get that to happen. And both guys are going to have to do that. And he's got to have convincing feints and fakes, the same mechanics as a real punch that aren't being thrown. You know what I mean? That's where boxers are so much better than most MMA guys, is the feints and the fakes of really, really tricking people into thinking something's coming and they're countering something that doesn't exist and then opening themselves up. So he's got to be able to, if I've got a guy who's good at feints and fakes and he's making me flinch, if I don't get him out of that rhythm and start doing the same thing to him and playing that mind game with him, I'm done. It doesn't matter who it is, I'm going to get myself in trouble. So.
Do you think his team is making a mistake by not bringing in any, straight up boxing coaches? It's the same team that he has around him, essentially. I mean, he's bringing in some boxers to spar with, obviously, but as far as his corner and all that, it's the same group of guys.
Look, there's a lot of guys out there in the boxing world with massive amounts of knowledge, obviously, that would help him. But I think his coach, his striking coach, has done a good job with him, obviously.
Yeah, Owen Roddy.
Maybe not gotten him, obviously, to, world title, being able to go through and destroy, Triple G and all these guys, Canelo and everybody else on a consistent basis. But he's done a great job with him. So I think he's fine there. It truly comes down to having great training partners, great sparring. That's what gets the reaction time. That's when you pay a price for making a mistake. And getting slapped on the side of the head with a mitt doesn't teach you a lesson. Getting cracked by a great boxer, makes you go, I can't do that again, because that hurts, right?
I still feel like people don't give Conor his due. Like, there are still some people who say, oh, he never fought this guy, he never fought that guy. He's getting more, but some are still reluctant to give him his props. Where do you fall in the Conor debate? Like, are you a fan of his? Do you appreciate what he's done? Or do you feel like the jury's still out on him? The UFC has put him in some, good positions to make history and things like that.
Look, no matter what anybody says, the stars have aligned, right?
Yeah.
For him. And I think that anybody who's gone down the path of being a professional fighter, and I'm including myself in it, you have to fool yourself that you can be great, right? To win a world title to begin with and to hold on to a title, you have to convince yourself that you can do it. You have to dream it, visualize it nonstop, and see it happening before it can ever happen. So he's already convinced himself of that level, and he's also convinced himself that he can climb in a boxing ring with Floyd Mayweather. A guy with that much mind power, and I was just saying it earlier today, to give you an example of a guy with great mind power, my running coach, David Clark, who is started out a 320-pound guy who now runs ultra marathons like they're nothing. He ran the Badwater in Death Valley, which is 128 degrees, 135 miles, who hallucinated for 8 hours of that race, arguing with the white line on the highway because it was telling him he wasn't a world-class runner and he couldn't finish. It grew a mouth and was talking to him.
Wow.
It had a name. And you have to run on the white line in Death Valley in that race so that your shoes don't delaminate and come apart.
Wow.
So for 8 hours of that race, which I think I forget the cutoff on that race, but 135 miles through Death Valley and then 10,000 feet up into the mountains, people don't even remotely understand how monumental it is to even get into that race, let alone finish it. That's mind power. And that's the kind of mind power I see with a guy like Conor McGregor, who's just 100% convinced himself that he belongs there and he can do it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a champ. He wouldn't. And sure, maybe did he dodge some bullets? But hey, he had 2 wars with Nate Diaz. Nate Diaz is an incredible fighter, no matter what anybody thinks. So, look, I think it's the fact he pulled it off is amazing. It's monumental that he
it's a victory in its own right.
Because I was sat in a negotiation room in Hollywood, California with Winky Wright in his camp. And we were trying to get a fight put together between he and I. It didn't work out.
This was after the UFC, right? And why didn't it work out?
Somebody from his side of the camp that kind of brought everything together decided that he deserved more of a cut of the whole thing, and negotiations fell apart.
The breakdown? What was the breakdown?
Well, the money part's not important. It's just this guy suddenly decided to be greedy, and he said he was going to file lawsuits and all.
Really? How close were you?
What's that?
How close were you?
Well, we were going to do it.
Really?
I mean, they were going to turn it into a reality show. They were going to do it.
Wow.
This is, years ago, obviously.
Yeah.
And then Roy Jones and I had talked a little bit about doing the same thing, but it was going to be an MMA fight. And Roy said, as long as you agree to stand up with me for the first 5 minutes, then you can do anything you want after that.
What?
And and Roy was obviously Roy.
Yeah.
So he was gambling that he was going to knock me out in the first 5 minutes, which, dude, do I want to get hit by Roy Jones? No, I don't. But then he took the fight in Australia. He said, I got to go do this fight in Australia first.
Yeah.
He got knocked out and derailed all that. So the stars did not align. The stars did not align. But these guys are much bigger names. I mean, not than Roy Jones or anything, but McGregor, obviously, a bigger name than I ever was. I was never close to that. So it's awesome. The fact because I've been down that road, I know how massive of an undertaking it was to try and get it done, and he's done it.
How much would you have made the most amount of money of your career if you got one of those 2 boxing matches?
By far.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't even make.
Because you would have been you didn't have any promotional ties to anyone else or anything like that. No. Wow.
Yeah.
Damn.
But it is what it is, right?
You think about you don't think about it? You don't lament it?
The only time I've thought about it is this trip when people are asking.
People asking
right?
Yeah, I remember that. That was probably like a decade ago now, right? Mm-hmm. When there were rumors of that. Why were you so interested in doing this? Why did you want to test yourself against 2 of the best?
I mean, look, no matter what, whether I were to win or to lose, okay, I fought Roy Jones. I fought Winky, right? It's an incredible experience in life, right?
Right.
I mean, I look back and go, I totally forgot that I fought Dan Severn to a draw. And, you think back and go, I fought Dan Severn. Like, it's not easy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, it was a big dude.
Sure.
When he was young. So, it's an accomplishment, right? It's just something, challenge yourself, do whatever you got to do. And that's why I'm dumb enough to do a 100-mile race this August again.
100 miles?
Yeah.
Running?
Yeah.
Damn. And it's a race?
Called the Leadville 100, yeah.
Where's that?
Leadville, Colorado.
Okay.
Yeah, through the Colorado Rockies. So.
Is it in August?
August 19th. Saturday, August 19th.
So a week before. And what kind of training is involved?
A lot of running, obviously.
A lot of running.
But a lot of incline training because you're going over mountains and things like that.
Why are you doing this?
Some friends of mine from Iowa, John Byrne, who's a professor at a local college, had trained with me in martial arts, and decided one day he walked up to me and he goes, "Man, thanks for everything you've done for me. I love it." He goes, "But I'm going to try this thing called the Leadville 100." And I said, "What's that?" And he told me, and I went, "Holy cow! All right, go for it." And he had done it twice since then, and he was doing it again last year. And I said, "You know what? I got to figure something out with my body because my body wasn't right. Something was wrong." And I figured if I set a goal like that, something crazy, I could pull my body out of the gutter. And through that training and the torture, I realized that I had something wrong with me, and I got blood tests, found out I was gluten intolerant. I had arthritis, breathing problems, digestive problems. I mean, it was bad. I mean, it was a lot heavier than I am now. And figured that out, stopped eating wheat and soy, and my body healed up, and I was able to start doing stuff. I got to my longest run so far is 75 miles, so I did not finish it last year. I got hurt.
Okay. What happened?
I'm a clumsy son of a,
Yeah.
I fell, and as I was falling, I tripped and tried to catch myself and came down on uneven ground and popped my calf and my knee. And
oh, no.
So I made it. That was literally 8 miles into the thing. So I made it to the 24-mile cutoff where they kicked me out for being gimpy. But that
was last year?
Yeah, last year.
And now you're doing it again?
Yeah, I figured, I'll go back and try it again. And there's people that have done it, like my David Clark, my running coach, goes, "Dude," he goes, "you realize there's a lot of people who have tried that who have never finished. There's like a 45% finishing rate, and everybody's a way better runner than I am." It's just, my brother's doing it with me this year, and then my friend John Byrne's going back also and doing it. But I think it's the coolest sport I've ever seen in my life.
Running.
This is not running. This is an internal journey that people take that get over this 100-mile or greater runs. Even a 50-miler is tough.
Yeah.
It can be brutal.
Sure.
John Byrne last year at the 50-mile mark, after he'd gone over Hope Pass, which is almost 13,000 feet high, came down to the 50-mile mark and was hallucinating, had caloric deficit, dehydrated, altitude sickness, everything, couldn't even form a sentence, had no clue, literally probably couldn't even tell you his name at the time. We were dumping bouillon in him, watermelon with salt, just anything we could get in him to rehydrate him and get him going, get his electrolytes back. And after he had to go back over that same mountain, which I'm telling you, when you look at that mountain at the 50-mile mark, you realize how massive of an undertaking it is. And I saw him at the 60-mile mark when he got back, and he was brand new. He recovered while going over a mountain.
Wow. So you know that you're going to go through hell, and you're doing this willingly. Like, this might happen to you as well. You're okay with that?
Well, I mean, during a 50-mile run last year in the heat in late June, I think it was, early July, I heat stroked for probably 3-4 hours.
Oh my!
Run. It was pretty, and the rest of them were actually laughing at me.
What? Your friends?
Yeah, they were laughing at me. Yeah.
Some friends.
It's just, well, that's what fighters do, right?
That's true.
Like
yeah.
The first time I got dropped with a liver shot by Jeremy Horn, he ran around the room high-fiving Hughes and Pulver.
Yeah.
They're all laughing at me, right? But it's the same mentality, right?
How old are you now?
50.
50. Wow, that is amazing. And so, what are you doing day to day? I mean, I know you still work for Access, right? You're calling. I mean, you were just a couple of days ago, right? Yeah. Weren't you? I mean, LFA. I mean, it's a pretty rigorous schedule. I mean, are you
40? What are we at? 42 or 43 shows this year? Yeah.
Wow.
So a lot of flying.
Yeah.
But
you enjoy it?
I do. I love it.
Okay.
I love working at Access. They're great people.
You lost your partner.
He moved back to Australia.
Right.
Hats off to him for making that move on his own, on his own terms. Went back, wanted to take his family back and raise the kids in Australia, which is, awesome. He and I became very close over 7 years of broadcasting.
Yeah, of course.
And now Ron Kruk has replaced him, and I've worked with Ron before when Michael was taking vacations and stuff. So it's awesome. I love working with Ron and all the people from Access, the people in the crew. They truly are. They're good people. We'll do workouts together.
Okay.
Thursday and Fridays we're working out, doing a bunch of stuff. We'll go do trail runs. We'll hike up a 14,000-foot mountain in Colorado.
Wow.
Because they're from Denver.
Yeah.
So those guys they have that mindset.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of fun working with those guys.
So other than the TV work, which obviously takes some time with the travel, what else are you doing day to day these days?
Well, I still have a law enforcement military training company called Fire Horse Combatives, and then I do a podcast called The Conspiracy Farm.
I have seen this. I was going to ask you about that.
There's a lot of people that are traumatized by some of the guests we have on and some of the things we talk about.
Traumatized?
Oh yeah.
What do you mean?
There's a lot of stuff out there that people are never told by the mainstream media, and I'm just, we just let it go.
Are you a big conspiracy guy?
Well, here's the thing. A conspiracy is when two or more people are conspiring to do something behind closed doors.
Sure.
Right? So the thought of conspiracy where people are wearing tinfoil hats and all this stuff, look, the stuff actually goes on.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So, not to get off on a tangent, but people we'll just say this one thing. People can do a Google search on Silkway Airlines and 17,000 flight manifests of small arms all the way up to depleted uranium artillery rounds that are being shipped into places like the Stans and Chechnya and North Africa, into Syria and places like that. And why is that not talked about in our mainstream news, right? How are all these weapons, these very dangerous weapons, 17,000 cargo planes, flights full of weapons into different parts of the world? Wherever there's a conflict that needs to happen, these weapons seem to turn up. That's all I'm saying. That's all. So
why do you think?
Do that. What's that?
Why do you think? Why is it not being talked about?
Well, the media. Look, you work for a big monstrous network here. I'm not saying they're part of it at all, and they're not probably. But no, I'm just saying that people are given teleprompters to read off.
Sure.
Right? I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just saying that there are things that are happening that shouldn't be happening.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
How do you feel?
It's on both sides of the aisle politically.
Right.
Both sides of the aisle.
I don't really know. I mean, I'm not a big political guy. Right. I am Canadian, as you can see here, but I do live in the United States. Yeah. How do you feel about the state of the country right now, just out of curiosity? I think the country's in a little bit of trouble, to be honest with you. The fact that people are so polarized, it shouldn't be that way. Look, on our podcast, we're equal opportunity roasters. We go after Republicans and Democrats. If there's corruption, we go after them, and that's just the way it is. We're probably not well liked by some folks, but quite frankly, I'm not looking for people's approval. It's just not something I've sought in life. So we just try to have guests on that are very informed, that are experts in what they're talking about, and they've got the documentation to prove it, and that's where we go. How did you get involved in this? It's like you and four or three other people, and it's
myself and my co-host Jeffrey Wilson.
Yeah. Okay.
We started it together. He hosts a podcast. He's down in St. Louis right now. He's from my area originally.
Okay.
He's going to be moving back so that we can do an in-studio show.
Okay.
Because it's growing quite a bit. It's getting a lot of attention. But when I was about 6 years old, I was standing in line in Albia, Iowa, with my grandmother and my mother. And I remember this perfectly. And it was when the farm collapse happened, and Nixon took us off the gold standard.
Okay.
Right, when we switched to the petrodollar.
Okay.
Which nobody talks about either. And all the bankers were in line down the street and around the block. To all the farmers from the surrounding area were there to get their money out before the bank collapsed because of the rush. There was a rush on the banks, and we were in line early. But I remember asking my grandma and my mom why we were there, and they were trying to explain what was going on and that they had to get their money out and this and that. And I think from then on, I was just keen to things that were going on, that one move by a group of bankers could destroy so many lives and make the farms implode and people have to auction their farms off and things like that. And from then on, I've just been that way. I just don't, without verifying, I don't fully believe what I'm hearing.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
So that's just the way I've always been.
Do you enjoy talking about this now at this point in your life than, say, combat sports? Is it a different kind of...
I'm passionate about it.
Okay.
I'll just say that. You know, for me, I can call a fight pretty easily. I think just from all the years of fighting and all the years of coaching, I had to spit information out to fighters fast during a fight. You know, that's got to be very fast when things are happening that quick. So I think that helps me in maybe informing people at home of what's going on, why things are happening, you know. And David Dinkins from Showtime was the one that said, "You're the why guy." You know, when I first started broadcasting for Showtime, he was very good about coaching me and said, you know, "You're the why guy. Tell people why it's happening. Don't show a replay and go, oh, there's a big right hand by Jim Smith. How did he land it? Okay. Why did he land it? What did the other guy do wrong?"
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's pretty easy for me to call combat sports. The geopolitical and domestic stuff, I'm keen to, and I like to pique other people's interest in it because obviously I have children and they're going to grow up in this country. Yeah. So I'd like for people to actually, you know, have a say.
Have you tackled the JFK assassination yet?
My partner, that's where he started his
that was his
run down the rabbit hole.
Wow.
When he was 17 years old, and he knows more about it than I literally know nothing.
Really? You're not interested in that?
I am interested in it.
I was just there. That's why we were in Dallas. There was a fight in Dallas, so I went to visit it, and I was just blown away. There's a guy standing there on a mic. Have you been?
Yes, I've been to
and
Dallas.
He's telling his whole story about the conspiracy and the multiple shooters and like literally right there. And then there's the museum, and the whole scene was just, it was kind of numbing. I mean, it was, and you see the X on the.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Do you believe that there were multiple?
I don't necessarily believe in terms of shooters, numbers of shooters. I believe that Kennedy, when you listen to his speeches, was against the machine. He was definitely against the globalists.
Okay.
And I think that there was a very good reason for taking him out. Let's put it that way. We had Lee Harvey Oswald's mistress from the CIA on, and she's got all this stuff documented. Blow your mind.
On your show?
On our podcast. Yeah.
That's crazy.
So she listen to
Lee Harvey Oswald's mistress. And wait.
Was a scientist for the CIA.
What?
She got taken from high school. She went straight into the CIA.
Okay.
Because she figured out in high school how to pull magnesium out of seawater or something crazy, right? And she's got all this documented, all this stuff she kept all the documentation of her work in the CIA and the scientists she was working under. And she said that Lee Harvey Oswald and her were seeing each other. And Lee Harvey Oswald had been to Russia. He had been sent to Russia to go to school, things like that. And he didn't go over there just on his own whim. He was told to go there and go to college. Got back, and he said, "I've been set up." He goes, "I can't stop it. I literally cannot." And this is her saying, this is his panicked conversation with her. Whatever it is they're doing, now I know they've set me up. I'm done. I'm cooked. I'm a communist. They're already setting me up to be a communist. I'm done. And
wow.
It was like they framed him. Now I'm not saying that's true.
Okay.
But I'm saying that there's a lot of weird stuff.
Sure.
With it, and but here's the crazy thing about her, is they told her when she got hired, your job is to figure out how to give lab rats lung cancer in a week. You've got to be able, from the time you treat them, they need to actually have lung cancer in a week. She figured it out, right? How to do it. And then she found out why they were having to do that, because they were going to put that stuff, whatever she developed, into Fidel Castro's cigars, so that he would get lung cancer.
Oh my gosh!
And she's and I can't even remember her name offhand now, but she was one of our first guests. But amazing to listen to her.
Where can people see the show? Or listen to the podcast?
They can listen to the show on iTunes. And
it's on YouTube too, right?
Yes, it's on YouTube, yeah, called The Conspiracy Farm.
All right. Wow, that is. Do you still watch MMA? I mean, are you a fan?
I do. I'll watch it when it's what I would deem, I guess, a big fight.
How do you feel about the state of the sport right now?
The state of the sport overall, I think, could use some competition. Quite frankly, I think.
So do you like what Bellator is doing? Signing free agents, getting a little more aggressive?
I do. I would like to see Viacom, and it looks like they're giving Scott Coker a little more leeway.
Yeah.
And some of the stuff he's doing. Look, Coker's a dangerous guy. That guy can run a business.
Yeah.
He's very good at what he does, and I'm hoping that, at least there's two major organizations, if not, with one over in Asia, if they can keep growing and start pulling guys away, so that, I want the athletes to be able to have people bid for them, for their service.
There was a time like 2 years ago where Coker was saying that you were hitting him up to fight. Was that true?
It was while I was training for the last Leadville.
Okay.
So.
Are you still interested in fighting?
Something like a Royce Gracie fight, something like
Renzo Gracie, I think, just came out recently and said he's still interested.
Is he?
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind getting that one back.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had a really bad neck in that one, and he's really good at choking people.
Yes. So this is something you still kind of dabble with?
No, I mean, the training I'm doing now, running long distances, is far harder than training for a fight.
Okay.
It's not even close. It's really not, Ariel. Sure, you get bumps and bruises training for fights and things like that, but a 20-minute, 25-minute world title fight, the pain that you go through or the fatigue you go through is nothing compared to running while the sun's up, and then the sun goes down and you're still running, and then the sun comes up again and you're still running. And that's a different level of pain.
Sure.
It's a totally different level of pain. So I really don't have any problem. If it's the right person, absolutely.
Wow.
Yeah.
Does anyone still come up to you and say, "Hey, would you coach me? Would you corner me? Would you train me?"
I do get inquiries a lot. I still get messages, people, asking
I bet.
that and stuff. And I don't know. It might have been, was it you I talked to about my conversation with Brian Stan?
No.
In the back of a car, we were leaving ESPN. We had done the show together. It was the last show, several years back.
MMA Live.
Yeah, where I for 3 years I had struggled that I wanted to get out of coaching. I just had too much going on. I had the gym. I was coaching. I had my law enforcement military training company. I was working for 3 TV networks: ESPN, Showtime, and Access TV. And my life was it was overwhelming.
Yeah.
Feast or famine type thing. And it was a feast, and it was out of control for several years there. And I was losing my mind. I wasn't seeing my kids ever, anything like that.
Yeah.
And we got it was the last show before the Christmas break, and I had 2 or 3 weeks off, I think. And I was on the phone with my daughters, and I hung up with them. I said, "I love you. I'll make you breakfast in the morning," and hung up. And he goes, "I've got 2 daughters too." And he goes, "You know what?" And then he looked at me, and you got to remember, this is a guy, I'm looking at him with the mindset of, I got to get out of coaching. There's too much going on. And he looks at me and he goes, Pat, he goes, "I've killed a lot of people." And he goes, and after or during each firefight that I was in with explosions going off and bullets bouncing off Heskew and rocks and stuff around me, I wondered what the meaning of life was every single time. And he goes, "I finally came to the conclusion that the greatest thing a man could ever do is raise his kids the right way and get them off on the right foot." And I just looked at him and went, "I'm done. That's it." That moment, I quit. And when I got back to Iowa, I went on vacation to Florida with my family, I basically said, "I'm done. After Christmas break and all that, I'm not going to be here.
Wow.
I'm done. That's it."
And that's when you
find a different coach.
Wow.
I'm done.
And has anyone come to you and you were like, this is a project here. This is someone that
Ted from Team Takedown years back.
Yep, I remember.
Offered me
Ted Earhart.
a job down there.
Yep.
And I said, "Ted, you don't have the money.
Okay.
You're a millionaire, but you don't have the money. Trust me.
Okay.
To do it again."
Wow.
It would have to be a massive amount of money to get me to coach again. So
I'm assuming you still keep tabs on Robbie Lawler.
Mm-hmm.
That is your guy.
Absolutely.
He's fighting this weekend. Did you know that?
Yeah, absolutely.
He's fighting Donald Cerrone. You like this matchup?
Look, Donald Cerrone's a dangerous guy.
Yeah.
He's proven to be dangerous over and over again. What does Rob gain by beating him? Right?
Yeah.
If I'm Rob's manager, I would have never let that fight happen.
Interesting.
Not saying that Robbie's going to get beat by him, but it's just, look, Cerrone's a dangerous, dangerous dude.
Yeah.
He hits hard. He kicks hard. He's versatile. He's great on the ground. The guy is no joke. He's world class, and he has been for years. So if they would have said, these are your choices, take Cerrone off that list right now.
Huh.
That's a no-win situation.
Why'd he take it?
Robbie will fight anyone.
Yeah.
It's up to the management to figure that part out, right?
Okay.
And say, no, we're not taking that fight. Not happening. Robbie went through, for how many years was it? A 2-year run of fighting constantly and beating the baddest dudes on the planet in that weight division at a rate that was unbelievable.
Yeah, it was.
He was fighting the baddest dudes and beating people and having absolute wars with guys, right?
Yeah.
You get done doing that, and then he finally gets to the Woodley fight, and I said to Matt Hughes at the time, I said, Matt, make sure he gets out of that first round with Woodley, man, because Tyron is so explosive early on in the fight that he can put anybody away. He's just, that's a scary, scary man when he hits you solid or starts hitting doubles on you and stuff. And Rob didn't make it out of the first round. He got clipped and got put away. So that was after that run, that mental and physical roller coaster that a guy goes through for each camp and each fight. It's very difficult on the mind and the body to do that. He's amazing that he pulled it off.
Do you want to see him stop fighting?
No.
Okay.
No, I wouldn't say that. I think that the time he's taken off was
It's
very
been good,
important.
yeah. But he changed camp. I mean, he had so much success with ATT, and now it seems like he's with Henry Hooft a little bit, kind of doing his own thing.
Henry Hoof's an incredible trainer.
Yes.
I would say this, that Rob's success came from him maturing and realizing that he needed to go back down to 170.
Okay.
Could do this at 170. When he came back, and when he was fighting, I was calling his fights in Strikeforce, and I went, Rob, just drop to 170 and go win the damn world title and make millions of dollars and take care of your family.
Yeah.
And he goes, I like the test of fighting these bigger guys, Pat. And I go, you're not going to be a world champ. Nobody's running you over like a truck, but you're not going to be a world champ.
Right.
You're walking around at 192 pounds. You can't fight guys that walk around at 225. It just doesn't work very well. You know what I mean? So he finally listened. He matured and realized he could do it. And he asked, the first fight back in the UFC, I held pads for him in the gym back in Bettendorf, and he asked me to train him. And I said, I can't.
Huh.
I can't do it, dude. I just can't. I've got broadcasting, I've got this, I've got that. And I'd be doing you a disservice to say that I'm going to train you. Go somewhere, go to ATT, and get a bunch of good training partners and stuff like that, and go do it. And he did it. So, yeah.
This has been a blast. It really has. I feel like I could talk to you for another 2 hours, get your take on everything, but unfortunately we are out of time.
This is on zero sleep, too.
Really?
Yeah.
Why? Red eye?
I got into my hotel about 3-something in the morning. 3.
Gosh, where are you coming from? Iowa?
Yeah,
okay.
I got delayed forever. Got to the airport landed at LaGuardia at 2-something, hotel 3:40-something, and then fell asleep maybe for an hour, and then.
Gosh, and you've been going all around talking about this fight.
Yeah, so I'm
well, you did not.
Coffee, Ariel.
Yes, I'm so happy that you are a part of this. This is news. I didn't know that you were a part of it. I thought they were just having you
I wasn't gonna say anything until I got out here.
That's great.
I didn't want
Congratulations, well deserved. And I think it was so great. Again, the sport is still young to where we don't have a lot of retired fighters who don't have ties to the UFC. And that's the one thing. Like I like when I hear from Stan or Kenny Florian, the retired guys, because. Okay, well, when it's on Fox, they're kind of working for the UFC. You get my point. But we need more guys like you and Randy Couture, who's doing some stuff with PFL, because there are no strings attached. And I think you call it like you see it. And you've always done a fantastic job. So I'm really happy that Showtime called your number and that you're going to be a part of it. So it's August 26th. You'll be a part of the broadcast. Are you doing anything leading up to it as well?
Well, we're going to film tomorrow. Paulie Malignaggi and I are going to film tomorrow, breaking down the fight.
Great.
Do some techniques, things like that, difference in stances, whatever.
I love that.
How to rebuild an MMA fighter into a boxer, so to speak, and then breaking down the particulars of the fight.
Tremendous. Yeah, well, I wish you the best. Thank you for stopping by. They're going to escort you out here. The guys are going to come back in, and good luck. Yeah, that's it. Appreciate it. There he is, the Croatian sensation himself, Pat Miletich, stopping by. How cool is that? And in a second, we're going to be – this is like a hockey game. We say goodbye to one, and we say hello to another. Let me just alert the masses here that Jimmie Rivera is in studio. I don't want to be rude. Wow, look at you. You look so different, Jimmy. Let me just tell everyone. Boom, boom, boom. Jimmie Rivera in studio. This is me. See that? Boom. There we go. Welcome. How are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
Did you get a haircut?
Yeah, I had to. I mean, I only look like a beast for the fight.
Yeah.
And after the fight, I have to get professional again. It's actually sometimes, I get yelled at because my coach is Tiger Showman. I own a Tiger Showman school on East 23rd Street. So when I'm looking like an animal buffoon with the beard and my hair and all that, he's like, "How do you sign people up? Like, you got to get rid of that." And I tell people right away, I'm training for a fight. I have a fight coming up. Again, you're not going to be a fighter. I'm going to get you in good shape. but I have to look the part, I tell them.
Can I just say something? I like this, Jimmie Rivera. You look like a completely different person. If I walk by you on the street, I would not recognize you with that hair. I thought that you had like a receding hairline and you were covering it up with the long hair.
Oh, no. I got some hair still, thank God.
Got beautiful hair.
Thank you.
So what do you do? Like when you prepare for a fight, you just let it go nuts?
Yeah, kind of like, Samson. You hear Samson?
Yeah.
Kind of same thing. I grow out my beard, and I actually don't cut my hair until after the fight. I'll trim it a little bit on the sides because of work and teaching and all that. But my students know, like, all right, he's training for a fight. They see the hair growing out and all this.
Wow.
But I never keep it super long ever. Wintertime, I do. Because in the city, you're walking down the blocks, wind tunnels, it's really windy.
Yeah.
So it's like a scarf on your face, so it feels good. But in the summertime, man, it's rough.
And mentally, you do this to get you ready?
Yeah, it's like a superstitious thing. Mentally, I think of Samson and that whole theory. And I just kind of do it, and it's been a part of me ever since I've been fighting, and I'm staying to it.
Wow. All right. Well, congratulations on the win.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for stopping by.
Of course.
You're a New Jersey guy, but you live in Brooklyn now.
No, I still live in Jersey.
Oh, you do?
Somehow I got mixed up. What happened was a lot of fighters from Tiger Showman's, whatever school they work at, they'll plug in that name, so it plugs in the school. One day, I finally I was like, not that I got tired of it. I'm like, you know what? I'm from Ramsey, New Jersey. I'm born and raised there. Actually, I moved there when I was like 8 or 9. And I've been there ever since until I moved out after college. And I was like, you know what? I'm just going to put where I'm from. I'm a Jersey guy. People think I'm from Brooklyn. And I'm like, I have nothing against Brooklyn. I love Brooklyn. I worked in Brooklyn for a couple of years. Let me tell you, Brooklyn was unbelievable. But I'm like, I'm from Jersey, so let me fix it. So I live in Jersey, but Monday through Saturday, I'm in the city teaching at my school on East 23rd Street. And before I actually went to the city school and before I started teaching there and taking over there, I was working in Bensonhurst, Brooklyn on 86 in New Utrecht. And I was there for almost about a little over a year, helping, I went to different schools to basically, when I was like 18, 19, to help schools like build up and be assistant there and help them build and basically make sure they have the coverage they need and that they had enough assistant on the mats and stuff like that. And so they helped the students get better. And then eventually I found my home in the city, surprisingly. And I've been doing it ever since. I've been at the 23rd Street location for about 3 or 4 years as an owner now, 5 years working there.
So you fully own the school?
Yes, I do.
But it's a Tiger Showman school?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so how does that work? You kind of like license the name?
Yeah, basically in a way, it's a franchise.
Okay.
So you buy in. The thing that's different from other franchises that you can't buy from the outside. A lot of people that are in an organization that grew up buy into the school. It's not anyone could buy into the school. They did it one time and it doesn't work as well. You know what I mean? A lot of times you'll see in every Tiger Showman school, the head instructor is the owner.
Okay.
And that's what makes it so special. That's your canvas. That's what you're painted on. And you want the students to do really well and you want them to blossom. So the biggest thing is that it's hard not being there. But my students understand when I have a fight coming up or right after a fight, I take a day or two off just to recover. And then I get back in teaching again because, it's not the same when you're not there. You know what I mean? It doesn't get ran the same way. So a lot of the head instructors are the owners of the school and they run the school and it's honestly a great franchise. I grew up in it. I've been there since I was 9 years old. And from being in there and everything I've accomplished from it, because it didn't just help me with MMA, but it helped me with school, other sports I played. People, Woodley thought I was a college wrestler. I'm like, no, I just did wrestling in high school because my instructor at the time and my boss was like, you need to do wrestling. You need to do something. And he made me do that, actually. I was so happy he did. And our wrestling coach on the team, I worked with him constantly after high school because I wanted to get better at it. I wasn't good at it. And I'm a perfectionist at the end of the day, so I worked on it nonstop. And it led to being able to stop Uriah Faber and not letting him take me down. You
mentioned backstage when you were talking to some of the media after your win that you were bullied as a kid, and that's part of the reason why you wanted to get into this and to try to, now teach kids about self-defense and having confidence and things like that. How badly were you bullied?
I was a new kid at school. So the way I dressed, because I was from like 20 minutes south, and the kind of way I acted was completely out of their realm.
How different was your attire?
It wasn't different much at all. I wasn't the cool kid, I guess, in a way.
How old were you?
Me, I'm 28 now.
No, how old were you when this was?
I moved, I was about 8 years old when I moved. And then, so what happens a lot of times, what parents don't realize is that kids start to act out. So what happened was, in school I was getting picked on, I was getting bullied, and at home I was acting out. So my mom was like, I need you to get into something. So she brought me in for discipline. What I didn't tell her was I was getting picked on at school. I didn't know what to do. And a lot of times parents tell kids, listen, I want you to defend yourself. You can't tell a kid to defend himself if you don't teach him how to do it. Yeah. So that's where I come in. And I get a lot of kids, I tell you, that come in that are getting picked on. You know what I mean? That are getting bullied, especially with social media now and how it's so easy. They're getting bullied. So I'm there to help them first defend themselves so they actually know what they're doing. And secondly, to build their confidence, because it doesn't matter what people say. Look, a lot of people tweeting right now that I don't deserve the Dominic Cruz fight, some people. And I get a whole bunch of people that are like, oh, you definitely deserve that fight. And I laugh at it because I don't really care what people think. I care what I think. My wife and my coach and my family, and that's it. No other friends, no one else. It doesn't bother me. You can say whatever you want. It doesn't bother me. I just laugh at it. It comes with the territory, and it's okay. So I teach kids this, and it's great because I could kind of relate them more because I'm in the spotlight, especially when a fight's coming on. And I tell them, like, listen, I give them experiences after every class. I sit down, I talk to them, whether it's about bullying, about something I brought up when we were talking after the fight was non-quitting spirit, where we teach kids not to give up, about discipline, self-discipline, discipline. You know, someone tells you to do it like a teacher, you do it right away, but self-discipline, you know, when you don't have to be told to do it, you do it right away on your own. And we just build the kids so this way, listen, the last kid I had who worked with me actually was this fight, and the Faber fight is in Harvard right now. And got a ride to Harvard and is wrestling Harvard. Wow. He started at 6 years old. The kid was like yay high. And he was so scared with everything he tried and all these things. I worked with him nonstop. He went into a tournament. He came back a killer. And then he was like, I had to rip him off of kids. I'm like, you can't do this. Like, you got to help him. You're not trying to kill him. And the kid did unbelievable. He's a great kid. I actually talked to him recently to see how he was doing because he helped me with the fight and hurt his knee a little bit. And I think of him all the time and where he started from and where he came. You know, I worked with so many kids, and it's just unbelievable where they were. And now I'm 28, and I'm like, man, I feel like I'm old, but I'm not. Yeah. Because these kids are in college now, they're graduating, they're getting jobs. I'm like, this is crazy from doing this from when I was a little kid and now.
I've read that you've said that you only want to fight for like a couple more years and then really focus on the school. Is that true?
That's true, yeah. What
are we thinking here? Like, really, you're on a 25 winning streak. You're on the verge of fighting for a belt, winning a belt. There's so much more to do. I feel like you're just getting started.
I don't know. What's the cutoff? What do you think the cutoff of fighting is?
You're 28.
I know, but what do you think the cutoff is? I don't know what the cutoff is.
Randy Couture did it into his late 40s.
Yeah. Well, he's pretty good. I feel like he still responds really well. I don't want to be punch drunk at the end of the day. I want to be able to start a family. My friends have kids. Like Shane Burgos was on the card. He has a baby daughter. And it's crazy. There's a struggle when you have kids and you have to fight. I don't want to neglect my kids. Once I have kids, that's it. It's all about them. It's not about me anymore. It's not about me at all. It's about them and my wife. And I'm like, so there's a certain point that I do want to stop, and I want just to focus on starting a family and my school only, and that's it. I mean, it stinks in a way that I have to take away from my students because I have to get ready for a fight.
Okay, you feel bad.
I do. I love teaching them. I love working with them. It's just, there's certain days I have to take off, or I got to come in late because I'm training with Long Island MMA, with Bermudez and them, or, I got to take off that day because training's really hard. As you get older, too, your body doesn't recover like it used to, so you feel it. So there's certain times like that where I'm like, I feel bad and I'm being selfish, but I have to be so I can get ready for the fight and win.
So you think 2 years you're done?
I don't think 2 years.
Okay.
I don't think 2 years.
I heard you said couple years.
Yeah, a couple years. Yeah, I don't think 2 years.
All right.
Maybe like 35.
Okay. Well, now we're talking. All right. That makes a lot more sense. So you win on Saturday. Great performance. 20 in a row. You beat Thomas Almeida. You kick off the main card on Fox. Overall, were you happy with your performance?
You know what? I'll be honest with you. I looked at it. I watched it finally yesterday. Yep. Yeah, I actually watched it. I sat down, had dinner with my wife, my mom, and family friends, and I looked at it. I'm like, the fight was on. I'm like, oh, put the fight on. Someone texted me, put the fight on. I listened to the commentating, and I was just like, there's always more I could do.
Okay.
And I think the layoff wasn't good for me. Thinking about having that much time off, but it is what it is. And I'm a perfectionist at the day. I always want to be able to like, not just dominate. I like, your favorite fight, I dominated. I want to have it like that the whole fight, where he's just not in control at all. There were sometimes he gained control. There were sometimes I gave him some space so he could. So it's all on me. I got to fix some things I saw. I could use my jab a little more. I watched the fight, and I'm like, all right, I always like to get a finish. Even when I do get a finish, like Marcus Brimage, when I came and I finished him, there was things I sat down with my coach. He's like, next time you do it like this, or this way they can't grab you. Like, I rocked Almeida twice, but it's my fault because I rocked him twice, but I was so close to him that he was able to grab on. Once someone grabs on, now how are you gonna keep getting them? You have to like get them off so you can keep rocking them and finish the fight. So I was a little bit upset about it, but that's me because I'm a perfectionist at the end of the day. Everybody else tells me I did a great job, you know what I mean? But I'm always hard on myself. I always want to keep getting better so I could get that belt.
And so I thought that I thought it was a very clear-cut victory for you. There's no controversy whatsoever. You can make a case that you won all 3 rounds. At best, he won 1, maybe the second, right?
Yeah, second round, yeah.
Do you think he won that officially?
Watching the fight, it could have went either way. He had that one moment where he stunned me.
Yeah.
But that was the only moment. Then you see every exchange is like he throws, I throw, I finish the exchange. Or I throw the exchange and I finish the exchange. So it's like, it could have went either way, but I let it be. I definitely agree it was the first round, 10-8. Rocked him twice, dropped him twice. And then the third round, my coach came in and was like, because going into the fight, we have a couple game plans. And I could have grappled him and wrestled him and grinded it out, but I was trying to knock him off. I was trying to make a statement.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I want that title shot or that #1 contender shot. And I was trying to knock him out the whole fight, to be honest with you. And there was a point where my coach comes in, I want you to take him down. I'm like, all right, no problem. So I set up the takedown. I saw that knee. It was perfect time. I shot in my double, ripped him off the cage, took him down, ground and pound. I'm like, you know what? All right, get back up. Let's go back up. I honestly let him back up so I could try to knock him out and try to finish the fight. But I could have kept it there if I wanted to. There was another time, actually, I hit a scramble. I went from his back, and I'm like, wow, he hit a nice switch. I was impressed that he hit a switch and got back up. I got up. I'm like, that was nice. And I kept going after that. But it's funny. Like, my head's always in the game. I'm always thinking and like, oh, do this, do that. And I think I definitely sealed the first and third round for sure.
100%. And then, of course, the game. You get on the mic afterwards, and this is not maybe your style, but you went after it. You called out Dominic Cruz, TJ Dillashaw. You said, stop warming the bench, get up. And it's amazing that he's sitting right there. Now, what did you say to him when you walked over to him?
I was like, that's basically no disrespect. We need to fight.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then he's
he responded to you on the broadcast. You heard this, right?
I heard the broadcast saying that I need a belt to hold my little boy pants up. Which I was just like, all right. I mean, I don't know. He's got his own corny little lines, but it's funny. He's a smart ass at the end of the day. I think it's funny. I laugh at his comments, and they humor me. You know what I mean? So then he said something about, oh, you definitely should respect me or something like that. Because I'm a humble guy at the end of the day. I'm professional. I've grown in the martial arts, just like St. Pierre. Grown in the martial arts, and you never are cocky. You never are gonna, badmouth or anything like that. You always stay humble. But in this game, you have to speak your mind. So I'm never gonna be a Conor McGregor, but I'll say in confidence that I could beat Dillashaw, I could beat Cruz, I could beat Cody. I just need the one opportunity to do it, and it'll happen.
Do you think you'll get the Cruz fight?
I hope so. What do you think?
I would love to see it, and I would love to see it maybe on the same card as Cody and Dillashaw, right? Because I feel like now you have a little 4-man. I mean, it's very clear that you guys are the top 4 bantamweights in the world. But he came on my show maybe in April, and this was before the Cody Garbrandt injury, and he said, all right, they're going to fight in July, and then I'll wait it out, and then I'll fight the winner in December. And so I got the feeling that he's okay with waiting. He's doing TV and things like that. So based on his comments on Saturday, I wonder if he's really going to be willing to fight you to get to the title shot when he already thinks that he's going to get the title shot right away. You know what I'm saying?
I know what he's saying.
Because you're a dangerous opponent for him, younger, on this role, etc.
I feel like I'm really dangerous for him. And a couple people brought it out. I mean, listen, Dominic Cruz's game, what do you think of his game? He can mix it up really well and hit takedowns. If you stop his takedowns, just like Cody did, what does he have? Not much. He swings for the fences. He's not a good boxer.
You're not impressed with his striking?
No, not at all. Not impressed at all. He's good with his striking to set up his takedowns, but as long as you can stop his takedowns.
The head movement, the unorthodox
little dance. It's just
you don't like that.
It's just for he does it so you can throw.
Right.
You try to throw away your shot so he can counter and then hit his takedown.
Okay.
It's not gonna happen. I mean, I'm like I with all the experience I have and watching him fight, I'm ready for him. I just need the opportunity. You know what I mean? That's why I even said, if Cody can't fight, I still see in Cody on social media that he's still like recovering. Yeah. I mean, November's coming by quick. If he can't fight, I'll step in, I'll fight TJ, and then I'll fight Cody for the real belt and take it from him.
You were calling out TJ a few months back. You really wanted to fight him. Is there something there between you two?
Listen, the guy, I trained with him a couple years back.
Oh, yeah, where?
And
Alpha Male?
No, it was actually in Milwaukee.
Huh.
At the time, I wasn't in the UFC yet. He just finished The Ultimate Fighter, I believe, or he was going to fight in the finale, one of the two. And I went out to Milwaukee to Pettis' gym, to Rufus Sports, and
why were you there?
My buddy, Louis Gallo, the guy was a green hair at 25, was fighting Tim Elliott.
Okay.
So me and my buddy Nick were out there, and we were training, and Faber and Dillashaw ended up walking in. I'm like, oh, this is cool. Am I really going to get to train with them? And this is when I was like, like a little kid. So I got to train with them, like, wow. I'm like, I thought they were going to be, a lot better. I put them on this pedestal. I'm like, but they're not. I'm like, I'm at the same level as them. And then I got to spar TJ, and I was just like, wow, this guy is like one of the top up there at 135, and I'm sparring him, and I'm piecing him up and having fun with him. Like, it was just fun. I wasn't even in shape.
Wow.
You know what I mean? I just went in there and just had some fun. I didn't have a fight coming up at all. I was just actually there just for more support for my buddy Lewis, helping him cut the weight, because, the weight cuts are always the worst, and get beat up in the back. You know what I mean? That's your job. When you're there for your buddy, you're out there to help him cut weight, and then you get beat up in the back room, so you can go over there and beat the other guy's butt,
Yeah.
So I sparred with him. I had fun. I pieced him up a little bit. I actually ended up getting a video of it because one of my coaches was videotaping it. I sent a couple friends, and somehow it leaked out.
Yes, I've seen this.
One of my friends was really upset about the whole, not being able to fight or something like that. I don't even know. And it ended up leaking out. And I didn't really, at first I'm like, yo, why'd you do that? And second, I'm like, I don't even care. I'm like, it is what it is. I swore TJ. He's good, but I'm better. So I could beat him if you want. I mean, I think it'd be nice to actually fight Cody. So I already beat Faber. I beat up Dillashaw and sparring. Let me beat Cody. I'll finish the alpha male team up.
That's right.
Or like Cruz likes to say beta male team up, and then, go on to the next thing. So
TJ has been accused of being a little too rough in sparring. Did that happen with you?
I mean, I don't know how he could have been rough. I was piecing him up.
All right.
I don't think he was. I was, I don't let anybody disrespect me in sparring. Even my teammates now, we both go, like my teammates, we'll go hard at it, but afterwards we're friends. And then especially it's like almost like I'm walking into someone else's gym and he's walking to someone else's gym. I pretend it's like my gym.
Okay.
You walk in there, that's fine. You're going to try to hurt me. I'm going to try to hurt you too. Because at the end of the day, you're going to respect me. We go to boxing gyms in the hood, my team and I, and it's like, it's really ghetto, it's really hood, but you walk in there and after a while of us being there, like they start to respect us.
Yeah.
These MMA guys can box, they're good, and it's funny. You see the difference, everybody, and they're talking, the whole boxing world and that, I kind of had already a feeling of it, and I know McGregor was kind of new to it, but I already been in it, especially training the gyms, like Glenn Tapia was Glenn Tapia's gym, Jersey Boy, and being around those guys and how they act. It's funny. I laugh at it, and I just find it humorous, but it's awesome. It's cool to get a different look at it.
Let's address what happened in January. You were supposed to fight Brian Caraway, right? Brian Caraway pulls out of the fight, and then you're offered a fight against Marlon Vera, and initially you said yes to it, but then after talking to your team, you said, thanks, but no thanks. And it seems like he's still upset about this. And to be honest, I think the UFC was upset about it because you kind of gave them a verbal commitment and then said, on second thought, I don't want to do it. What happened? Tell us the story.
I think really what happened was just a miscommunication. My manager at the time said yes, I believe, but we all.
So Caraway pulled. They offered and he said yes.
I think said yes at the time, and what happened was my manager, my coach, and I didn't get to sit down and actually discuss about it.
Okay.
We just jumped the gun, and then I literally sat down with the UFC a couple weeks after that and just said, I apologize for it. I manned up to it. It's my fault, and that was it. We squashed it, and that was it.
So you made a comment that like you don't want to beat him up, Marlon Vera, because his daughter, and he addressed this unsolicited on Saturday because he was on the card, and he was like, look, you should have beat me up because I would have gotten paid if you care so much about my daughter. I don't like these comments, and now he wants to fight you, of course, still.
He's riding my coattail. He's doing what I was doing to other people. I'm gonna let him keep riding it, and I'm just gonna focus on what's best for me.
Okay.
At the time, I'm a fighter at the end of the day, so you don't think about, what's best for you. You just want to fight everybody.
Yeah.
But I didn't want an easy paycheck. What I want to do was I want the belt. It's always been my goal.
Why don't you just get the money?
UFC.
Pad that account, that bank account.
Pad the account.
No?
Man, I have a school that does really well. Fighting's for fun.
Okay.
And
you don't really need to do this.
No, I don't need to do this. I can survive with my school.
Wow.
And that's how I do survive.
Okay.
You know what I mean? You see a lot of people, I love the UFC and everything like that. I have nothing against them. But to live as a fighter salary is not enough for a person.
Sure.
It really isn't. Unless you're making like McGregor money, I guess I'll call it.
Yeah.
Mayweather money. But it's not going to live on it. That's why I have my first passion. That's why I'm always focused on my school and running my school. And that's really it. The fighting money is actually a little fun money. It's to spoil my family. It's to spoil my wife, to get whatever she wants. Those absurds, she's into, she wants a Newfie and a St. Bernard. All right, we're going to get the Newfie now. Let's go get the Newfies. And, we did well this weekend. Let's go get the Newfie.
Newfie is what, a dog?
Yeah, Newfoundland. It's a 160-pound dog. The head is like the size of our two heads put together.
Gosh.
They're huge.
Why do you want such a big dog, or why does she want one?
She loves them. She loves them.
So you're getting that?
Yes, we are actually getting that.
Thank you, Thomas Almeida.
Thank you, Almeida. Appreciate it. We are getting that. So it's really just for, I don't want an easy payday. I always came into it when I got my chance back in the UFC from Marcus Brimmershon. I want the belt. That is my goal. I have never looked at the money. I let my management, my coaches deal with that. The only thing I do is when we sit down, us three, my new manager I have now, my coach and myself, they tell me what their options are. We discuss it. And I basically say, okay, what do you guys think? They tell me, I'm like, all right, well, I guess that's what we're doing, because they know better than me. I'm 28. They're in the 40s, 50s. They lived it. They've been through it all.
Right.
They know better. And I let them choose it because they had the best interest for me. And that's the way it has to be. Because, a fighter at the end of the day, you'll hear every person, I'll fight anybody.
Yeah.
Why are you going to fight someone and not be able to your success? Why am I going to fight someone that's a win-lose record, but it's not going to help me get closer to the belt? When I sat down with the UFC and they said Almeida fight and that was going to get me closer to the belt, I said, all right, let's do it.
And so I don't know if it has anything to do with what happened in January, but I still feel like they're not getting behind you. And I mentioned this to you on Saturday. You weren't a part of the open workouts, which blows my mind. You're in a 19-fight winning streak. Why aren't you featured there? Even the fact that they brought you to the back when there's like 2 media people there, not to the press conference afterwards when everyone's there, it just kind of feels like you're on a 20-fight winning streak. That does not happen every day. Where is the love? Do you think it stems from what happened in January? Do you think there's something else there? Do you think they're going to get behind you now? Am I completely off here? Do you feel the love? How would you address this? And I'm not trying to be a troublemaker here, but this is just my opinion from afar.
I think it could be from January. I think I'm back on the good.
You are, okay.
And I honestly, you know what? I don't really know until my manager, Lloyd, calls me up and says, I spoke to Sean and this is how it's going to go. And then you know if it's good or bad. But obviously, it's hard because you do want to please him, but at the end of the day, you have to look out for your best interests. But I'll never, obviously, ever say anything bad. They're a great company.
Yeah.
They've supported me. When I hurt my eye against Faber, they took care of me. They take care of my family. They helped me buy the house I wanted. I can't say anything bad about them at all. Hopefully now that I ticked them off a little bit in January and it's my fault and we settle the score. Hopefully now after this win, back in good graces.
Because you don't seem like a troublemaker.
I don't at all.
But you seem like the kind of guy they should get behind and push more.
I hope so. I got to see what happens and go from there. I know
maybe it's the haircut. Maybe they haven't seen you like this.
It's like this, the clean cut.
The gentleman's haircut.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very clean cut except for the 2 months going in.
I know.
Fight. You know what I mean? And I there's no need to they always get the speech in the back, especially when you're on Fox, don't curse or anything like that. I'm like, I don't feel a need to curse. I don't have to curse off the crowd or anything like that. They could cheer and boo. I love the sport. It's fun. And, when in your life can you say I stepped in front of thousands of people and got my hand raised against Almeida and I beat him? I beat a legend like Uriah Faber now who's in the Hall of Fame of MMA. Like, when do you get that? Like, you don't. What drug compares to it? Nothing. What drink? There's nothing that compares to that. That feeling when your arm is raised and they're saying your name and you win by knockout or unanimous decision, it just feels unbelievable. So I love it. You know what I mean? It's a little addicting. But at one time in my life, years from now, say not a couple years, years from now,
good.
I'm going to have to look back and be like, oh, man, I do miss him. But at least I did everything possible to get that belt.
Okay.
At least I leave it all out there, just like every fight.
On Thursday, actually, it's good you weren't at the media workouts because you were doing something way better and way more interesting and way cooler. You met Al Pacino.
Al Pacino was awesome. I'm glad you brought it up.
Yes, it's incredible. I saw the photos. How did this happen?
So I'm with Biology Group now.
Yeah.
My
great group.
Lloyd,
the man, Lloyd Pearson.
Lloyd Pearson and his marketing head right there, David. His mother-in-law actually works with Al Pacino since Scarface. So somehow coincidence, they're filming right now Joe Paterno.
Yeah.
The head coach from Penn State.
Yes.
He's paying Joe Paterno. So he's like, hey, they're like literally 5 minutes away. I'm like, he's like, I know you're trying to get your mind off the weight cut and all that. I'm like, yeah, let's go. I'm down.
Wow.
We literally walked there. We waited like 15, 20 minutes. But actually, when I met him and we took the pictures, people were like, is that Al? It doesn't look like him. He was still in makeup. He was going to shoot and he had makeup and all this stuff.
Didn't look like him initially, but then you could tell it's him. All right.
Yeah, he basically almost looks like him was the nose, and they obviously did his nose and his ears.
Yes.
So we start talking, and I swear to God, if he didn't have to go film more, we started talking about boxing, about everything. It could have led on for like an hour or two conversation. He was cool. And the fact that his age and he's still acting and he's in this hot weather, it was a bad heat wave last week. It's just unbelievable. The guy is really, really talented, unbelievable guy, nicest guy. It was so funny. I actually just got a text from Lloyd before I came on the show. It was like, yeah, Al called. My mother-in-law asked me what channel it was, watched the fight, said unbelievable fight, very smart fighter, definitely going to be a champion one year. And I was just like, if that doesn't get you, I don't know what. I was almost about to cry. I was like, this is awesome. I mean, it's not every day you get to meet someone like that and be like, oh my God, like, you know, I watch your movies, you're talented, I'm a fan.
Yeah.
I mean, even when we go to fights, I see fighters, I'm like, hey, I'm a fan. Can I get a picture?
You're still a fan.
Still a fan. You gotta love it. You can't be above it. And then, you know, people start looking at me, you're like, well, you're Jimmie Rivera, can I get pictures? I'm nothing special. I'm just a guy that fights. I bleed the same color as you. I'm an ordinary guy. He's like, no, but this and that. And I try to tell him, I'm nothing special, man. I'm just a regular guy. I love what I do, teaching. I love what I do, fighting, and I do it because I love it.
Meeting a living legend like Pacino just 2 days before your fight. I tweeted the pictures, you did as well, so people can see it. It's online. Go on your Instagram. I think you posted it as well. Yeah. That must have been, I mean, that's kind of inspirational to meet a guy like that as you're preparing. And I know he's a big boxing fan, right?
Huge. He knows his boxing.
He
like
does.
That. We were talking. I was like, wow. I'm like,
does he know his MMA?
Not as much.
Okay.
Not as much. We talked.
He's an old school guy.
Yeah. We talked a little about the McGregor Mayweather.
Yeah.
But he wasn't in tune as in like, you know, talking about Triple G and the Canelo.
Yeah.
And about the other, you know, the other boxing matches going on. But he knows his stuff. And when he met me and we started talking, we just hit it off like that. And it was awesome, that fact that he actually you know, called David's mother-in-law, hey, when's the fight and what time, where is it? And there's like 5 minutes before the fight, he's like, it's on Fox, go ahead, tune in real quick, you can watch
amazing.
It. And then what he said afterwards, I was just like, this is, you know, when do you get this? You never get this.
Sure.
I mean, once in a lifetime kind of thing. So it was awesome.
You mentioned that you trained with Bermudez and some of the guys on Long Island.
Yeah.
People may not remember this, but you fought Bermudez on Tough and you lost. That's actually your only stoppage loss, right, in your career? Or did you have any as an amateur?
No.
So that was it.
So that was exhibition.
Yeah.
So that was stopped, and you know, that fight, it's my fault. I didn't train right. And then my only one loss. So my two fights. So everybody always haggles me about it. Be like, no, you're not undefeated. I'm like, I'm actually undefeated at 135. I'm Italian and Puerto Rican, so my biggest problem is I can't put down the fork. I love to eat.
Okay.
So my first two fights, I figure, all right, I fight at 150. That's what I walk around at, 150. I'll fight at 150, and I'll make a successful career at it. And not knowing the weight classes as well, you know what I mean, going into my pro debut, because I fought at 147, so I didn't understand the weight classes that well. I did 7 fights amateur at 147 as an amateur, went 7-0, and then I was like, I look at my coach, I'm like, I had 4 fights kickboxing, won a belt, went 4-0, so I was 11-0 going into my pro debut, and I was, you know, going to my pro career. I'm like, I look at my coach, I'm like, can I fight pro now? He's like, yeah, all right, let's do it. So I fought my first fight 150, won by a unanimous decision. My second fight, I lost by a split decision.
Yeah.
I literally walked in the cage. I was like, that guy did not look like that yesterday. He was like 170, huge. I was like, what the heck? So my coach just thought I won the fight, was to stand up, because he would just take me down, I would get back up, beat him up, take me down, get back up, and that's how the whole fight went. Afterwards, my coach just, you know, hit me back in the head like a kid and was like, you gonna start cutting weight now? I'm like, whoosh, I'm gonna start cutting weight. So since that fight, I fought at 135 and had the most success at 135, and that's where I'm gonna stay. I did the Ultimate Fight at 145 because Louis Galno was doing at 35. And eventually he was gonna get in and drop to 25, because that's what he is, a 25er. Yeah. So I went in there, I didn't train right for that fight. I thought, oh, okay, 45, I could get big now and not have to worry about my cardio, and I did it, I was dumb. But it was a learning. Sometimes Rivera has to learn the hard way. I learned from it, and just made me better. And we actually stayed really good friends, Bermudez and I, after the Ultimate Fighter, connected. We actually train. We go back and forth. I go to his gym, he goes to my gym, and we train. And he's a really good guy, and I was upset for that he didn't get the win. over there in Long Island, this past weekend. But he's an awesome dude. He's really nice, and he's great work, and we just push each other, you know what I mean, and get better.
What was that like to get a taste of the UFC? And then, so you fought on the fight to get into the house. That didn't work out. So you have to go back to the drawing board, go back to the regional circuit. Mentally, how did you deal with that?
It was rough. It was like 4 or 5 years of not getting back into UFC. It was really rough. What kept me alive for sure was training in Milwaukee, was Faber and Dillashaw, and that kind of pushed me a little bit more. But there was a certain point I'm like, and it's really bad to say it, but there was a certain point I just wanted to stop fighting and just focus on school. I'm like, this is not working out. I'm not getting a call back. What the heck is going on? What else do I have to do? So we actually, at the time, my old management and Kurt Pellegrino were working together and spoke to Sean, was like, you guys get some finishes. So my last 2 fights, I finished one was a body shot, and then at Carson Beebe, I finished him in like 13 seconds of the first round, was a knockout. And that was enough to push me forward and get the fight with Brimage. I had a 2.5 week notice to go to Scotland and Glasgow, the first ever fight in Scotland, Glasgow, and fight Marcus Brimage. And then from there, you get a second chance. You don't let it go at all. I put my head down, just work hard, and want to take it all the way. So is it Cruz, Dillashaw, or bust? Are we not accepting anything else at this point? I thought about it, and I'm like, and I still got sat down by my coach and by my management. I was just like, listen, it's not that I ask for stuff. I never ask for anything. I really don't. But you earned it. And they start telling me this. Is like, you earned the shot to fight Cruz or TJ. I'm like, you're 5-0 right now. When Dominic got the title shot, he was 4-0. When Cody got it, he was 5-0. You deserve the shot. Yeah. That's what you earned. And I'm like, all right. So I feel like I've earned it. I've done the fights. Even the first 4 fights, listen, Marcus Brimage was 2-week notice. They wanted me to fight Pedro in Brazil. I had no choice. I said, all right, no problem. I did it. Beat him. There was 3 guys they gave me. They gave me 2 unranked fighters and Yuri Alcantara. And I'm like, well, I want to fight the best. I'm like, I want to fight Yuri. I want to get in the rankings. I want to start fighting people that are ranked. Boom, took that fight, hardest fight. He went in there and went on a tear after me. Pedro, too, went on a tear, is ranked in the top 15 now. And then after that, it was funny. It was trying to get the Caraway fight again. We tried to get the Caraway fight 3 times, and Caraway pulled out all 3 times. And I had talks of other people telling me his managers didn't want to take it. It was hard getting in this fight. Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, listen, you guys want me to fight him? I'll fight him. But the second time, this is before we actually signed the deal on that 3rd time. So the second time, they gave me an option. If Caraway doesn't want to take the fight, you got these 3 people and Faber. So it was like Sterling, Johnny Eduardo, someone else, and Uriah Faber. So right away, he called me up. Caraway doesn't want the fight. All right, I'll fight Faber. And he got taken back a little bit. I'm like, you sure? I'm like, yeah, of course. I'm like, that's the biggest name. I want to fight the best around. The only way to be the best is fight the best. So it's either fighting TJ for the interim belt if Cody can't fight, or fighting Dominic Cruz and taking his #1 spot away. I think at the end of the day, I think he's, like you said and other people said, I think he's just a little scared, and he has to work.
Whoa, I never said scared.
Oh, you don't think he's scared?
No, I don't think he's scared. I just think that he thinks that he is that close to getting a title shot so he doesn't have to fight someone who is dangerous like you beforehand. What's the point? But I'm not... I'm not an advocate. I don't think fighters are...
Who wins that fight? If
fighters who go in a cage and fight for a living, I don't think any of them are scared.
Okay.
And I don't think it's like when...
Maybe worried? You want to say worried? Might be worried to lose that
He's
#1
looking at it from a business standpoint. I think he probably thinks, what do I have to gain from this? You're trying to make a name off my name when I could probably just sit out and wait for the title shot. That's what I am suspecting he's thinking. But scared, no, I don't think he's actually scared. Like, if they force him to go into the cage against you, I don't think he's scared. Who do I think wins? I don't make predictions. You know that.
What?
I don't make predictions.
Oh, man. All right. Well, anyway, so hopefully we'll see what happens, and then we'll go from there. But, I don't... Okay, you're right. Maybe not scared, but he's worried, because I could definitely take that spot away. I know I can. I just need the opportunity to do it. Just like when Almeida, they're like, oh, there's no way he's going to lose. A lot of people tell me Almeida's not going to lose. He's got 18 knockouts. Well, he's 21-2 now. He's not 22-1.
What are we doing now? What kind? Are you going vacation?
No, just taking a day or 2 off, running some errands, and then I'll be teaching on Wednesday.
Wow.
Actually, I'll be back in my school teaching.
Where's the address?
It's 34 East 23rd Street, right here between Madison and Park Ave, right by the Flatiron Building. Okay. And actually, no vacation. Me and my wife got married in November. We knew about the Brian Caraway fight, and we didn't even get to go on a honeymoon. I didn't get to enjoy Thanksgiving. I didn't enjoy Christmas. It was a rough holidays, obviously, but this is part of the game. This is what you have to deal with.
So go on the honeymoon now. This is a good time.
She
deserves it.
We're gonna go on.
I looked at your wife's Twitter because I was doing some research. Yeah. She is by your side. You have a very, very loyal wife. I mean, all wives are typically, but like all the tweets are about you. She wanted to go to McDonald's after the fight, and you wanted to go to Wendy's, and she went to Wendy's. I saw that. I saw that.
I haven't had fast food.
She deserves McDonald's. Come on.
It's so funny. We haven't had fast food in forever, and we were walking into the hotel. We see Cruz eating McDonald's, and she's like, see that there is a McDonald's around here because there's no McDonald's.
Okay.
Like around the area we were at for the after party, and I'm like, babe, we couldn't go there. Look, Cruz was there. How are we gonna go there?
Yeah, that's right.
We couldn't go there, and then she tweeted out. What did she tweet out? Dominic Cruz, I'm not scared. I'll fight you for your fry. And it was funny. I laughed at it.
Did you say something to Cruz?
No, I didn't say anything. I think he as he was walking in, my coach said something, better heal up that foot so we could fight or something like that. But I had nothing more to say of Cruz. I mean, we're either gonna fight or he's just gonna sit on the sidelines and wait for that opportunity maybe for the belt or something like that. But
he interviewed you on Thursday, right?
He did.
Was it professional or was it weird?
Actually, I went in there being professional. He went in there, and I think he thought I was going to be kind of cockish, dickish, and I wasn't at all. He sat down and was like, I'm just trying to get to know you better, how you are, so I could bring you up like that 5-minute walk or whatever, so I could talk about you, and so people could actually get to know you better of what they know as you as a fighter, get to know your personality better. I'm like, all right, no problem at all. He was very professional at the end of the day, and that's why afterwards when I walked in the cage, I'm like, no disrespect, but we should fight. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but we should fight. I mean, I'll be respectful before the fight and after the fight, but when we get knocked down, that's it. It's war. We're locked in the cage, and we're going to fight, and whoever wins, and that's it.
All right. Well, I appreciate you stopping by. This has been great. Thank you so much.
So much for having me.
A lot of fun to talk to you, especially just 2 days removed. Do me a favor. After this, find the nearest McDonald's. Get your wife some McDonald's, for God's sakes. I mean, she's by your side. She's sacrificing a lot. She deserves it. Congratulations again, and good luck in getting that fight. I would love to see it, especially on the same card. If it's in October or maybe MSG a month later.
Sounds good.
You versus Cruz would be a phenomenal fight, and congrats on all your success.
Thank you so much.
You've done it sort of under the radar a little bit, but I feel like now you're starting to get the attention and respect that you deserve. So,
if I have to still be that dark horse of the division, I will. But as long as they give me the time, date, and place, I'll be ready for whoever.
Awesome. Thank you, Jimmy. Someone will walk you out here. We appreciate it. And if you're in the New York area, definitely I suggest to everyone to check you out. Maybe I'll stop by one of these days.
Come on in. That'd be great. Take class, right?
Yeah, that's right. I could use a little self-confidence. Here's our man, Joe, walking you out. Thank you so much. There he goes. Jimmie Rivera, one of the very best bantamweights in the world, won his 20th fight on Saturday in a row. He defeated Thomas Almeida, and now he is so close to a contender fight, so close to a title shot. Fight against one Dominic Cruz would certainly make a lot of sense. Who knows what will happen in that division? It is kind of up in the air right now, but I do think that they are planning on doing the Cody Garbrandt versus TJ Dillashaw fight either in October or November. Last I heard was probably October, and we'll see what happens with Cruz. I think that it should be Cruz versus Rivera as a #1 contender fight, especially because it got delayed. If it didn't get delayed and they fought in July, then I can understand. But now that it got a little bit delayed, I kind of feel like that's the fight to make and make it like a little 4-man tournament. Okay, let us move along. We appreciate both Pat Miletich and Jimmie Rivera stopping by. Let me alert the masses here because we have a bit of breaking news for all of you. So as I said at the top, we are going to talk to a UFC veteran whose last fight was in the UFC. Just a second, doing this all by myself. Okay. So, as I said, a UFC veteran was just in the UFC and is now leaving MMA and moving on to a different combat sport. So, let us welcome in longtime vet of the Ultimate Fighting Championship, longtime mixed martial arts veteran, Chris Camozzi, who is joining us via the magic of Skype. Hey, Chris, how are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
I'm doing great. It's great to talk to you. So you have some news for all of us. What's up? I can hear you just fine.
All right, perfect. Yeah, so, to correct you a little bit, I'm not leaving MMA, but I am going to make a little bit of a switch to Glory Kickboxing. So I'm pretty excited about that. I've always been a huge fan of kickboxing. I've been a big fan of Glory. anybody that follows me knows that I go to a ton of their shows. And so we finally came to a deal, and I'm excited to start my kickboxing career and put the MMA on the side a little bit.
Why are you doing this?
Why not? No, I mean, anybody that sees my style, you know, all of my losses in MMA have come from getting wrestled and grappling. So, you know, I'm going to continue to be a martial artist. I'm going to continue to train those things, but I'm going to put a big focus on kickboxing. And, you know, I love it. I've been doing it, God, I don't know, 13, 14 years now. So it's just time to try it out. And, you know, Glory wasn't around when I first started, so there wasn't the option of kickboxing. In Colorado, it was all MMA.
Are you no longer a part of the UFC?
I'm not. So I fought out my contract. My last fight was the last one on my contract, and they kind of knew that we were going to explore some options, and so we parted ways. You know, they were always great to me. You know, they wished me well, and we're going to move on.
Okay, and so did you reach out to Glory, or did they reach out to you? Did you kind of look at the landscape in MMA and not like what you saw and then said, okay, maybe now's a good time to go over to kickboxing? How did it play out?
It was a little bit of both. I'd say it's mutual. You know, like I said, I've had a relationship with them for a while. The CEO, John Franklin, lives right here in Denver, so I've had the opportunity to meet him and hang out with him several times. And my teammate, Dustin Jacoby, also fights for Glory, so I've cornered him several times. And I've just gotten to know everybody there for the last couple of years, and they're all good people. It's a great organization, and they have some killers in there.
Yeah. So I was told that you were done with MMA. That's not true. You're going to do both?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I'm gonna put the focus on Glory right now. You know, I still have a deep love for MMA, and we'll see where I go from there. There's a bunch of organizations out there besides the UFC now, but for right now, it's kickboxing.
And so what is your I mean, obviously you've done kickboxing, you've trained in kickboxing. Have you ever had a pro kickboxing match?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
Other than the UFC.
Well, yes, of course, but
I've had
pro.
plenty of...
Strictly kickboxing.
Yep. No, I haven't. So it'll be fun.
You're the Conor McGregor of kickboxing.
There we go. I'll take that title.
Yeah.
I don't dress as nice, but you know.
When is your debut?
You know, we got nothing set yet, but there's talks about December, so they're gonna give me plenty of time to make the adjustment. And you know, we'll put some videos out training, and you kind of see my progression go through it, and it should be a fun transition that people can follow along with.
Yeah. Who would you like to sort of model this transition after? Is there someone who you think has done a good job from going, you know, MMA, kickboxing, and has had success in both sports that you feel like, okay, this is the path that I want to take. This is the kind of style that I want to emulate?
I don't know. You know, there's a lot of guys. You know what's cool to me about doing this is that I was always a big fan of Pride and those back in the day. And I don't know if a lot of the fans realize now, but a lot of those guys in Pride used to bounce between K1 and Pride. And I always thought that was awesome. You know, you'd see some of those guys in there with the big gloves on. I think Dan Henderson even fought in K1 at one point or another. You know, guys that you wouldn't expect. And it was always cool to see them bounce back and forth, MMA and then in the ring. And I always thought that was cool. So it feels like we're kind of going full circle and bringing it back to like the old style.
Yeah, that's right. Are you still going to be training with the same team, or are you changing things because now you're focusing solely on kickboxing?
No, I'll be training at Factory X. So my head coach, Mark Montoya, his background was Muay Thai. Like, he competed professionally. And that was kind of his background before starting the MMA team. So, you know, he's got plenty of experience getting guys ready for kickboxing. He's been training Dustin Jacoby for all his Glory fights. It'll just be a little bit of a change from doing the days where the team's wrestling and stuff like that to, you know, days I'm going to be sparring, hitting mitts, hitting bags. You know, it's a little different, a lot of road work. I'm not excited about the running, but I'll do it.
And did you talk to other kickboxing organizations, or was Glory the one that you wanted to be a part of?
Nah, Glory's the only one as far as I'm concerned. I don't think most people can even name other kickboxing organizations. I feel like Glory brings in the best fighters from around the world, and they do it right. Their shows are awesome to go to. You know, the production of everything's great. So it was just a good fit.
Lest we forget Bellator kickboxing, which would obviously be a nice home for you as well because of the MMA component.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say I've seen any of their kickboxing shows.
Okay.
It's kind of hard to find when they're on and where they are.
Damn, shade. That's what we call shade on the street. Now you're a Glory guy.
Yeah.
It's good to get that rivalry going with Bellator. And just curious, I mean, you said that now, okay, you've parted ways with the UFC. Obviously, you were on the losing streak, 3 fights in a row. Why do you think, you were not able to get back in the win column towards the end? Well, what went wrong in those last 3 fights? What was going on?
Man, I knew you were going to throw that out there.
Well,
that guy.
No, I mean, it's a valid question, I think.
I'm just joking. Yeah. Like I said, if you look at most of my losses, I think any of my losses in the UFC were all due to grappling, wrestling. There's areas I need to get better at as far as for MMA, but there wasn't any guys that were outstriking me in the UFC. I think you can go back and watch any of those. Maybe Lorenz Larkin. But other than that, I didn't lose any matches due to striking.
Okay, so this is the perfect avenue for you now. You just want to focus on that, striking.
Yeah.
All right.
I think it'd be fun. It's a good challenge, I've always liked martial arts and stuff, so this is just another challenge for me. I said it a long time ago that before I was ever retired, I always wanted to try kickboxing, maybe boxing, stuff like that. Just get a full circle of doing it. I might be doing some professional jiu-jitsu competitions as well. We've had some offers to do that. For me, I've never had a problem grappling and stuff, but in the fights, in the gym, competitions, I do good. It was something in the middle. So, we'll always work on figuring that out. But for the time being, this is here, this is now, and it's fun.
Do you have a dream opponent in mind for your debut?
Oh, man. See, I'm not the Conor McGregor of kickboxing because I don't have anything loaded up.
Okay.
No, I mean, I'll just like the UFC, I'll take on all comers. I never turn down fights from the UFC. Glory knows that about me, and I won't be in there if I'm not going to fight the best. So whoever they want to give me, I'm down.
And it's not an exclusive deal. You can go out there and still fight for MMA promotions if you want.
Yeah, if the right offer comes along and Glory agrees to it, yeah, we'll get it done. They know that I'm not completely done with MMA, but for right now, it's Glory.
All right. Congratulations, Chris. Appreciate you coming on and breaking this news, and keep us posted on your debut in December if it goes down in December.
Thank you. See, it just took me leaving the UFC for you to bring me on. I know you don't like those guys.
Come on. That's not true. Don't be spreading that. You've been on the show before.
I don't think I've ever been on your show. You've done interviews with me in the back, but never on your show.
That is not true. I remember when you fought Jacare for the second time. I think we had you on right before. I'm going to put it in right here. I'm being...
Well, you can't call it my bullshit if I say it.
Maybe, I don't know. Is it true? You would probably know. You've never been on the show. Is that true? New York Rick?
Pretty sure I've never been on the show.
Episode 179. Here it is. Chris Camozzi. Boom. How do you like them apples?
Oh, man.
How do you like them apples?
All right, I'm 0-1 now. I'm 0-1.
Before UFC on FX8, the first Jacare fight that would be, right? When he took it on 2 weeks' notice.
Yeah, I think so.
Can I get an apology? Can I get an apology, Mr. Camozzi?
Oh, God. You're going to make me do that on here?
May of 2013. I will accept your non-apology, and it's good to talk to you again. And I'm sorry that I didn't have you on since May of 2013. That's on me, but happy to have you on today. Congratulations on the deal, and good luck in the debut.
Thank you. Are we going to see you at the Glory events now?
Geez, you're really turning the tables on me. I can't be bothered.
I'm going to interview you.
I mean, kickboxing isn't real. I'm kidding. No, I have been to Glory, and I've enjoyed it immensely. I'll tell you what, if it's in the New York area, I can't be bothered to get on a plane. Let's not get crazy. I will definitely be there. How about that?
I got to say, I can't be bothered is such a foreign comment. Americans don't say that. Come on.
Wow. Holy smokes.
What does that even mean? I can't be bothered.
Well, what else do you have on your mind? Do you want to get anything else off your chest, Chris? Have I offended you?
Don't make me go Matt Serra on you.
Matt Serra, what's next?
No, thank you. I appreciate you having me on here.
Are you going to do an interview with UFC Filtered next? Is that what's going to happen? They probably don't want you on that show anymore, do they?
Oh, man.
Boom.
UFC Filtered.
Boom. You like that, huh?
Yeah. All right.
All right.
That's funny. Matt's a good guy.
Well, I'm still holding out hope that you get a third crack at Jacare. I'd like to see it.
Me too. Maybe he'll come over to Glory too.
I think it's only fair. You fought him twice, short notice. Let's do the third one in kickboxing. I think that's a brilliant idea.
I wish the UFC would let guys cross over because it would be a fun promotion to
oh my God.
see some of the guys from the UFC get in the ring.
I'm going to push for that.
I'll be first.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll get some other UFC challengers, put on the gloves, no takedowns.
Well, we have a great relationship, so I'm going to pitch that to them, and hopefully they listen.
Oh, I'm sure you're the right-hand man. Call Dana on his cell phone.
Thank you, Chris. All the best to you. Good luck.
All right, thank you.
All right, there he is, Chris Camozzi, the newest member of the Glory kickboxing roster. Great stuff from him. Appreciate his time. Very cool story, and appreciate him coming on to break the news. Okay, so in a matter of moments, we are going to call into the UFC 214 conference call. But before we do that, we still have some time left. Let's go to Rick's Picks. Boom. Hit my music. Bang.
Open up your ears and your minds, MMA fans.
Yeah.
It's time for Rick's Picks.
Can we play this on double the speed to save some time?
Hair is in a bun, 'cause it's, you already know what it is.
Rick's Picks.
Okay, we've heard it. Let's
No, I want my music. Are you kidding me?
We got to get through this area.
Da, 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 da. There it is. What happened? What happened? Oh, that's how it works. I get it. I thought it came late, but it actually unveils you.
Yeah, and also we had the Miles, our sound engineer. The Miles, the best sound engineer that works on this show, by the way.
Whoa,
had him,
all kinds of shade.
We had him implement some sound effects to the gate opening and closing and all that, which I greatly appreciate.
I didn't hear that though.
You were we're rushing through this here, but it was there.
What do you got?
Okay, let's do this quickly. First, we've got Draymond Green.
Oh yes,
tweeting at Conor McGregor.
I need 3 hours for this. Are you kidding me?
We'll talk about it later in the show.
Okay. Were there any questions about this? Because I have a lot to say.
Talk about it.
Okay.
On the after hour.
All right.
But we're gonna go through these.
All right.
We've got.
I'm staying quiet.
We've got Conor McGregor saying that he's supporting Floyd. He thought that Conor McGregor was wearing his jersey.
Yeah. Can I just?
Turns out.
Go ahead.
He was wearing C.J. Watson's jersey, and we have Conor McGregor here responding to Draymond Green saying, "That's C.J. Watson, mate. I don't know who the F you are. No disrespect, though, kid. Keep hustling and stay in school. Now ask yourself why I'm rocking CJ when I don't know or give a F about basketball. I dribble heads off the floor, not a ball. This is no game here, kid." So I think Conor McGregor is 1-0 against Draymond Green for sure, and addressed everything that needed to be addressed about that jersey situation succinctly and took Draymond Green out of there.
I'm going to keep my mouth shut. All I want to say is watch the After Hour exclusively on Twitter, the MMAhour.twitter.com, and I hope that we can talk about this a little more. But in the interest of time, let's keep going.
Just one quick callback.
Now you're just baiting
Conor,
me. Now you're just asking for
Conor talking about C.J. Watson. This was from, I believe, earlier this year.
January.
Yeah. Earlier this year. So this is not the first time you had the C.J. Watson idea. Okay, now we'll get into the headline of 214. There's a bit of a back and forth between Daniel Cormier and John Jones here. You know, John was tweeting about DC's shape and talking about, you know, how he has chicken legs. And no, I'm sorry. Daniel was the one who said he had chicken legs. But anyway, John Jones took it personally, went on a bit of a Twitter rant, to which DC responded that John Jones is obsessed with him. And he says, P.S., you have a limp dick and horrible leg genetics, which is below the belt, quite literally. Now, John Jones took a shot back, talking about his discipline and hard work paying off and making an allusion to Daniel Cormier's weigh-in in New York with the towel. And it culminates with this.
Oh, yes. From today that you guys end up earning each other's respect in the octagon and can squash this between you. John, I'd ask you that first.
DC.
Even DC laughed.
Yeah, of course he laughed. DC's gonna revel in this because it just means more money in his pocket when it comes pay-per-view time. Stan asking if they'll be friends after. John Jones saying FDC. and I think the final barb was, I think it was you were talking to Coach Wink,
yes,
who had a smile on his face, and Cormier said he's going to turn that smile upside down, walk into Anaheim smiling, and they're going to leave crying.
Everyone keeps talking to me about his BJJ. Oh, wait, pause this. Can you pause this?
We can't.
Oh, okay.
It's real. It's really. I want to know your reaction.
Tell us what it is.
This video here is Albini finding out that he won the bonus.
No, I'm not lying. I'm not lying. I was told to come and take you when I get back to the message.
Oh, that's unbelievable.
Don't start crying.
No, I won't.
Okay.
I love this guy.
Oh my God. I can't believe this is happening to me, you know. It's the best day in my life. I can't explain what I'm feeling right now.
Stop stuttering.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh my God, thank you.
He's so happy, and I think everybody.
$70,000 this guy made. He never had more than $100 in his wallet.
Yeah, and
prior
he said that
to
his last 9 fights, he hadn't made any money.
Hadn't made any money. His daughter's playing with empty shampoo bottles. Said that he would have fought for the free Reebok clothes. That's, I mean, this guy. What a story! It broke my heart and just made me so happy for him at the same time.
Yeah, you can see the genuine joy just getting that money.
I just wanted to hug him.
This one, I'm not going to play this all the way through, but off the ball had Neil Sirion, and he had a very honest and kind of open conversation about anxiety, about fear, and advice for future fighters, which I think is probably the most important takeaway here in terms of preserving yourself in your career. Find it. This is on Off the Ball's Facebook page, and they also have the full interview there. It was a really revealing look from Neil.
No, it was a fantastic interview. You're going too fast.
We got to go fast, Ariel.
Well, these things don't start on time. They wait for us.
Oh, okay. I'm glad to hear that.
Come on.
Yeah, say what you're going to say.
Okay, just put this down for a second.
Audio down on this.
That was a fantastic interview, and it was a very revealing interview. And, I mean, he talked about having panic attacks and anxiety, and I can't imagine because his retirement fight continued to be push back. What a stress on his life and his family, having his 5th kid. So yeah, the guys at Off the Ball do great stuff, great interviews all the time, and that was a really good one. And then yes, you saw Sean O'Malley over there smoking with. I love how open he is about it all, right?
A bit flagrant.
You think so?
Well, I mean,
too much.
You're going into the UFC. You know USADA's going to be knocking on the door.
You think that? Well, okay, but first of all, USADA can't. I mean, you don't get in trouble for weed out of competition. So it's only within that time frame, weigh-ins, post-fight, that you can get popped for weed.
Yeah, I don't know how strictly he's going to adhere to this based on that robe he's wearing and this clip right here.
I love it, though. God.
No, it's great.
This day and age of everyone being so, buttoned up and PC, this is great. And especially, this guy came on the show and said that he thinks he deserves more for his debut.
Yeah.
Someone is soon going to have a talk to him and say, listen, kid, Snoop Dogg's, well and good, but you need to know your role.
Nah, I think this is incredible stuff. Yeah.
Did you watch?
He's the talk of the MMA world.
Did you watch?
Or I saw it after. No, I didn't watch it live.
Can I just tell you? I don't know how much you heard about it, and I asked him. There's something about the show. I think the show is infinitely more interesting and more productive than Tough. And then Looking for a Fight. Looking for a Fight is really just like a travel show, right?
Yeah, I made this case.
Yes. But the whole premise of here are a bunch of guys in their sort of quasi-debut who need to impress to now get into the UFC. Look at what they do. Every single guy wins the fight. What does he do? First thing, beelines to Dana. Please, Dana, give me something. And there's just something a little unsettling. Give me a contract, please. Give me my shot. The begging is just,
It happens in the UFC.
It happens in the UFC, and I get that. But in this case, the whole thing...
There's fighters on the roster
the whole
begging
thing,
for stuff.
This particular show is designed for that. Dana White's Tuesday Night Contenders Series.
So
impress us so that you can, be the apple of Dana's eye, and that we could go to the back and take a shot of you guys sitting there all kind of praying to the MMA gods that you're going to get your number called. And then finally he's going to say, you know what, kid? You did it. And so the concept, I like it. It's a way, now people know about Sean O'Malley. It's great. It makes sense. But the real stars, in my opinion, of this show should be Sean Shelby and Mick Maynard. Those are the guys who found the talent. Those are the guys who found Sean O'Malley. They will be booking Sean O'Malley's fights. In this case, it will be, who's doing 135? I think it's I think it's still, I don't remember. It's Mick Maynard. You get my point. It's the matchmakers. And so this whole thing, like, please Dana, give me some bread. I'm starving. It's unsettling. I wish that aspect wasn't a part. And it has nothing to do, if it was Scott Coker's Tuesday Night Contender Series, I feel the same way. If it was John Franklin's Tuesday Night Contender Series, I feel the same way. It shouldn't be about begging for a job. It should be about doing your thing, winning, and now you're into the UFC. That's what it should be about. It's positioning him as the star. It's positioning him as the judge and jury, and I just don't agree with that. I just don't think that that's the way it should be. It's just a bad look. It's unbecoming.
I get it. I get the discomfort with that, but it's Dana.
I don't want to see
Tuesday
fighters
Night
beg.
Contender Series.
I don't want to see fighters beg. I just don't want to see it.
I'm with you. There's something unsavory for sure.
But please, before
the
my comments are taken out of context, the concept is brilliant, and it's brilliant for Fight Pass, and it's much, to me, more productive than Tough, and it will produce better talent than Tough, in my opinion, and it's a perfect way to get in guys into your system, into your farm system, under your spotlight before getting into the UFC, and they're getting paid more, and they're getting, look, Sean made 1-1 for LFA, he's making 5-5. I'm all for all of this. It's just that component, the begging component, the sitting there and please, save me, that is just like, rubs me the wrong way.
I get it. Okay, on to lighter news. Dwayne Johnson, The Rock, letting us all know that 10 years ago, he considered.
So this isn't news, by the way. This isn't news because at UFC 119, I interviewed The Rock cage side in Indianapolis, and I asked him if MMA was as popular as it is today when you first got into WWE, would you have gone down the MMA road? And he said absolutely.
That timeline doesn't match up with this one.
Well, he's saying even before.
No, this is after. No.
Yeah, but okay. So maybe he didn't tell me about the after, but the news that he considered.
I think the news here is that he considered going to Greg Jackson. This seems more planned out. Taking 2 years out of your life to actually train seems more planned out than saying, like, yeah, if it started, I would have started it. This seems like he actually considered it. Actually considered giving it a go 10 years ago, which would have made it 20. What was he doing?
2007?
In 2007. That was way before his wrestling career started. So this is.
What are you talking about way before his wrestling? The Rock? The Rock came in like 1997.
Yeah, what did I say? Way before? I meant way after.
Oh, okay.
So like you're talking about if it was around, he would have had a pipe dream. Maybe he goes to MMA instead of fighting, instead of wrestling. I'm saying here, while he's still a famous wrestler, he actually considered giving a go, or he's saying here he actually considered giving a go, linking up with them at Jackson's Winklejohn in New Jersey and training for MMA, putting 2 full years aside. But I think he probably made the right move going to Hollywood for fame and fortune.
Conference call is starting.
Yep.
So let's say goodbye as far as the actual show is concerned. And then we will listen into the conference call. Hit my music. Did we do the music thing now? I don't remember. We do, okay. And then what I need you to do, he's only saying bye temporarily. Don't get sad. What I need you to do is get on Twitter, go to themmahour.com, themmahour.twitter.com, and we'll listen into the conference call. Perhaps I'll even offer some thoughts on what is being said, sort of like Mystery Science Theater. You get what I'm saying? So we can all listen to it together. It will be a lot of fun. It'll be a hootenanny. And then afterwards, we'll be answering your questions and comments, addressing them. If you've sent them already, thank you. The MMA Hour, hashtag the MMA Hour. That's where we'll be grabbing them. And we'll be doing all of that again on themmahour.twitter.com. Exclusively for all of you on Twitter, it's called the MMA After Hour. I want to thank everyone who stopped by. I want to thank everyone who tuned in via YouTube or Facebook. Thank you very much to Chris Weidman. Thank you very much to Sean O'Malley. Congrats to both of them as well for their big victories over the past week. Thank you very much to Germaine de Randamie. It was great to talk to her. And good luck to her on September 2nd. Thank you very much to Michael Chiesa. Good luck to him. Thank you very much to Dustin Poirier. Appreciate you stopping by during your vacation. Thank you very much to Tyron Woodley. appreciate you stopping by as well, and good luck this weekend. Thank you very much to Pat Miletich. Appreciate him stopping by in studio, as well as Jimmie Rivera. Congratulations on the big win on Saturday, and of course, congratulations to Chris Camozzi on the Glory deal as well. So, themmahour.twitter.com. We're listening into the UFC 214 conference call, then answering your questions. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you next week right here. Until then, I'll say peace. See you in a second. Bye.